Chapter 1 A new restaurant opened opposite Ichiraku Restaurant. Konoha Village. It was a sunny noon, the sun lazily sprinkled on the world, giving people a warm feeling. It was close to dinner time, the streets were bustling, and the villagers went to the familiar restaurants in groups of 2 or 3. Among them, Ichiraku Ramen, which was famous in Konoha Village, was already overcrowded, and a long queue formed on the street. Some people were happy, and naturally some people were sad. Yang Ming looked at his restaurant with a wooden face, empty, without a single customer, and sighed secretly. System, can't we lower the price of the food? If this goes on, the small shop will not be able to operate at all. Host, as the future supreme chef god of the Naruto world, how can a little suffering stop you? The system answered seriously and seriously. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he looked at the menu on the wall woodenly. A bowl of beef ramen, 128 yuan. This price is many times more expensive than Ichiraku Ramen across the street. It's a miracle that it can still attract customers. Yang Ming supported his chin with one hand, staring blankly at Ichiraku restaurant across the street, his mind gradually drifting away. Yes, Yang Ming is not from this world, he comes from the distant earth. As described in many time travel novels, Yang Ming was struck by a lightning and then traveled to the Naruto world. At the beginning, Yang Ming was really surprised, thinking that he could become a genius ninja, dominate Konoha, beat the Akatsuki organization, counterattack Uchiha Madara, and even kill Kagaya Atsuki, and unify the entire Naruto world. However, there is a saying. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. That's right, Yang Ming is one of the tragedies in tableware. In this life, Yang Ming is not only an orphan, but also a civilian who has no talent for practicing chakra. If it were just that, it would be fine. After all, there are inspirational people like Xiao Li. If we don't have the talent for chakra training, we can still practice physical skills. But reality slapped Yang Ming in the face again. As an orphan in Konoha village, Yang Ming would have starved to death on the street if he hadn't received help from kind neighbors. So the first thing he considered was not training, but how to find a job. After all, practicing physical skills seems to be very friendly, but if you really do it, you will definitely end up in the hospital. If Xiao Li didn't have a good teacher who arranged his training schedule and provided him with logistical support, would he be able to succeed in physical skills? You know, Konoha has been developing for so many years, and the number of people who have made achievements in physical skills can be counted on 10 fingers. Fortunately, perhaps it was a good turn of events. Not long ago, Yang Ming finally got the benefits of a time traveler, the system. The full name of the system is the God of Food System. What is different from Yang Ming's past cognition is that this system, how should I put it, is really arrogant. Just look at the first task it assigned to Yang Ming. Task: defeat Ichiraku restaurant and become a famous restaurant in Konoha village. Task tip: as the future supreme god of food in the Naruto world, how could there be no monsters to upgrade you? Task reward depends on the host's final results. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but raise a middle finger to the sky. Damn, is there such a system? Shouldn't the protagonist first fight monsters in the novice area, upgrade well, and bring a full set of equipment before fighting the boss? This is a hell-level difficulty from the beginning. Isn't it? Who is Ichiraku restaurant? Anyone who has watched Naruto knows that it is a must-go place for the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. Even Kakashi, who has a great reputation in the ninja world, is a frequent visitor of Ichiraku restaurant. You can imagine how famous this restaurant is. But the first task of the system is to defeat this legendary old restaurant. Isn't this going to kill Yang Ming? If it was just that, it would be fine. Yang Ming believed that with the help of the system, it was only a matter of time before he could defeat Ichiraku restaurant. Because, before that, Yang Ming couldn't even make a poached egg, but after getting the system directly instilled a lot of knowledge into Yang Ming's mind. Take the first dish of the shop, beef ramen, for example. Yang Ming didn't need to train at all. He could knead the dough directly. His technique and posture made him look like a master with 20 to 30 years of experience. But. Important things should be said 3 times. The system actually set a crazy price for beef ramen. 128 yuan. And the signature dish of Ichiraku restaurant opposite, Ichiraku Ramen, is so delicious, but it's only 20 yuan. This is a 6-fold price difference. If Yang Ming's restaurant is a well-known old store, it would be fine. On the contrary, others would think it is worth the money, and they would be eager to make reservations a month in advance, but this is just a newly opened restaurant. A newly opened restaurant opposite Ichiraku. No comparison, no harm. In the past, the villagers of Konoha village complained that Ichiraku's prices were too high, and one meal here was enough to eat 2 or 3 meals in other restaurants. Like Uzumaki Naruto, even though he became a ninja and his wallet was much fuller, every time he came to Ichiraku, he was in pain and happiness. The food here was delicious, but after every visit, he had to work hard to make money. In this way, the desertedness of Yang Ming's small shop can be imagined. Bored, Yang Ming glanced at the system. System goal: to help the host become the supreme chef god in the Naruto world. Host: Yang Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra cultivation: none. As the god of cooking in the Naruto world, future food will definitely require chakra. Young man, work hard. Cooking talent: unknown. Skills: none. Props: none. Overall score of god of cooking: rookie. The road to god of cooking has just begun. Follow the footsteps of the system and become the man at the top of the food chain in the Naruto world. Yang Ming silently gave the system a 1-point bad review in his heart. 1 more point is because he is afraid that the system will be proud, and 1 less point is because he is afraid that the system will force him to death. Such a system still wants him to become the god of cooking in the Naruto world. If this world is not crazy, then Yang Ming himself must be crazy. If there is really an idiot willing to pay for that black-hearted beef noodles, I will eat shit in front of the whole village. Yang Ming complained in his heart. Maybe even God wants to see him eat shit. Look, a customer finally came to the store. In the empty little shop, the customer stood at the door, his short figure instantly raised, his golden hair radiated dazzling brilliance under the sun. He only heard him say loudly in a childish accent, "Boss, give me a bowl of beef ramen." After hearing this, Yang Ming silently threw away his declaration of eating shit just now, and said seriously, "Okay, right away." Chapter 2: The most hated person by the villagers of Konoha. That kid. I heard that he was the only one who failed again. Humph. Serves him right. If he becomes a ninja, that would be terrible. Who made him? Forget it, don't say it, what if he hears it? After the graduation exam, the words of the parents were like a sharp knife, stabbing into Naruto's heart fiercely, leaving a deep scar in it. Why? I've tried so hard. I also told Iruka that if I become a real ninja, he would treat me to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto wandered alone on the streets of Konoha. People around him were afraid that they could not dodge in time. They opened a road and looked at this yellow-haired boy with disgust. Maybe he was used to it, or maybe he was in a bad mood today. Naruto did not lose his temper and kept walking towards Ichiraku restaurant. Looking at the long queue in front of Ichiraku restaurant, Naruto covered his throbbing stomach. Somehow, tears blurred his vision. This time, he failed for the 3rd time. Logically speaking, he was the kind of person who did not have the talent to become a ninja. If he could not become a ninja, he could not become a Hokage, and he could not get the recognition of the villagers. Yes, for Naruto, getting the recognition of the villagers, this simplest wish, is the biggest motivation for him to become a Hokage. But, this is just an unrealistic dream after all. Naruto wiped his tears, looked up, and saw the disgusted faces of the villagers at the door of Ichiraku restaurant. Somehow, he became angry. Humph, I won't go to Ichiraku ramen today. Coincidentally, Yang Ming's restaurant was opened across the street. For some reason, Naruto took a step and walked towards this restaurant he had never been to before. The restaurant was not big, only about 40 square meters. It was estimated that the boss was not in a good mood, so there were only 2 tables and a few stools. The inside was not full of dongling characteristics like Ichiraku restaurant, but it was very simple, incredibly simple, and there was no decoration at all. Well, if the menu on the wall is also considered a decoration. Gurgle gurgle. His stomach made another loud noise, and Naruto just glanced around and shouted to Yang Ming, "Boss, give me a bowl of beef ramen." Okay, right away. Unexpectedly, the tall and thin boss in front of him was surprisingly easy to talk to. He didn't show a disgusted expression to Naruto like other people, and his attitude was also very gentle, like a big brother next door. Perhaps this store is so deserted just because it is opposite Ichiraku restaurant? Naruto, who didn't look at the menu carefully, secretly found an excuse for Yang Ming. After a while a fragrance wafted out from the kitchen, and a few wisps of green smoke lingered in the store, which made Naruto take a deep breath. What a nice smell! Now, Naruto was even hungrier, and he couldn't wait to know what the beef ramen in this store tasted like. Here, your beef ramen. Along with the voice, Yang Ming's kind face appeared in front of Naruto, and at the same time, there was a bowl of beef ramen that looked very ordinary no matter how you looked at it. The clear noodle soup, a few thin and tender beef slices on the noodles, and a handful of chopped green onions were like a embellishment, gently sprinkled on it. This is a very ordinary bowl of beef ramen. Naruto felt a little regretful in his heart. He clearly smelled a very fragrant fragrance just now. Could it be that he was too hungry and had hallucinations? Naruto shook his head and never mind. Then I won't be polite. Naruto grabbed a pair of chopsticks, first made a routine salute, then couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick of noodles, slurped it, and swallowed it into his stomach. The moment the noodles entered his mouth, the unique fragrance of chopped green onions, mixed with the taste of noodle soup, spread instantly like a volcanic eruption. So delicious! That taste, like an octopus sucker, firmly occupied every inch of Naruto's mouth, constantly stimulating his taste buds, and strongly stimulating Naruto's senses. Naruto picked up another thin piece of beef, carefully, for fear that he would tear the beef apart with force. Then, he opened his gluttonous mouth and swallowed it in one go. In an instant, Naruto opened his eyes wide. How could there be such chewy beef? When the teeth began to chew the beef, which seemed to be cut very thinly for the sake of making money, was surprisingly chewy. And not only that, as Naruto chewed slowly like a cow, the thick juice contained in it exploded like a bomb, with the taste of clear soup and the tender taste of beef. At this moment, Naruto seemed to have an illusion in front of his eyes, seeing an endless grassland, a cow lying lazily on the ground, constantly chewing the grass in its mouth. This comfortable and peaceful atmosphere infected Naruto, and at this moment, he actually forgot the unpleasantness of the graduation exam and the ugly faces of the villagers. Only the deliciousness in his mouth occupied his heart forever. So, the next moment, Naruto grabbed the big bowl with one hand without hesitation and ate it crazily, and bursts of slurping sounds rang out in the restaurant. In the end, even the clear soup in the bowl was swept away by Naruto, leaving only the bare bottom of the bowl. I'm full, thank you for the treat. Naruto touched his bulging belly with a happy face. If he encountered such delicious food in Ichiraku restaurant, he would definitely order more. But today, just eating a bowl of beef ramen made him feel unprecedented satisfaction. Perhaps, this is his spiritual comfort. This restaurant is really delicious. Ichiraku ramen can't compare with it at all. Simply, I will come to this restaurant in the future. Naruto leaned back on the stool, half closed his eyes, and looked at Yang Ming's face, which was as kind as Uncle Ichiraku. Although he seemed to lack nutrition, his face looked much thinner and his jaws protruded on both sides. It did not affect Naruto's good impression of Yang Ming at all. How could he be a bad person who could make such delicious food? Naruto said to himself. However, he soon overturned this view. Thank you for your patronage. A bowl of beef ramen costs 128 yuan. Yes, okay, 128 yuan. Wait. Naruto stopped reaching into his purse and stared at Yang Ming in astonishment. Boss, tell me again, how much is it? A bowl of beef ramen costs 128 yuan. Thank you for coming. Naruto stared at Yang Ming solemnly. At this moment, this boy who always had a sunny smile on his face, at this moment, in his eyes, changed from a big brother next door to an unforgivable villain. Chapter 3 Naruto who wants to eat a free meal. Boss, you are blackmailing. How can beef ramen be so expensive, 128 yuan? Naruto's roar resounded throughout the store and spread outside the store, immediately attracting the attention of many villagers. But after seeing that it was this most hated jinx in Konoha, they all turned their eyes away, as if they were afraid to avoid him and afraid of getting involved in bad luck. Yang Ming had a sunny smile on his face as usual, and said in a spring-like voice, "Our store is honest and fair, a bowl of beef ramen is definitely worth the price." How is it possible? Naruto was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he just wanted to yell, I have never seen such a shameless person. Originally, when Naruto scanned the menu, he thought it was 12.8 yuan, with a decimal point added. Isn't this usually a common practice in small shops? But unfortunately, it has no decimal point. At this moment, looking at Yang Ming's smiling face, he wanted to punch him to see if he was thick-skinned enough to withstand his punch. However, Yang Ming's next sentence was like a splash of cold water, which shocked him. Naruto, if you eat in our store without paying, and this matter spreads, do you still want to get the recognition of the villagers? This sentence was very effective, like a fatal blow, which completely defeated Naruto's motivation to fight. If the whole village knew that Naruto was a guy who ate for free, then the villagers who originally disliked Naruto would look at him differently. At that time, let alone getting the villagers to recognize Naruto, it would be difficult for Naruto to buy daily necessities. After all, which businessman would like to see a guy who eats for free? Naruto is not stupid. On the contrary, due to his childhood experience, he is much smarter than other children of the same age. It's just that he often does some extraordinary things to attract other people's attention. Yes, all the above words were said intentionally by Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at the little guy in front of him with a smile. Sure enough, training is the most loving thing. Especially, this one is the son of destiny in the future Naruto world. Seeing Naruto retreat after a few words from him, the whole person exudes a decadent and depressed aura. Yang Ming has an indescribable pleasure and a little guilt. Does this count as bullying the weak? Yang Ming touched his chin. Forget it, if you tease him again, don't accidentally break him. Unfortunately, things are completely beyond Yang Ming's expectations. As the son of destiny in the Naruto world, Naruto is not only lucky, but more importantly, he is a person without moral integrity. Seeing that the boss who was the big brother next door just a moment ago turned into a devil who wanted money, Naruto touched his empty wallet twice, his eyes were determined, and he showed an extremely determined expression. It seems that it's time to use that trick. Naruto took a deep breath, put his hands in front of his chest, and heard a bang. A thick white smoke enveloped Naruto's whole body, and his figure was completely invisible. Seeing this, Yang Ming was shocked. He thought that his crossing caused some butterfly effect, allowing Naruto to learn the instant body technique, so his business today would be in vain. Anxious, Yang Ming suddenly rushed into the thick fog. But when he saw the figure in front of him inside, Yang Ming shamefully had a nosebleed. Puff! Puff! 2 nosebleeds rushed to the sky. What did he see? Female version of Naruto. Damn, after traveling through time for so long, Yang Ming almost forgot the trick that made Naruto famous in the early days. Although this trick was not as terrifying as the heaven shaking and the weeping ghosts, this ninjutsu left a great reputation in the history of the ninja world. This trick once made the third Hokage feel like a second spring in his old age, and made Jiraiya willingly use his famous ninjutsu. That's right, this trick is the seduction technique. Boss, just treat it as a treat for me, okay? A cute voice came out in a very coquettish way, which immediately gave Yang Ming goosebumps all over his body. Put on your clothes. This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to roar at Naruto. No, you have to agree to it first. As she spoke, the female version of Naruto shyly held her face with both hands, swayed her body shyly, and even threw a wink at Yang Ming. Damn! Yang Ming felt that the world was full of malice towards him, and he was not feeling well. At this moment, he finally felt the pain of the Sandame and Jiraiya's difficulties. I am a straight man. I am not gay. Yang Ming shouted in his heart with great grief and anger, and raised his middle finger to the world at the same time. So, he said to the system in his body, System, what should I do if someone wants to eat a free meal? The host has encountered an emergency, and the system automatically installs a patch. The patch has been issued, please check it. A white light flashed in the store, and a chubby puppet suddenly appeared. When Yang Ming glanced, the information of the puppet was instantly revealed. Name, unnamed. Level, Chunin. Ability, Poison Cone Hell extremely accurate 100 continuous shots. Ability description, the puppet first releases smoke bombs, then uses steel needles to shoot the enemy. Yang Ming nodded, very good, now the store has a bodyguard, no need to worry too much in the future. So, he casually gave the puppet a name, and called it Fatty. It's really vivid and easy to remember. With such emotion, the fat man's burly body stopped at Naruto in front of him. Suddenly, Naruto felt cold, and with his arms around his chest, he shouted coquettishly, Boss, what do you want to do to me? Yang Ming's forehead was bulging with veins, and he said unhappily, those who eat free meals will be spanked. At this moment, Naruto finally realized that he had hit a wall. Even the ninjutsu that the Sandame could not resist was ineffective in this small shop. Even he himself had to be spanked. No, I am a man who wants to become a Hokage, how can I be spanked here? Naruto, who has no moral integrity, suddenly had a fiery red face. As long as he thought that many years later, he finally became a Hokage, but the villagers preached to their children, "Child, when you grow up, don't learn from the Hokage, otherwise you will eat free meals like him and be spanked." What a nightmare this is! Fortunately, just when Naruto was desperate, a voice like the sound of nature came from the door of the store. "Boss, I'll help Naruto pay the bill, please don't embarrass him." Seeing this tall figure, Naruto was so moved that he almost cried, and shouted with gratitude, "Teacher." Chapter 4. This store is not simple. When Shuimu appeared in the store, to be honest, Yang Ming was really shocked. This ninja who couldn't be more miserable in the original work, even if Yang Ming now has a puppet with the combat power of a Chunin, he may not necessarily be the opponent of the other party. However, when watching Shuimu pay for Naruto with a sense of justice, Yang Ming always felt a sense of disobedience for some reason. What is it? Since he traveled through time, he only remembered the general memory of the original work, especially the previous content, so Yang Ming didn't recall anything immediately. When Naruto saw someone backing him up, his waist straightened immediately, and his legs didn't hurt anymore. He said to Yang Ming, "You black-hearted boss, I will never come to you again." At this time, the system also joined in. Ding! Triggered special mission, save the unhappy. Mission description: as the future supreme chef god in the Naruto world, how can you make the protagonist unhappy? Mission requirements: let the protagonist worship you sincerely. Mission reward: Genin Chakra cultivation. Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to pay attention to the system, but when he saw the mission reward, his eyes suddenly straightened. Genin Chakra. In the Naruto world, what is more attractive than having a strong chakra cultivation? Although it is embarrassing to say that this is only the lowest Genin Chakra in the ninja system, for Yang Ming who has no talent for practicing chakra, there is nothing better than this reward. So, Yang Ming's brain quickly started to work. Previously, because Yang Ming had always lived at the bottom of society, he was more or less jealous and envious of Naruto, the protagonist, so he went to train Naruto. Unexpectedly, Naruto now has such a bad impression of his small shop that he even threatened not to come again. It would be fine if this special mission had not been triggered, but now, Yang Ming's head hurts. Everyone knows that Naruto is a stubborn person. As long as he decides on something, he will always carry it out. For example, Naruto swore to Sakura in the future that he would bring Sasuke back to Konoha. I don't know how many people called him a fool, but he never gave up. So, Yang Ming was a little at a loss. Shuimu stayed in the store for a while and understood the source of the matter. In order to achieve his ulterior motive, Shuimu endured the nausea in his heart and put on a kind smile like an elder. He touched Naruto's head, and then said to Yang Ming righteously, "Boss, the price of your store is indeed very unreasonable. I have reason to believe that your store is operating illegally. I will definitely report it to the Hokage and ask him to close your store." What? The price is unreasonable? That's right. Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he finally knew how to convince Naruto. Naruto felt that he was at a disadvantage, so he shouldn't have ordered such expensive ramen. But, it's expensive for a reason. Thinking of this, Yang Ming instantly became confident, and a smile spread across his face. He did not rush to answer Shuimu, but turned around and asked Naruto, "Naruto, do you often fail when you use the clone technique?" "Yes." Naruto answered reflexively. I don't know why this black-hearted boss asked this question. Isn't this something that all the villagers in Konoha know? Yang Ming raised his mouth and said confidently, "Then, Naruto, I bet that you will succeed if you use the clone technique again now." "What? How is it possible?" Hearing Yang Ming's words, Naruto and Shuimu said in unison. "However, the things contained in it may not be the same." "Stinky boss, how can you be sure that I will succeed when I use the clone technique now?" Naruto looked at Yang Ming with suspicion. He just finished the exam. How could he learn the clone technique so quickly? "Just do it." Yang Ming smiled mysteriously and patted his chest. Naruto was skeptical, and he put his hands in front of his chest and shouted, "Clone technique." A burst of white smoke appeared out of nothing, and then dissipated, revealing two identical figures. Sure enough, Naruto's clone technique was successful this time. This is impossible. Shuimu widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. How could this guy who has always been the last one in the class learn the clone technique? What should I do with my plan? Naruto didn't have as many fancy ideas as Shoimu, but just looked at the clone with excitement and surprise, and pinched the other's face with both hands. Hey hey hey! It hurts. Stupid! Who told you to pinch so hard? You are the idiot. Asshole, you deserve a beating, right? Naruto, this idiot, was actually angry at his clone, and then punched it. Naturally, the clone was attacked and immediately collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Naruto still looked at his hands in disbelief, tears blurring his vision. I finally learned the clone technique, and finally I can become a real ninja. No one knows how much Naruto wants to become a ninja. Only by becoming a ninja can you become a Hokage. Only by becoming a ninja can you get everyone's recognition. Little Naruto doesn't have too many distractions, and this is the belief that has always allowed him to survive with a sunny mentality. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand all kinds of pressure and become a monster like Gaara in the Sand Village, who would rather die than live. At this time, Naruto came back to his senses from the surprise. Even a fool knows who gave him all this. Stinky boss, it must be you, right? How did you do it? Yang Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with an expression of invincibility and loneliest, and said, I can't say. Although this is a very low-level act, in Naruto's eyes, it is suddenly different. This is the performance of a master. Compared with the old man of the third generation who couldn't resist the temptation, the black-hearted stinky boss in front of him is undoubtedly the legendary peerless master who lives in seclusion among the civilians. Otherwise, how to explain that he inexplicably learned the clone technique? Since he is a master, he naturally has a strange temper. Maybe this store deliberately set such an outrageous price, which is just a prank by the senior master. In an instant, as if he understood something, Naruto's thoughts became clear, and he looked at Yang Ming with admiration, saying something that made people drop their jaws. Boss, from today on, you are my Naruto's boss. As for Mizuki, who had been working as a background wall, he looked at the chubby puppet meaningfully, and left the store quietly with an ulterior motive. Chapter 5 Become Naruto's boss from today. Ding! Special mission, save the unhappy. Mission description: as the future supreme chef god in the Naruto world, how can you make the protagonist unhappy? Mission requirements: let the protagonist worship you sincerely. Mission reward: Genin Chakra cultivation. Mission completed, reward issued. As the system spoke, Yang Ming felt a surge of power from his body. To use a metaphor, at the beginning, it was like raindrops, a lot of them, but not very condensed. As time went by, this power gathered together, forming rivers that ran through Yang Ming's limbs and meridians. This feeling of power made Yang Ming almost moan in comfort. Yang Ming clenched his fists. At this moment, he finally felt that he was no longer an insignificant cannon fodder in the Naruto world. From now on, he finally had a little confidence to deal with the future. At this time Naruto interrupted his train of thought in a discordant way. Boss, from today on, you are my Naruto's boss. What? Yang Ming blinked and looked at Naruto strangely. When did this kid learn from Konohamaru and casually worship others as his elder brother? No, I am a young man with ideals and ambitions. My dream is the stars and the sea. A mere yellow-haired boy. Wait, no, this is Naruto, not Konohamaru, that scumbag. How can I refuse? Just when Yang Ming was struggling to decide whether to accept Naruto as his younger brother, he did not expect that his silence would deepen Naruto's understanding of the peerless master. Sure enough, this kind of low-key and connotation, silent and graceful, is really the style of a peerless master living in seclusion among the common people. Naruto was so excited. He had already given up hope for the graduation exam, didn't he? But after eating at this small restaurant, he unexpectedly learned the clone technique. No one would believe it if he told others about it. If he doesn't hug his thigh now, he may not have a chance in the future. So, Naruto looked at Yang Ming with a sincere look. That look and that posture were just like Yang Ming's female fans in his previous life who met their idols. They wanted to give their hearts and lungs to him. Being stared at by Naruto like this, Yang Ming felt uncomfortable all over. Okay, I will reluctantly accept you as my little brother. Yang Ming waved his hand with an impatient look on his face, as if he accepted a stone lump. Then, boss, can you tell me how I suddenly learned the clone technique? Naruto looked at Yang Ming expectantly. Since I have become your little brother, you can't not tell me, right? Otherwise, how can he explain that he suddenly learned the clone technique when he goes back to ask Irika teacher to take the graduation exam again? Do you really want to know? Boss, just tell me. Didn't you eat it? Eat it. Naruto covered his stomach and didn't react for a while. Yang Ming knocked on his head, stupid, it's the bowl of beef ramen you ate. What? Naruto's eyes widened, and the words "Are you kidding me?" were almost written on his face. Yang Ming gave him another chestnut on the head. Don't say it, this kind of behavior of knocking the protagonist on the head is really cool. So, Yang Ming said seriously, the beef ramen in our store is not as simple as you think. As we all know, the earliest wheat planting area is the river country, which is the earliest wheat cultivation area in the world. Among them, the wheat of Konoha gradually expanded from the upper reaches of the Nanhi River near the valley of the End to all parts of the fire country, and was introduced to the wind country and the earth country. During the First Ninja World War, due to the war, the insurgents spread wheat to the distant water country and thunder country. When two-grain wheat cultivated in a certain place in the grass country was brought to the area where the rough goat grass was distributed, it was naturally hybridized, and the hybrid produced ordinary wheat after the chromosomes were naturally doubled. The wheat selected by our store is the most perfect generation of the first generation of natural hybridization. The wheat containing more than 50% of horny grains is called hard white wheat. Compared with red wheat, white wheat is yellow or milky white, thin skin, high endosperm content, and high flour yield. This special wheat is specially used for offering, and it is a top-quality wheat. To put it simply, it is wheat specially provided for the daimyo and cage-level strongmen of each country. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, Naruto felt that he was confused and impressed. Naruto only knew that he had made the right bet. This black-hearted boss was really a master who was not well known. He could even get the wheat specially provided to the Hokage. He is worthy of being Naruto's boss. But the question came. After talking for a long time, Naruto still didn't understand why he suddenly learned the clone technique. Seeing Naruto's confused look, Yang Ming asked, "Then do you know how chakra comes from?" "I know this. Chakra is not a new thing in ninja school." How could Naruto not know it? Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various components of energy controlled by the human body. It is the energy source for performing ninjutsu, illusion, physical skills, or making it into a line to bind the opponent or cut off the material composed of chakra. And this energy is divided into two types. One is the physical energy absorbed from the 130 trillion cells in the human body, one by one. The other is the spiritual energy that has been trained through many practices and accumulated experience. Yang Ming nodded. Although there is another fairy chakra that has not been mentioned, the ninja world generally follows this principle. So, the real answer is hidden in those slices of beef. Those slices of beef were taken from low-level bovine summoning beasts, and they are the most muscular. The thigh meat is processed using our store's unique secret recipe and contains rich energy that can increase the ninja's chakra volume. Damn it! At this moment, Naruto felt that today had refreshed his worldview. As for the summoned beast, Naruto didn't know what it was, but he knew it must be a very powerful creature. But such a creature was reduced to a meal on the plate and was eaten by him. For a while, Naruto's admiration for Yang Ming was like a long river, endless. But only Yang Ming knew that the reason why Naruto was able to use the clone technique so quickly was not just because of this. The reason was that the Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body was too huge, and he was not flexible in using it. The chakra transformed from the low-level bovine summoned beast he ate became his own, so it was naturally very convenient to use, and he could use the clone technique smoothly. At this time, Yang Ming didn't know that he had accidentally broken Shueimo's original plan, and a conspiracy specifically targeting him was being planned in full swing. Chapter 6 I have not been a big brother for many years. After sending Naruto away, Yang Ming began to pack up the shop and prepare to close. At this time, the system dinged. Congratulations to the host, completing the F-level achievement. I have not been a big brother for many years. I have not been a big brother for many years. In the Naruto world, the host becomes the big brother of an important character, and the number of younger brothers is currently 1, which can be upgraded. Achievement rewards, Basic Ninjutsu Substitute Technique, Clone Technique, and Transformation Technique. System, you are so stingy, does your mother know? Seeing this achievement reward, Yang Ming's heart was not moved, but he said with empty eyes. To be honest, Yang Ming really looked down on this basic ninjutsu, he could obviously get it through practice. At the very least, give me a great fireball technique. He has been envious of the Uchiha family's ninjutsu for a long time. Fire escape ninjutsu is not only cool, but also powerful. It is simply the best choice for picking up girls. Facing Yang Ming's contempt, the system thought seriously for 0.1 seconds. Then said, "Sorry, the host cannot obtain any ninjutsu from the outside world. I knew that I shouldn't put my hope on the system." Yang Ming took a deep breath and calmed his chest. As a member of the crossing army, he has done what he did. If not unprecedented, at least there will be no one who will do it later. Then, Yang Ming vented his grief and anger for food, and made another portion of beef ramen by himself, ready to eat. First, knead the dough. Yang Ming put an appropriate amount of flour in the dough bowl, added salt to the flour and sifted them together, and piled the sifted flour into a small mountain. Then put your hand in the center of the flour, and slowly push the flour from the inside to the outside with your hand, forming a groove with thick edges and thin in the middle. Then, Yang Ming added an egg and poured an appropriate amount of clean water into the groove, opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and pushed the flour on the inner edge of the groove to the center of the water. Use your hand to mix the dry flour pushed into the water with the water to form snowflake-shaped and grape-shaped dough. Next, it's time to test your patience. Yang Ming poured appropriate amounts of water on the remaining dry flour in batches, and then repeated the previous steps to mix all the dry flour and the water in the small hole evenly. Finally, the whole dough gradually formed snowflake-shaped and grape-shaped dough. This is not over yet. Yang Ming quickly kneaded the snowflake-shaped and grape-shaped dough together with his hands, and after a while, he kneaded it into a dough with a smooth surface. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, kneading noodles is really a hard job for him. After finishing, the whole person's waist and neck hurt. After all, he is still too thin now, and kneading dough requires a combination of rigidity and yin force. Only by combining the two can you knead a perfect dough. At the moment, being able to knead this level of dough, although it can only be scored 80 points, it is already very good. Then, Yang Ming took out a kitchen knife, divided the dough into 2, and then took out a rolling pin and rolled the dough into a round cake one by one. This is another physical job. The dough looks soft, but it is not easy to roll it into a round cake. Pressing both hands on the rolling pin, you can feel the flexibility of the dough, which is constantly resisting Yang Ming's kneading. From time to time, Yang Ming frees one hand, sprinkles a proper amount of dry flour on the dough, and then rolls it on the rolling pin. He holds the rolling pin with both hands and pushes it forward, then pulls it back, and continues to push forward. After repeating the push-pull action several times, the dough is opened, and a little dry starch is sprinkled on it again, rolled up, and the action is repeated. Finally, the thickness of the dough is about the same as that of the wonton skin. Yang Ming sprinkles a little starch and folds the dry dough like an origami fan. Then, Yang Ming cuts the dough according to a certain proportion. The noodles are ready, and the next step is much simpler. Yang Ming boils the water, throws the prepared noodles in, and after a while, picks it up and puts it in the cold water that has been prepared long ago. The cooked noodles suddenly shrink when they meet the cold water. The noodles that have been washed in cold water will undoubtedly make the noodles more refreshing and make their surface look smooth. After a while, Yang Ming picked up the noodles and put them in the clear soup that has been prepared long ago. This clear soup is not an ordinary clear soup, but is made from beef bones. Since the bones of low-level cattle summoned beasts unique to the Naruto world were used, the clear soup was very clear and did not contain any impurities. Then, Yang Ming placed the sliced beef slices on the noodles one by one, and sprinkled some chopped green onions for decoration. Finally, a bowl of beef ramen was born. When a bowl of steaming beef noodles was served, Yang Ming was enveloped in the lingering heat. This heat had an attractive aroma, mixed with the fragrance of beef, chopped green onions, white noodles, and soup. In the Qing dynasty, the poet Zhang Shu once praised beef ramen like this. Reciting the true scriptures at sunrise, and the white pagoda is empty at dusk. Burning incense and sighing, only looking forward to beef noodles. It can be seen that the history of beef ramen is so long, and its deliciousness has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. This is also Yang Ming's confidence in completing the system task. He didn't believe that with the beef ramen handed down from my Greater China, he couldn't beat the Ichiraku ramen of the Ichiraku restaurant opposite. As a carnivorous animal, Yang Ming couldn't wait to pick up a piece of beef and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. When the upper and lower teeth began to stir, a thick juice suddenly splashed out. The unique smooth, tender, and tough characteristics of beef were brought to the extreme, making Yang Ming feel that he was not eating a thin piece of beef, but chewing a piece of gum. In particular, when the teeth kept chewing back and forth, the thick juice contained in the beef spilled out without cost, occupying the entire tongue, making Yang Ming's tongue numbed and numb, which was very comfortable. After eating the beef, Yang Ming picked up a string of noodles. Between the finely crafted noodles, there were grains of green onions, and an unconcealable strong fragrance came to the nose, making people drool uncontrollably. After a slurp, Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and swallowed them immediately. Cool. At this moment, that was all Yang Ming thought of. As soon as the elastic noodles entered the tongue, they immediately bounced back to the teeth, as if what he was eating was not noodles, but a piece of rubber, which seemed unusually chewy and smooth. Then, Yang Ming picked up the big bowl and gently inhaled a mouthful of the clear soup. The clear soup was indeed made from the bones of low-level bovine spirit beasts. It was clear but not light, fresh but not greasy. It entered the stomach through the throat, making the whole person suddenly warm and comfortable. Unfortunately, at this moment, someone interrupted his continued enjoyment. A kunao flew in from outside the store and stuck deeply into the ground. There was even a piece of paper tied to it. Chapter 7 Guess. A figure flew up from the door of the store as fast as lightning, leaving only the kunao stuck in the ground and trembling. Pa! Yang Ming slapped the chopsticks on the table expressionlessly. His inner world could not be seen from the surface. But it is certain that interrupting a foodie from enjoying a delicious meal is the worst thing in the world. For a foodie, I don't care who you are, if you disturb my meal, even if the Lord of the Land of Fire comes, I will still give you a cold face. Yang Ming stood up, pulled up the kunao from the ground, and took out the letter that it pierced. He slowly opened the note, and saw 3 lines of small words on it. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Konoha Forest, see you there. Yang Ming crumpled the note into a ball in annoyance. Who is the fool who gave me this thing? First of all, it can be ruled out that this is definitely not a prank. After all, the sharp kunao in Yang Ming's hand is telling that its owner is at least a genin. And from the fact that even Yang Ming can't see the other party's figure clearly, it can be inferred that the other party is an experienced person. This made Yang Ming start to be suspicious. Could it be Konoha's Anbu? This is not impossible. Because Yang Ming's parents in this life were not from the Land of Fire, but immigrated to Konoha during the Third Ninja World War. Although Yang Ming's parents died early, in Yang Ming's eyes, they were just like normal civilians. But the world, who can say for sure about the things on the top? Maybe Yang Ming's parents are spies in disguise from other ninja villages. But this doesn't seem like the style of the Anbu. Holding the note in his hand, Yang Ming frowned. Whether it is the Anbu of Konoha or the root organization that specializes in doing shady things, it is unlikely that they would use such means. For these 2 organizations that are extremely powerful in Konoha, if they really found out that Yang Ming's parents were spies, they would have invited him to the Hokage building for tea and chat. Who could it be? As a civilian struggling at the bottom of Konoha, Yang Ming desperately searched his memory and didn't remember that he had offended a ninja. After all, the villagers of Konoha and the ninja group live in completely different worlds. Just like the low-income group and the high-income group in Yang Ming's previous life, even if they live under the same blue sky, their lives are completely different. Wait. If we only count the ninjas we have seen, Yang Ming has not been in contact with them. For example, Izumo and Zaitetsu, who have been guarding Konoha village for many years. Speaking of these 2 long-term extras, I have to say that their survival skills have been maxed out. From the attacks of Orochimaru to the various disasters of Pain's attacks on Konoha, these 2 guys were fine every time. On the contrary, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and other famous big names died first. Of course, for the resurrected Orochimaru, the author can only say that he has an inexplicable love for him. Someone in the forum teased Izumo and Zaitetsu, Uncle Ichiraku is protecting them, do they have a temper? This is absolutely correct. Yang Ming shook his head, and Izumo and Zaitetsu can also be excluded. As for the ninjas that Yang Ming met when he rented the current shop and went to the Hokage building to handle relevant documents, there were countless of them. But without exception, he couldn't offend them, right? Could it be the Naruto version of extortion? This is not right. Ninjas earn a lot of money. How could they be interested in Yang Ming's small shop? So, after excluding so many people, only Naruto and Mizuki, who I met today, are left. Naruto can be eliminated first. How could this guy do such a thing just after leaving? Then, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly became sharp. Mizuki. Recalling the previous meeting, Mizuki looked at Naruto kindly and stood up to pay the bill for Naruto. All of this made Yang Ming feel very wrong. What's wrong? That's right. In the ninja school, there is only one person who will not discriminate against Naruto because of his identity. But that person will definitely not be Mizuki. Because the only teacher who can treat Naruto so well is Irika. Yang Ming raised his mouth slightly, and whispered, I was wondering why I felt something was wrong at the time, so this is it. However, since it has been a long time since he came here, Yang Ming has forgotten a lot of the plots in the comics, so he doesn't know where he offended Shuimu. But it doesn't matter. Looking at the chubby puppet in the store, Yang Ming believes that no matter what the other party intends to do, he is at least safe under the protection of the fat man who is equivalent to the Chunin level. On the other side, Naruto covered his bulging belly and walked towards his apartment with a happy face. Naruto never thought that there is ramen in the world that tastes better than Ichiraku ramen. Originally, Naruto thought that Uncle Ichiraku's craftsmanship was the best in the world. But after eating beef ramen, Naruto found that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. Recalling that bowl of beef ramen, the elastic noodles seemed to be alive, jumping around in the mouth, exuding a strong fragrance. Just thinking about it makes Naruto's mouth water. And this, not to mention the magical beef. There is actually beef that can replenish chakra in the world, it's really rare. As long as Naruto thinks about taking another exam tomorrow and showing his successful clone technique in front of the examiners, and the surprise and confusion on the examiners' faces, Naruto wants to laugh out loud. In fact, he has been suppressed for too long. Naruto has always longed to be recognized by the villagers and become a ninja who surpasses the previous Hokage. Although reality has hit him mercilessly again and again, the adults around him look at him with disgust, and the friends of the same age mock him undisguisedly. Even though he has been called the last in the class for thousands of years, Naruto still does not change his original intention and moves towards his goal with efforts that others cannot understand. Now, he is only one step away from becoming a real ninja. Just wait and see, I will definitely become the greatest Hokage of all time. Naruto held fists raised high, eyes full of fighting spirit for the future. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You want to be Hokage, are you ignorant or stupid? A sarcastic voice came from behind Naruto without any warning. Who? Naruto turned around suddenly and saw the figure opposite him. His pupils shrank into needles and he said in surprise, Teacher Mizuki. Bah! Mizuki crossed his arms and looked at Naruto with disgust, Don't call me by my name so affectionately, nine-tailed boy. Chapter 8 Transaction. Konoha Village, 8 p.m. Due to the nine-tailed beast that caused chaos in the village in the early years, and the Uchiha family was exterminated overnight, the village usually imposes a curfew at night unless there is a special need. Today is no exception. Early, the villagers returned home, and the entire Konoha village suddenly became deserted. Except for the patrolling ninja teams at night, the whole village seemed to be swallowed by darkness, and only the whistling of the cold wind could be heard, shuttling through the village. Yang Ming adjusted his black robe, and followed the puppet who never left his side. At this time, one man and one servant had quietly left the village and came to the Konoha forest. Perhaps it is the unique environment of the Land of Fire, or perhaps it is the masterpiece of the generation back then. This forest has a very high coverage rate, and there are many century-old trees that are hard to see in other places. Yang Ming looked around, and wherever he looked, there were trees that were so thick that several adults could hug them. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone here. However, Yang Ming was not anxious at all. Since the other party invited him to come at this time, there was naturally a way to find him. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Ming heard the sound of swaying branches not far away. Yang Ming looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Shuimu holding Naruto in one hand and moving quickly between the trees. At this time, Naruto's condition was not very good. Naruto was tied up like a big dumpling, with only his head exposed. His face was even worse, with a black eye and a swollen face from being beaten, and both eyes could only be squinted. However, what Yang Ming was more concerned about was that Naruto's mental state was extremely bad at the moment. As if he had lost his soul, Naruto was completely listless and obediently let Shuimu carry him. This is not like Naruto's style. If it was Naruto in a normal state, even in such a bad situation, he would still use his mouth to annoy the enemy. But now, is this still Naruto? However, Yang Ming's mind was soon attracted by Shuimu who came in front of him. Shuimu first glanced at the fat puppet with fear, and then vigilantly kept a distance from Yang Ming. Then, he raised his mouth and said, Your Excellency is here as expected. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Shuimu threw Naruto to the ground like garbage with a flick of his hand, and a flattering smile appeared on his cold face. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a spy from the sand village lurking in Konoha." Yang Ming was stunned and moved his lips. He wanted to complain, "How can you have such a big imagination? How can you tell that I am a ninja from the sand village?" Shuimu thought he saw through everything, smiled smugly, and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to make things difficult for you, I just want to make a deal with you." "Oh." Yang Ming suppressed his complaining spirit and pretended to be profound, as if he was thinking about whether Shuimu's words were credible. But at this time, the system popped up. "Congratulations to the host, triggering the hidden task, Save Naruto." Task description: at this moment, Naruto has suffered both physical and mental injuries. As Naruto's elder brother, it's time for you to stand up. Task reward: a recipe for making ice cream. Well, in this case, the contradiction between Yang Ming and Shuimu is irreconcilable. Who told you to die? But from Shuimu's point of view, he didn't know. Shuimu thought he had hit Yang Ming's pain point and was proud of his plan. After all, he knew the identity of the other party's sand village spy, so he could control it at will. So, Mizuki suppressed his joy and said, "As far as I know, your country has Shikaku, the weakest of the nine-tailed beasts, so it is at an absolute disadvantage among the 5 major countries and even has to rely on Konoha." Mizuki's voice suddenly became excited. "Could it be that your country is willing to accept this? Now, Konoha's the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is here. As long as your country takes him away, the rise is just around the corner." Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Shuimu, who looked like a salesman. He really wanted to complain. "Things are not what you think, right? Whether the sand village rises or not has nothing to do with him, right? He just wants to be a chef quietly and cook more dishes, right?" Facing Yang Ming's silence, Shuimu sighed in his heart. He is really worthy of being a spy from a big village. He is really calm and composed. Shuimu's heart is more eager for his plan. "So," he hurriedly said, "so, my deal is very simple. I will use the 9-tailed Jinchuriki in exchange for 1 S-level ninjutsu, 3 A-level ninjutsu, and 10 B-level ninjutsu of your country." After saying that, Shuimu looked at Yang Ming in a flattering manner, like a dog begging for bones facing its owner. Yang Ming glanced at Shuimu coldly, and suddenly realized something in his heart. No wonder this traitor wanted to betray the village, it turns out that he has big plans. Unlike what most people know, in Konoha village, if you want to learn ninjutsu above B-level, you must be an elite Chunin or above. For example, those A-level ninjutsu, only Jonin who have made great contributions to the village are qualified to learn. As for S-level ninjutsu, haha, that is a ninjutsu that even cage-level strongmen find too little. Each S-level ninjutsu is the foundation and accumulation of a village. As for making great contributions to the village, it requires ninjas to complete the task desperately. Otherwise, don't even think about it. For example, the 12 little strong men in the original work, if they were not descendants of powerful families in Konoha, or worshipped a good master, how could they easily learn high-level ninjutsu? Take Izumo and Katetsu, who have been guarding Konoha for a long time, for example. How many years have they been Chunin, and how many people know it? So, under the glorious appearance of Konoha village, there are solidified classes. Ordinary ninjas can only reach the level of elite Chunin in their entire lives. The deal proposed by Mizuki is the evidence that the bottom ninjas are eager to counterattack. As long as they get these high-level ninjutsu, they can become high-ranking Jonin after mastering it in a few years. Once they become Jonin, even if Konoha knows that it was Mizuki who did it, they will weigh it on their own whether it is worth spending huge manpower to catch Mizuki. The most obvious example is Zabuza among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This guy committed a heinous crime in the land of water, but nothing happened to him. Instead, he wandered around in other countries. Although this was partly due to the internal reasons of the hidden mist village, it was more because, when no cage-level strongmen from each village appeared, the Jonin of each village was equivalent to a nuclear bomb, used to deter neighboring countries. And generally, when the Jonin of each country was deployed, it would arouse the nerves of each country. So, if Mizuki really succeeded, it might be a classic example of a grassroots ninja's counterattack. Chapter 9. Sure enough, we still have to rely on fists to solve the problem. Although Yang Ming sympathized with Mizuki's experience as a grassroots person, Yang Ming felt the same sadness as the other party. No, or rather, this is the sadness of the grassroots in the entire Naruto world. Without family inheritance and good teacher guidance, in the world of ninja where the strong prey on the weak, he is destined to be eliminated. Even if he is a Kage-level strongman from the 5 major ninja villages, so what? In this world led by the 6-path sage family, except for the people in their family, aren't others at their mercy? So, I have to live better. Yang Ming shouted in his heart. With an omnipotent system, Yang Ming firmly believes that as long as he continues to complete the tasks issued by the system, he will sooner or later be able to reach the peak of ninja with his body without chakra training talent. Unfortunately, Shoemu has now become the target that Yang Ming must get rid of. Fatty, do it. Yang Ming gave an order, and the chubby puppet suddenly attacked. The fat man approached Shoemu at a speed that was completely contrary to his body, like a horse running away. Then, the fat man suddenly opened his big black mouth and sprayed hundreds of poison cones with the insidious style of puppets. Fast. 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 The fat man's speed was too fast. Or rather, Shoemu had never thought about why the other party suddenly killed him. But due to the vigilance of the ninja, Shoemu opened a distance with Yang Ming at the beginning, leaving him enough time to perform ninjutsu. Bang! The green poison cones shot towards Shoemu in a fan shape, and as soon as they came into contact, they suddenly pierced like a balloon. A puff of green smoke came out from the spot, and a piece of wood replaced Shoemu and withstood all the attacks. Substitution technique. One of the 3 most basic ninjutsu of ninjas. At the critical moment, Shoemu actually seized the opportunity and used it with a hair's breadth of difference. Damn it! Sir, do you want to die together? Shoemu appeared on the branch of a big tree in a mess, and shouted angrily. In his opinion, since Yang Ming was a spy lurking in Konoha from the Sand Village, he would definitely not kill people. After all, he is still a ninja of Konoha. Moreover, this place is so close to the village. Once the village reacts, there are various ways to get here quickly. Shoemu couldn't understand why the other party would do such a stupid thing. Long-winded. Since ancient times, villains die because of their talkativeness. Yang Ming believes that he is not a villain, but he has learned enough lessons from his predecessors. How can he talk nonsense in battle? With a thought, the fat man set off again. It must be said that the puppet provided by the system is really easy to use. Yang Ming does not need to use chakra lines to control it. This also means that Yang Ming does not need to follow the puppet all the time and be a burden. Poison cone hell precise 100 bursts. The fat man quickly approached Shoemu and spun around him at high speed. Then, the front of his body suddenly split open, and countless poison needles immediately splashed forward without cost. This time, the fat man learned from the previous lesson and flooded Shoemu with a sea of poison needles with an increased coverage area. No matter how many substitutes you use, you still have to kneel. The dark group of poison needles was like a passing locust. A large black mass attacked, covering Shoemu from all sides, completely blocking any direction for him to escape. This is a one-hit kill situation. However, Shoemu is worthy of being a battle-hardened chunin. Even in a desperate situation, he still did not give up struggling. Shoemu gritted his teeth, and with a pain in his heart, he took out dozens of detonating talismans from his bag. Looking at the detonating talismans in his hand, Shoemu thought that he would have to spend them all in a while, and his hatred for Yang Ming was like a torrent of water, endless. These detonating talismans are not cheap at all. They are the wealth he accumulated by doing several B-level tasks hard. Unexpectedly, they will be used up today. Today, it is really a loss. But in order to survive, now is not the time to be stingy. Shoemu's eyes were fierce. He did not scatter the detonating talismans in all directions, because this could only delay the effect at most, and he would still die in the end. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well fight. Therefore, Shoemu focused on one direction instead, and scattered the detonating talismans in his hand in the direction where the fat man first sprayed the poison needle. Dozens of detonating talismans flew towards the poison needles like moths to a flame, spontaneously ignited in mid-air, and then, the moment they touched the poison needles, they suddenly exploded. Boom! 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 In mid-air, fireworks exploded. The power of dozens of detonating talismans was indeed extraordinary. The roaring sound suddenly resounded through the sky, and the rumbling white smoke spread into the sky, forming a thin cloud of smoke. I guess now, Konoha village has discovered the abnormality here. Yang Ming looked at this scene, his mouth twitched, knowing that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. If he stayed any longer, he would be dragged to the Hokage building for tea. So, Yang Ming walked towards Naruto, ready to carry him to retreat. Unexpectedly, on the way, a kunao shot silently from the dark forest, aiming directly at Yang Ming. Whoosh! When he got closer, Yang Ming heard a faint sound of breaking wind. He was instantly shivering with goosebumps and a sense of crisis filled his body. Danger! Extremely dangerous! Without time to think, Yang Ming subconsciously shouted to the system, "Use the substitute technique." Bang! The kunao wiped Yang Ming's neck with great precision, but there was no expected blood splashing. Instead, a puff of smoke rose up, revealing a wallet. The speed between thoughts was so fast that Yang Ming didn't need to spend time to make hand seals. As soon as the system received Yang Ming's request, it immediately used his wallet as a substitute to bear this fatal blow on his behalf. It was a close call. I almost thought I was dead. Yang Ming's chest rose and fell violently. There was a great fear between life and death, which made Yang Ming, who had never fought, experience the excitement of dancing on the tip of a knife. If it weren't for the system, if it was another ninja, there would be no time to make hand seals. Then, Yang Ming is now just a corpse. When Yang Ming calmed down and turned his eyes to the direction where the kunao came from, he finally found the culprit. Shoemu. That's right, it was Shoemu who was supposed to die in the poison needle group. At this moment, Shoemu's condition was not good at all. His whole body was like a sieve, full of poison needles, like a human hedgehog, very ferocious. Horrible. Seeing that the kunao he shot with his last breath was in vain, Shoemu's eyes suddenly dimmed, his feet softened, and he collapsed to the ground as if his spine was pulled. But Yang Ming did not relax his vigilance. The scene just now impressed him too deeply. Who knows if Shoemu has really lost his fighting power now? Chapter 10 Use Mouth Cannon to teach Naruto how to be a man. Konoha Forest. At this time, due to a big battle, green poison needles were scattered everywhere. The originally quiet forest. Now it is like a Shura field, revealing a hideous face. As Yang Ming's most loyal puppet, Fatty came to Yang Ming's side without saying a word, like a door god, swearing to defend his master to the death. Under the protection of the fat man, Yang Ming felt relieved. In fact, he was frightened by Shoemu's sneak attack before. This is because Shoemu is the lowest level of Chunin and has no powerful ninjutsu. If Shoemu knew some powerful ninjutsu such as fire escape, I am afraid that even the puppets around Yang Ming would have to kneel. In order to cut the grass and root it out, Yang Ming came to Shoemu cautiously. Why? At this time, Shoemu had not completely died. Seeing Yang Ming looking down at him, he said with unwillingness on his face. Yang Ming sighed. Sorry, I'm not a spy from the Sand Village. To be honest, he had to feel sad for the other party's IQ. Is it true that seeing someone using a puppet means that he must be a ninja from the Sand Village? However, it seems that in this world, except for Yang Ming, this outlier, it is really like this. Shoemu suddenly widened his pupils with shock, confusion, and more, relief in his eyes. It turned out that he guessed wrong. With a feeling of regret, Shoemu took his last breath and died completely. Before he died, he kept staring at the sky. On the road to pursuing power, he lost to IQ, and he lost so unfairly. If there is an afterlife, I hope you will be a smart person. Yang Ming couldn't bear it, squatted down, and stretched out his hand to close Shoemu's eyes. This can be regarded as the respect of grassroots to grassroots. If it were another ninja, facing such an enemy, even if there was pity in his heart, he would be afraid of the ambush that the other party might set before his death, and ignore the other party. But after all, Yang Ming is not a ninja, but a chef. After finishing the things here, Yang Ming felt strange. System, Shoemu is dead, why hasn't the task been completed yet? Host, please read the task description carefully before talking. The system answered seriously and seriously. Hidden task, save Naruto. Mission description, at this moment, Naruto has suffered both physical and mental damage. As Naruto's elder brother, it's time for you to step forward. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Should I say that the system is worthy of being a system? This hand of writing skills is really good. System, in other words, killing Shoemu only saved Naruto's body. I also need to heal his mind. Congratulations to the host. Your IQ is at least higher than Shoemu. The system answered seriously and seriously. Yang Ming was choked immediately. System, if you have something to say, just say it. My IQ is on the passing line. As the host's system, this system has the responsibility and obligation to take care of the host's face. The system always answered seriously and seriously. Well, the world is big, and the system is the biggest. Yang Ming's little arm is obviously no match for the system's thigh. So, in order to avoid exploding his lungs by talking any more, Yang Ming turned around and came to Naruto. At this time, Naruto's state was very strange. Obviously, the outside world was fighting fiercely before, and Shoimu died because of it. Naruto should be happy. But now, he is alone with his head down, exuding a depressed and low pressure. Naruto, raise your head. Looking at such a little brother, Yang Ming was angry for some reason and said sternly. Hey! Naruto raised his head as if reflexively, but he only saw that his eyes were confused, as if he had been played with. That look, that expression, is just like the imprisoned girl, and then being yelled by a rude uncle. Those eyes, the same emptiness, the same dead silence, only a pool of dead water, no life. Naruto looked at the big brother he just recognized today, and for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy in his heart, and couldn't help but put out the questions in his heart. Big brother, do you think I shouldn't live in this world? Naruto, who told you that you shouldn't live in this world? A struggle suddenly flashed through Naruto's eyes. He didn't know whether he should tell the truth or not. But in the end, perhaps there was someone to confide in, and Naruto finally told it. Teacher Mizuki told me that I am the nine-tailed demon fox. It's because of me that so many people were killed. Even teacher Irika's parents died because of me. So everyone hates me, targets me, and excludes me. Brother, tell me, should I not live in this world? As Naruto spoke, his emotions became more and more excited. He was not a fool. In the past, the strange looks of the villagers and the exclusion of his peers had made him feel something was wrong. But at that time, Naruto only thought that as long as he became Hokage, he would be recognized by the villagers. But now, Mizuki has exposed everything and laid the truth in front of him. At this moment, the belief that has always supported Naruto collapsed. He didn't know whether the goal he had been working hard for was still valuable. Looking at Naruto like this, Yang Ming sighed in his heart. This reminded him of his past life. Because he was a poor student in school, he always showed off in class to attract the attention of the class flower he had admired for a long time. Unexpectedly, he was hated by his classmates and excluded by them. At that time, he also felt lonely. Even the class teacher didn't care about him because he was a poor student. That level of cold violence made Yang Ming feel suffocated and desperate, let alone Naruto. But before that, Naruto worked hard and focused for his illusory dream, but he was a little less flexible, so it was difficult to get recognition from others. However, after experiencing these things, Naruto already knew the pain of human heart. So, Yang Ming stretched out his hand and pressed heavily on Naruto's golden hair. A sunny smile appeared on his face. Yang Ming said in an unprecedented gentle tone, even if the world abandons you, Naruto, don't forget that you still have me as your big brother. Big brother. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes, blurring his vision. Yang Ming laughed and scolded, look at you, what are you crying for? Do you still want to become a Hokage like this? Stand up and stand up like a man. Yang Ming threw a punch and gently hit Naruto's chest, remember this, you are no longer the nine-tailed demon fox, but Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you understand? Naruto burst into tears. At this moment, his heart, which was full of haze, was shone with a ray of sunlight for the first time, making him feel unprecedented warmth. Chapter 11 The Eyes from the Hokage. Konoha, Hokage Building. At this time, many ninjas wearing animal masks suddenly appeared in the house that was originally empty. These ninjas are dressed in tight clothes, exuding amazing murderous aura that can only be possessed by those who have been on the battlefield. But at this moment, these ninjas who are usually unruly in the village, stand respectfully in 2 rows, waiting for the order from the old man sitting in the center with respectful eyes. The wrinkles on the old man's face are dense, forming deep ravines. In his deep eyes, there is a calmness that has settled over the years, as if nothing can disturb him. This person, needless to say, is the 3rd Hokage. Now, he is the most famous and renowned ninjutsu doctor in the 5 major countries. He is also the first person since the establishment of Konoha who has no outstanding family, no secret technique, and no blood limit, but he completely relies on his understanding of ninjutsu to discover and shine with different brilliance the ninjutsu that others think is rubbish and useless, thus ascending to the position of Hokage. But at this time, this legendary strong man in the outside world, like Jiraiya peeping at a girl taking a bath, staring at the crystal ball on the table. Telescope technique. This ninjutsu, which has always been used to detect the enemy, is only for one person and one thing at this moment. I didn't expect that the abnormality in the Konoha forest was caused by Naruto. Through the telescope technique, the third generation has understood what happened. However, the boy who has a puppet but obviously does not look like a puppeteer made him worried. When did such a ninja appear in the village? Does this mean that there is a loophole in the village's intelligence system? Seeing Yang Ming and Naruto getting along well, the third generation's brows were almost twisted into a ball. No, we must find out the background of the boy next to Naruto. So, the third generation said to the many ninjas in front of him, "You all retreat, call Kakashi in." Yes. No questions, only absolute obedience. The ninjas of the Anbu did not hesitate at all. In a blink of an eye, the crowded office was suddenly empty. Hokage. After a while, Kakashi rushed over with the instant body technique. Kakashi, there is a very important task for you here. The third generation took a big puff of his cigarette and said. Oh? What is the task? Kakashi was very curious that the Hokage would let him, an elite jonin, come to him when he was about to lead the genin class. Could it be that other ninja villages invaded Konoha? Although obedience is the duty of a ninja, Kakashi couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Oh my god, I haven't finished watching the latest version of Intimate Paradise. I'm so full of tears after saying this." However, things took a turn for the better. The third generation pointed at the boy in the water ball and said, "Kakashi, next, you have to secretly investigate his background. Remember, don't make it public, understand?" Kakashi's face paused, and he said solemnly, "Yes." While speaking, Kakashi did not forget to look at Naruto next to the boy. "Is that the son of his mentor?" Kakashi said with emotion in his heart. Kakashi had heard about Naruto's experience in the village. But he had no way to help Naruto. Because this is the general trend in the village, just like his father, Hatake White Fang. Anyone who dares to step into this vortex will be ruthlessly torn to pieces. Therefore, Kakashi could only pray for Naruto in his heart, hoping that a good father would have a good son, and that Naruto would grow up soon and inherit the hope of the fourth generation. It was with this feeling that when Kakashi saw the picture displayed by the crystal ball, Naruto was laughing and joking with Yang Ming, and his lips hidden under the mask slightly curved. The next day, Yang Ming crawled out of a tree hole in a rather embarrassed manner. Looking at himself who was dirty all over, Yang Ming swore that he would bring all the equipment when he went out in the wild in the future. Because it was too late last night, if there were no special circumstances, Konoha would not allow anyone to enter or leave, so Yang Ming went out with Naruto in the open air last night. The outdoor terrace sounds pretty good. But those who have really tried it don't feel so good. Especially in the forest, it is cold and humid at night, and there are many snakes, insects, ants, and beasts, which is very annoying. All night, Yang Ming heard Naruto snoring and the buzzing of mosquitoes. Moreover, if the body remains motionless in the tree hole for a long time, the consequence of weakened blood flow is obvious. Yang Ming feels that his whole body is so stiff that he can be a full-time zombie. But when Yang Ming saw Naruto, he finally realized how unfair this world is. Under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto was fine, as if he had no problems. He said goodbye to Yang Ming early in the morning and ran back to the village excitedly to prepare for his exam. In this regard, Yang Ming could only give the middle finger to God. Is it great to have a good father? Watch how I cut off one of the Nine Tails' tails and stir-fry meat in the future. The Nine Tails in Naruto's body suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Which bastard is scolding me?" Yang Ming glanced at the system and realized that he had finally grown up. System goal: help the host become the supreme chef in the Naruto world. Host: Yang Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra cultivation: genin. As the god of cooking in the Naruto world, future food will definitely require chakra. Young man, work hard. Cooking talent: unknown. Skills: transformation technique, clone technique, substitute technique. Props: Fat Man Puppet. Overall rating of God of Cooking: Rookie. The road to God of Cooking has just begun. Follow the footsteps of the system and become the man at the top of the food chain in the Naruto world. Yang Ming clenched his fists, as if he was clenching his future destiny. This level is far from enough. Not to mention the villains behind the scenes of the Naruto world, the imminent plan of Snake Uncle to destroy Konoha is enough to make Yang Ming extremely anxious. If you want to avoid becoming a pitiful cannon fodder in this world, you can only strive for self-improvement. Fortunately, it is not too late for Yang Ming to catch up now. Yang Ming glanced at the task he had just completed. Hidden mission, save Naruto. Mission description: at this moment, Naruto has suffered both physical and mental damage. As Naruto's elder brother, it's time for you to step forward. Task. Reward: a copy of the method of making ice cream. Task completed, reward issued. Although ice cream is not the main dish, it has conquered the hearts of countless girls with its unique flavor. Yang Ming walked towards the village with a vision of the future. After returning, make an ice cream to reward yourself. Chapter 12 Ice Cream, Part 1. When the first cock crowed in the morning, Konoha, the most prosperous village, suddenly woke up from its slumber. Early in the morning, the streets were bustling with people coming and going. Yang Ming walked on the clean streets, and from time to time, he attracted the attention of passers-by because of his dirty body. When they saw that it was Yang Ming, the familiar villagers greeted him warmly and asked about his well-being. There was even a kind-hearted grandmother who thought Yang Ming was robbed and brought clothes from home to him. "Grandma, I'm really fine, just take the clothes back," Yang Ming said to the grandmother in front of him with a look of bewilderment. "Hey, Xiao Ming, Grandma told you to take it, so just take it, why are you being so polite?" The grandmother, who was obviously already old, was so enthusiastic that even 10 cows couldn't pull her away. An uncle next to her joked, "Xiao Ming, just take it with confidence, anyway, you are not asked to be someone else's grandson-in-law." The granddaughter of this grandmother was incredible, a famous fat girl in the village, and her tonnage could scare a pig to death. So when the villagers heard the uncle's joke, they all laughed kindly. The old woman was not happy. She glared at the uncle and said, "Old Li, how about this? I will marry my good granddaughter to your son." The smile on the uncle's face froze, and he immediately laughed with a smile. "Don't do that. Look at my mouth, I didn't say anything." The uncle was interrupted by the old woman, and then he remembered that it seemed that when this old woman was young, she was a famous hot chili girl in the village. Her temper, tut tut tut, was quite fierce. Yang Ming was told by the uncle that something was wrong. Why did the old woman look at me so strangely? It was like the look of a woman choosing clothes when she was shopping. Could it be that the uncle was right? Yang Ming shuddered. Even if he was hungry, he would not choose a woman with the same weight as Dinkai. Seeing this, the grandmother's eyes became softer, and she said, "Xiao Ming, did you catch a cold? Why don't you come to my house and sit down?" "No, thank you." Yang Ming shook his head desperately and said, "I have to open the store later, so I won't bother you." After that, Yang Ming ran away without even accepting the clothes. When he returned to the store, he saw that the Ichiraku restaurant opposite was still booming, and many people were waiting in line early in the morning. This reminded Yang Ming of the first task of the system. Task: defeat Ichiraku restaurant and become a famous restaurant in Konoha village. Task prompt: as the future supreme god of food in the Naruto world, how could there be no little monsters to upgrade you? Task reward depends on the host's final results. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Yang Ming looked at Ichiraku restaurant, and his eyes suddenly showed a flame full of fighting spirit. He didn't believe that with the help of the system, he would still lose to the Ichiraku restaurant opposite. After entering the store, Yang Ming asked the system, "System, please tell me about the ice cream you provide." Host: ice cream is a delicious frozen dairy product that is extremely tempting and imaginative. Many years ago, ice cream originated from the Snow Country and is the most respected delicacy by the ruling class of the Snow Country. The system said seriously and earnestly. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. This kind of delicacy that is so common in my Great China is so awesome in the Naruto world? However, the system continued to speak seriously and earnestly. Ice cream is a food containing high-quality protein, high sugar, and high fat. It also contains amino acids and calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, chlorine, sulfur, iron, etc. It has the function of regulating physiological functions, maintaining osmotic pressure and pH. Listening to the system saying a lot of incomprehensible chemical terms, Yang Ming just felt that he, a liberal arts dog, was really drunk. In short, a sentence to summarize. If you have a cup of ice cream in the hot summer, it is definitely the best choice. Yang Ming has been craving for ice cream for a long time. Before crossing over, his favorite thing was to go to the canteen after dinner. Buy a box of ice cream. Then go home, lie on the sofa and eat ice cream while watching anime leisurely. The taste, the sourness, it's amazing. Yang Ming looked at the ice cream making method provided by the system, but found that it was not like beef ramen, which had only one fixed method. In short, the system provides the most basic method, that is, cream ice cream. However, if Yang Ming likes other flavors of ice cream, he can also use his own method to innovate, instead of sticking to one. For example, Yang Ming likes to eat cantaloupe ice cream, so he can add the corresponding ingredients himself. That's why the system says that ice cream is an imaginative dairy product. Of course, if you want to make a delicious ice cream, you must have the necessary tools. Yang Ming easily saw the tools provided by the system in the kitchen. They are small milk pan, ice cream baller, manual egg beater, scraper, plastic lunchbox. Seeing the slim figure of the small milk pan that is different from the wok, Yang Ming just felt a headache. Compared to the wide mouth of the wok, the small milk pot is obviously a small jade-like shape, and the pot mouth is only 1 or 2 circles larger than the bowl. This makes Yang Ming, who always claims to be bold and unrestrained, feel very uncomfortable. So, if there is something unclear, ask the system. That's right. System, what is this small milk pot? Host, the small milk pot provided by the system is made by the master craftsman of the Iron Country. The bottom of the pot is designed with 2 layers of composite pot bottom, which is forged by the craftsman for many days. The pot also breaks through the traditional technology, making the heat transfer faster and more uniform, avoiding the problem of sticking to the pot during cooking. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming half squinted his eyes and said, System, just tell me, how much is this pot worth? Because this small milk pot is made with the most advanced technology at present, the cost is extremely high, equivalent to the annual fiscal revenue of the Snow Country. The system said seriously and seriously. Hearing this, Yang Ming wanted to pull out the system and beat it up. You loser! No matter how small or poor the Snow Country is, its annual fiscal revenue is definitely not low. But so much money is just forging a tool for making ice cream? So, Yang Ming asked tentatively, System, I'm a little tight on money recently, can I sell this pot? Sorry, host, once you take the tools provided by the system out of the store, the system has the right to take them all back. The system still said seriously and seriously. Chapter 13 Ice Cream, Part 2. Although Yang Ming was very upset about the system's wasteful behavior, the world is big and the system is the biggest. Yang Ming's little arm obviously can't beat the system. So, he quickly focused on making ice cream. To make ice cream with a smooth and refreshing taste, not only does it require sophisticated tools, but it also has very strict requirements on its raw materials. Because Yang Ming wanted to try it first before selling it in the store. So, he only took out the ingredients for one person from the refrigerator, 2 eggs, a box of milk and a box of cream. Yang Ming looked at the eggs in his hand, which were obviously smaller than those in the market, and asked curiously, System, since the small milk pot is so expensive, the price of these materials should not be low, right? Host, the eggs provided by this system are originally from the large farm in the country of Kawano. The chickens raised there are fed with carefully matched feed every day. At the same time, in order to keep the hens active, the farm implements a full-day free-range mode, allowing the chickens to have a wider space to exercise. The eggs laid by this kind of hen are smaller than those on the market, but the essence inside is more concentrated. It is a must-eat breakfast for the daimyo and dignitaries of various countries every morning. The system said seriously and seriously. So luxurious. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. As a livestock, it actually needs to exercise. I've never seen such a thing in my life. He didn't dare to ask how much the 2 eggs in his hand were worth, for fear that his heart could not bear it. In order to avoid being distracted, Yang Ming didn't dare to ask any more questions and started making ice cream directly. Yang Ming picked up the egg with one hand, gently touched it on the corner of the table, then stopped it over an empty bowl, and gently opened the eggshell with both hands, opening up a little space without splitting the egg in half. In this way, the yolk and egg white were easily separated. Clear the egg white flowed down like silk, flowing into the bowl, and a faint egg fragrance spread. Strangely, there was not even a trace of fishy smell in this fragrance, full of natural flavor, which was very pleasant. Yang Ming only took the egg yolk and put it in another empty bowl. The empty bowl was suddenly occupied by an orange-yellow egg yolk, like a bright and shining sun. Yang Ming took the opportunity to beat the egg yolk of another egg, added a spoonful of sugar and an appropriate amount of cream, and then stirred them together. After a while, the egg liquid gradually merged together, slowly turning from orange to milky white, just like two suns decomposing to form a white nebula. Then, Yang Ming poured the prepared milk into the pot and boiled it until it was slightly boiled. Suddenly, a strong milk fragrance overflowed, wrapping Yang Ming inside. At this moment, Yang Ming felt that the milk he had drunk in his previous life was in vain. This little bit of milk was comparable to the milky aroma of a bucket of milk. The rich and mellow milk aroma brought the fragrance of the distant prairie, making Yang Ming seem to be standing in an endless herd of cows, listening to the music of cows. When the milk aroma drifted outside the store, it immediately attracted the attention of the guests queuing at the door of Ichiraku restaurant opposite. "Oh my god, what is this smell? It smells so good. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so thirsty after smelling this aroma. I can't stand it. There is actually a more delicious food than Ichiraku ramen. I don't know why, this smell actually reminds me of my deceased mother. Me too, I feel the same way." Finally, a customer discovered that the fragrance came from Yang Ming's restaurant and shouted, "Look! It's the fragrance from that store." Suddenly, all the guests of Ichiraku restaurant swarmed over. When Uncle Yul brought out a bowl of ramen from the kitchen, he suddenly found that all the customers in his shop had run away, and his face suddenly darkened. "Ayam, what's going on? Why are all the customers gone? Dad?" Ayam also felt very wronged and said, "They all went to the restaurant across the street." "What?" Uncle Yul frowned and said, "Is my food not as good as that young boy across the street?" As a small shop directly opposite Yul's restaurant, Yul naturally noticed it a long time ago. After all, this is to steal business, to attract hatred, and to be awesome. However, when he learned that the other party's boss and chef was just a 12-year-old young boy, he made a bold statement at that time: real cooking skills are accumulated over time. And as expected, when Yang Ming first opened the shop, there was almost no customer. But now, what is wrong with this world? A 12-year-old boy deceived all of you? Is it because he is too old to keep up with the development of the times, or is it because the other side really makes delicious food? At this moment, Uncle Yul fell into deep thought. Just as Yang Ming poured the cooked milk into the beaten egg liquid in batches and stirred it, he saw more than a dozen villagers rushing to the store. He was shocked and thought he had encountered some thugs who came to blackmail him. "Boss, what are you cooking? Give me one too." "Yes, boss, give me one too." "Oh no, two, take the extra one home." So they came to eat. Knowing that these people were not here to make trouble, it would be much easier. Yang Ming pointed to the menu on the wall and said, "Please look at the price first, and then make a decision." This boss is so cold. This is the unanimous thought of the villagers present. He actually ignored the money that was delivered to his door. It's really rare. But when these villagers saw the menu on the wall, their faces suddenly changed. Damn! A bowl of beef ramen costs 128 yuan. This boss has a problem with his brain circuit. So, the crowded shop was empty in an instant, and everyone ran back to Yul restaurant. When Uncle Yul saw the customers coming back, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Sure enough, I am right," Uncle Yul said secretly. He would not believe that a chef who had not experienced the precipitation and training of time could snatch customers from him with a little talent. On the contrary, Yang Ming, looking at the empty shop, just curled his lips and continued the work at hand. Pour the egg liquid that was added with milk and stirred evenly into the pot again and cook until it is slightly boiled. The egg liquid that was originally whitish gradually turned into dark yellow as the temperature rose. The original strong fragrance felt less strong, just like a bottle of old wine. The longer it is, the more it settles. After that, Yang Ming put the egg liquid into a container, waited for it to cool down, and put it in the refrigerator for ice storage. In a few hours, we can start eating. Yang Ming wiped his sweat and said to himself. Chapter 14 Ice Cream, Part 2. 3 hours later. This time is just right, so that the ice cream will not be kept in the refrigerator for too long, causing ice particles to form and affecting the overall taste. Yang Ming took the ice cream out of the refrigerator, took out a crystal cup, and used a special spoon to take out the ice cream and put it in it. Through the crystal-clear crystal cup, the round ice cream lay quietly, and the milk yellow color made people's taste greatly increased. Just when Yang Ming wanted to eat, the system jumped out. Host, after the ice cream is poured from the refrigerator into the cup, it is best to leave it for 1 to 2 minutes. The system said seriously and seriously. What foodies hate most in this world is often the unexpected interruption of tasting like the system. So Yang Ming said unhappily, is there so much to pay attention to when eating ice cream? Host, let the ice cream stand for a while to maximize the flavor of the ice cream and increase the overall flavor. At the same time, the ice cream just taken out is too cold and has not been completely thawed. Eating it whole will cause strong stimulation to the stomach and intestines, which may easily cause symptoms such as gastrointestinal discomfort. The system said seriously and solemnly. Okay. Yang Ming's eyes were filled with tears, so he had to listen to what the system said. And sure enough, the system's suggestions were really useful. After a while, when the air came into contact with the ice cream, the coldness in the body and the warmth outside formed a drastic temperature difference, and it began to dissolve quickly. A fragrance began to overflow, permeating Yang Ming's body, mixed with the cold air from the refrigerator, and Yang Ming actually felt the cool pleasure. In this hot summer, what could be more refreshing than this? So, Yang Ming couldn't wait to take out the spoon. The spoon is not an ordinary spoon. It is made of gold to avoid the mixing of other flavors and to preserve the flavor of ice cream to the maximum extent. Yang Ming opened his mouth and stuffed a full spoon into his mouth. Cold. Very cold. Then, it was hot. Cold to hot. When the ice cream suddenly touched the teeth and tongue, a chill immediately exploded and spread to all directions of the body in an instant. Then, it was accompanied by a torrent of fragrance. The rich milk fragrance gushed out, and with the stirring on the tip of the tongue, it rushed straight to the brain, making people feel like falling into a paradise of happiness. Yang Ming only felt that thousands of taste buds released comfortable moans at the same time. After the ice and fragrance, there is sweetness. When the tip of the tongue is full of a layer of ice cream, licking the lips lightly, suddenly, the ice cream reveals the tip of the iceberg, and the multiple layers of taste inside are released in an instant, allowing Yang Ming to taste its unique overall taste. As the tip of the tongue rolled, the sweet taste slowly swirled around the tongue and entered the lungs, allowing it to flow down with the cold air, making it penetrate the heart and spleen. Hey! Yang Ming exhaled with satisfaction. The taste just now was even more addictive than a roller coaster, leaving him with endless aftertaste. He had never thought that there was such a delicious ice cream in the world. Of course, there was still a flaw. Just now, Yang Ming was too anxious and tasted it a little too early, resulting in a half-cold touch. So, Yang Ming continued to pick up the spoon without hesitation. This time, the ice cream had been out for a while, enough for him to taste more deliciousness. When the ice cream entered the tongue, a touch of cold air was released. However, because it had been outside for a while, this cold air quickly dissipated. Therefore, Yang Ming's tongue was able to get more ice cream. Suddenly, there was a strong sweet milk fragrance wrapped around the tongue, like the coat on the surface of the sausage, sticking tightly. As the tip of the tongue kept rolling, the ice cream melted more fully. In addition to a light chill, the sweetness and richness could be felt between the lips and teeth. Yang Ming could only express this sweetness with an expression of great enjoyment. The ice cream for one person was quickly swept away by Yang Ming. But he still felt unsatisfied, and felt that even the breath he exhaled was filled with a strong and sweet fragrance. It was like the love between men and women, making people indulge in it and unable to extricate themselves. After enjoying it, Yang Ming suddenly thought that such delicious food was something he had never enjoyed in his previous life. Once it is taken out for sale, won't the system mark it up to a sky-high price? After all, the system dares to sell a bowl of beef ramen for 128 yuan, what else is it afraid to do? So, with trepidation about the future, Yang Ming said, "System, how much do you plan to sell this ice cream for?" Host, 250 yuan for a cup of ice cream. The system said seriously and earnestly said. Haha. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he felt that his money prospects were bleak. You really dare to ask for this price? Host, this is the lowest price after considering the scale effect and deducting the cost. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming really wanted to complain, where did you get the scale effect from? I don't even know if the ice cream can be sold. In his previous life, Yang Ming only thought that the foreign ice cream brand Muha was a scam. Unexpectedly, there is something worse in this world. 250 yuan a cup of ice cream, which is twice the price of beef ramen. It's a miracle that anyone will buy it. Whoever buys it, it's really 250. Yang Ming burst into tears, wondering if he had brought the wrong system and traveled to the wrong world. Why does other people's systems give gold fingers and girls when they want them? But he has such a proud and cold system, and his small body can't bear it, right? However, the system was as willful as ever, and at this time, it conveniently rubbed salt into Yang Ming's wound. Serial tasks: make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift. Stage Task 1: make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift for the villagers of Konoha. Task description: as an ambitious and aspiring chef, the era of just burying your head in cooking is outdated. Let's start with ice cream and make ice cream a myth between lovers, replacing the declaration of love. Task reward: open the Sharingan. I submit. Yang Ming was almost angry to death when he looked at the task description, and was about to curse. As a result, when he saw the task reward, he couldn't look away, and he turned the dirty words on his lips into words of admiration, for fear of angering the system and cancelling his task. Sharingan. This is the Sharingan. The Sharingan that is said to be mighty and domineering, sweeping the world, and instantly defeating the sky, the earth, and the earth. Someone once said that if you travel to the world of Naruto and don't get the Sharingan, you have come to this world in vain. Just like going to the world of One Piece, if you haven't eaten a powerful devil fruit and haven't learned the 6 styles, you are embarrassed to say that you are a traveler. And with the Sharingan, it means that there will be a Manjiki Sharingan and even a Samsara Eye in the future. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but shout out, Sharingan, I'll definitely get it. Chapter 15: Rich Irika. Konoha. Today is another sunny day. On the street, Naruto dragged Irika all the way, raising dust behind him, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding villagers. Pft, pft, pft. Who are these two? They are so annoying. Hey, isn't that Irika? Why is he with that brat? Who am I talking about? It's so unlucky. Alas, I really don't know why the Hokage still keeps that rubbish. But when they saw the new ninja forehead protector on Naruto's forehead, the abstract leaf logo suddenly became so dazzling. In an instant, the faces of the villagers suddenly became interesting. Stunned, surprised, unbelievable. How could the village's 10,000-year-old tailender become a ninja? For a moment, the villagers who had just ridiculed Naruto felt their faces burning and wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury their heads in it. The villagers' originally blatant contemptuous expressions also subsided a little. After all, a real ninja, even a genin, is not something that they, the common people, can mess with. Naruto didn't care about the eyes of the people around him. He just wanted to tell his elder brother Yang Ming as soon as possible that he had become a ninja. Perhaps even Yang Ming didn't expect that, unknowingly, Yang Ming had already been as important as Irika in Naruto's mind. Soon, a small shop opposite Ichiraku restaurant came into Irika's eyes. So deserted. This was Irika's first reaction. After all, compared to the long queue of Ichiraku restaurant opposite, Yang Ming's shop was empty, which was very eye-catching. Naruto, is the ramen made by your elder brother really that delicious? Irika raised his eyebrows and asked casually. He had never heard of Naruto having an elder brother before. As a teacher, Irika felt that he needed to teach Naruto how to distinguish between good and bad people, so as not to be sold and count money for others. Naruto naturally didn't know what Irika was thinking. When he heard that Irika was questioning his most admired elder brother, he immediately got angry and said, Teacher Irika, you haven't eaten it before. It's the most delicious in the world. Ramen. The most delicious ramen, this kid has been deceived. Irika thought. He felt that Yang Ming, whom he had never met, must be an unforgivable villain. In order to make money, he even deceived a child. No, I must expose the other party's conspiracy and let Naruto know the other party's true face. Irika felt that the teacher's soul in his body was burning. For his students, he felt that he had to do something. Since Naruto said that the ramen in this store is delicious, then I will start from here. Irika's eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword out of its sheath, sharp and unparalleled. Soon, the two arrived at the door of Yang Ming's shop. Irika looked around, and his brows tightened unconsciously. This shop doesn't even have a name, and there are only 2 tables and chairs in the shop. Moreover, the owner of this shop is too stingy. There is no decoration around, only a menu posted on the wall. Wait, this menu. Irika's eyes suddenly widened. A bowl of beef ramen is 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream is 250 yuan. This price is too black. No wonder this boss wants to deceive Naruto. At this price, let alone me, no normal person would come. Irika seemed to have found the truth, and his eyes burst into a bright light. At this time, he was pulled back to reality from his contemplation by Naruto's words. Brother, I finally became a real ninja. Today, Irika teacher is treating me, I have to have a good meal. Naruto said to Yang Ming with a bright smile on his face. Congratulations, Naruto, you have finally taken the first step towards becoming a Hokage. What do you want to eat today? Naruto saw the line of ice cream on the menu and was confused. Hey, brother, is there a new product today? What is that? Why is it so expensive? Oh, that's a special dessert provided for daimyos and dignitaries in the snow country. Do you want one? Well, since Irika teacher is treating us, let's have one for everyone. Listening to the conversation between Yang Ming and Naruto, Irika's face twitched. What kind of food is provided exclusively for the daimyo and dignitaries of the snow country? This is a lie, right? Also, what's the matter with that unscientific price? Therefore, Irika felt that he had to stop Naruto's willful behavior before exposing the true face of the owner of this black shop. God knows, as a teacher in a ninja school, the salary is not as high as those ninjas fighting on the front line. If Naruto really ordered the dishes, Irika felt that he would have to kneel on the washboard for his wife when he returned. After all, this is 1/10 of his salary. Irika felt that his heart was bleeding. So, he said to Naruto, Wait, Naruto, I think you should think about it carefully. Teacher Irika, what do you mean, do you want to break the contract? Naruto was not happy when he heard this, and looked at Irika angrily. The two looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Irika looked through Naruto's pretending to be fierce eyes, as if he saw a sensitive beast baring its fangs and claws at him. In fact, he was just afraid that he would see his other fragile side. At this moment, Irika thought of the fact that Naruto deliberately painted the Hokage statue not long ago, just to attract everyone's attention. After all, he is just a child. Suddenly, Irika's heart softened. Then I'll give it a try and see if this restaurant is as delicious as Naruto said. As if he had made a major decision, Irika gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, Don't worry, I'll treat you today. Oh yeah. I knew that teacher Irika is the best. The worry in Naruto's eyes was instantly thrown away, and he shouted heartlessly. In Naruto's hearty laughter, Irika felt his heart was more peaceful than ever before. Is there anything more important than making students happy? Since the decision has been made, Irika said with a taste mentality, Boss, give me a bowl of beef ramen. Irika didn't have the courage to order ice cream after all, he didn't want to go home and kneel on the washboard. That scene, as long as he thought about it, he felt horrible. Fortunately, I usually save some private money. Irika secretly rejoiced in his heart. Okay, then please wait a moment. Yang Ming felt that today must be his lucky day. God knows, the house he rented is about to expire, and if there is no income, he will probably be driven away by the landlord. Chapter 16 Different Taste. Waiting is the most torturous process, especially when you can smell the fragrance of delicious food but can only wait, the torment is 100 times more uncomfortable. Irika felt like he was back many years ago, when he was still a child. At that time, Irika's parents were still alive, and they also loved food. Although because of the relationship with ninjas, they often had to go on business trips and never went home for dinner. But once they were free, Irika's parents would buy a large bag of ingredients and go home to cook delicious food. At that time, Irika also sat on the chair like now. Because he was still young, Irika could only hold his head with both hands and watch his parents kneading dough blankly. What were they talking about at that time? Irika supported his chin with one hand and thought so. The memories of the past are too far away, even the voices and faces of his parents are gradually blurred with the passage of time. No. There are still some. Irika finally remembered the memory that had been deeply engraved in his mind. That is, the fragrance. When Yang Ming put the noodles into the pot, the boiling soup submerged the noodles, and the rich wheat fragrance instantly spread, lingering around Irika. That's the fragrance. The familiar yet unfamiliar wheat fragrance suddenly pulled Irika into a long-lost memory. He seemed to see two vague figures standing not far in front of him, laughing and talking while putting the noodles into the pot. Mother, Irika is almost old enough to go to ninja school. Yes, I didn't expect that so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. What are you talking about? It makes us seem like we are so old. Yes, I was wrong, our life has just begun. Mother, are you willing to continue to accompany me? Of course. Hey! Don't be naughty, the child is sitting there. Tears gradually blurred Irika's eyes, making his vision hazy. He now believes that the ramen in this small shop is extraordinary. Just smelling the aroma makes Irika eager to eat it secretly, just like when he was a child, he was looking forward to the dishes made by his parents, and his heart was full of fantasies. Here, your beef ramen. At this time, Yang Ming came to Irika with a bowl of hot ramen, interrupting his thoughts. To be honest, when Irika saw the ramen, he was full of disappointment. The ramen was soaked in clear soup, and there were only a few slices of beef on it. Even with a pinch of chopped green onions, it still looked a bit thin. Irika still remembers that when his parents made beef ramen when he was a child, it was filled with thick beef. Just looking at it makes people feel full. That's right, after all, they open a business and have to make money. Irika seemed to have forgotten the original intention of coming here, and actually began to find excuses for the dishes made by Yang Ming. Irika didn't pick up the beef first like Naruto did. Instead, he picked up a handful of noodles and blew them gently with his breath before eating. Slurp. This is... Irika's eyes widened suddenly. When the noodles entered his tongue, the smooth taste exploded instantly. That taste is just like the taste of his parents' cooking. How many years have passed? Ever since the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, when Irika's parents sacrificed their lives to defend the village, he has never eaten ramen that tastes like this again. Even the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku doesn't taste like this. Slurp. Slurp. Irika swallowed the ramen frantically, tears streaming down his face. There were countless nights when Irika was alone at home, staring blankly at the kitchen. There were countless memories and warmth there. Only then did Irika feel that his parents were not dead yet and were still living by his side. When Irika grew up, he also learned how to make ramen. But he could never find the taste of that time again. It seemed that it was just a dream that would never come true. But now, when a bowl of ramen was swept away by Irika, he still felt unsatisfied, as if this was the only way to catch the feeling of eating with his parents back then. Hey, Irika-sensei, why are you crying? Well, Naruto, who has always been slow, jumped out at this time and interrupted Irika's slightly sad memories. Stop talking. Eat your noodles. Irika said to Naruto in a rude manner, contrary to his usual behavior. Sure enough, this trick was particularly effective for Naruto. He instantly shrank his neck like a frightened ostrich and focused on his ramen. Sorry, Naruto. Irika said to Naruto in his heart. He didn't want Naruto, who was such a big mouth, to go to school and tell everyone about what happened today the next day. Otherwise, where would he put his face? When all the noodles were eaten, only a few thin slices of beef were left floating on the clear soup, like a rootless wood, which immediately attracted Irika. Since ramen is so delicious, what about beef? With such expectations, Irika picked up a piece of beef and ate it in one bite. When the teeth began to stir, like clothes in a washing machine, the beef was constantly torn and crushed, and the rich meaty aroma was accompanied by the soup, filling Irika's entire tongue, and the tip of his tongue was full of boiling soup. In an instant, a sense of comfort rushed straight to his mind. The soup flowed into his body along his throat. For a moment, Irika felt a warmth flowing to his limbs and meridians, making his whole body feel warm. What surprised Irika even more was not these, but the fact that his chakra cultivation, which had not moved for many years, actually showed an upward trend. You know, Irika has been a chunin for many years, which means that his potential has long been used up, and the rest of his life will be like that. But now, after eating a piece of beef, the amount of chakra has increased a little. Although it is not much, it is like the light before dawn, full of hope for the future. Irika stood up excitedly. Boss, can the beef ramen here increase the chakra of the human body? Yang Ming looked at him strangely. Didn't Naruto tell you? Irika glared at Naruto fiercely and complained, Naruto, why didn't you tell me earlier? Naruto stared at him with innocent eyes, blinked, and said, Teacher Irika, you didn't ask me. You. Anyone who was answered like this would be pissed off, and Irika was no exception. He could only stare blankly and sulk in his heart. Outside Yang Ming's shop, he didn't know that there was a pair of eyes watching all this. What a magical shop, I wonder what secrets are hidden in it. No, the adult's plan does not allow any variables, it seems that we have to test it. The man muttered to himself. Chapter 17 Aristocratic Enjoyment. When the whole bowl of beef ramen entered Irika's stomach, he felt that it was the most delicious food he had ever eaten. What else can compare to the taste of eating with family? Irika covered his bulging belly with one hand and thought comfortably. The doubts and hostility that Irika had when he came to this store before also gradually disappeared in the digestion of this bowl of beef ramen, as if they had never appeared. Seeing Irika's satisfied look, Naruto said proudly, "Teacher Irika, I told you, this is my brother's cooking." Naruto raised his thumb, showing a row of white teeth, and smiled, "It's the best." Irika stretched out a finger, flicked it lightly on Naruto's forehead, and said, "Look at you, you are so proud, it's not you who made it." "Haha, who said he is my big brother?" Naruto hugged his hands and pillowed his head, looking proud of being Yang Ming's younger brother, almost making Irika laugh. "Excuse me, Naruto, your ice cream is ready." At this time, Yang Ming's appearance immediately attracted the two people who were laughing. Since beef ramen is so delicious, what will this ice cream that has never been heard of look like? With such expectations, two pairs of eyes stared at the cup in Yang Ming's hand. Through the crystal glass, two round strange things quietly stayed inside, and the color of the milk yellow had no outstanding features. But after the bombardment of beef ramen, neither of them felt disappointed. Because Naruto and Irika knew that Yang Ming was greatly lacking in the appearance of making food. However, the two of them thought it was normal. After all, if the food can be made so delicious, don't force too much, otherwise, that person is too evil, and the two of them felt unreal. When the ice cream was placed on the table, Irika suddenly put on a serious face and said to Naruto, "Naruto, I want to ask you a very serious question." "What?" Naruto, who was about to eat, was confused, but Irika was not going to let him go. "I'm asking you, is the teacher good to you?" Naruto continued to be confused, and said, "Teacher Irika is the best to me." "That's good, since I'm so good to you, I want this cup of ice cream." Suddenly, the scene changed suddenly, and Irika snatched the ice cream from the confused Naruto. "Teacher Irika, you are cheating." Naruto finally reacted and pounced towards Irika. But who would have thought that Irika, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly disappeared, leaving only a piece of broken wood. Substitution technique. In order to compete for the ice cream, Irika even used ninjutsu. This made Yang Ming, who was watching from the side, twitch his mouth. "Irika, where is your moral integrity?" Yang Ming and Naruto shouted in their hearts. Irika didn't care about these. At this time, he had moved to the corner of the store. During this time, he had to race against time to taste this delicacy he had never heard of. When he picked up the spoon for taking out ice cream, Irika's hand suddenly shook. Because a shocking fact was in front of him. "Damn, this spoon is actually made of gold. Gold, gold, gold. Because it is very important, so repeat it 3 times. Judging from the color, it should be 24K pure gold." Irika's heart was in turmoil, and it took a long time to calm down. God knows, when he proposed to his wife, he couldn't even afford a gold ring. But now, he was extravagantly holding a golden spoon just to eat a cup of ice cream. Irika felt that he must not tell his wife about what happened today. Otherwise, he would have to sleep in the living room at any minute when he got home. Gurgle. Irika's throat trembled, and with great trepidation, he tremblingly put a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. Hiss! So cold! When the warm tip of the tongue touched the ice cream, a cold current rushed straight into the brain, like a basin of cold water poured down, and the whole body was completely cool. In this hot summer, this cool feeling is so refreshing and enjoyable. And after the tip of the tongue churned and stirred, wrapping up the ice cream, accompanied by a strong mellow fragrance and a lingering sweetness. This sweetness reminded Irika of his long-lost first love, and the first kiss he had taken from that person in the dead of night. The same lingering love, the same sweetness and deliciousness. Time has passed, and now Irika stands here, tasting this cup of ice cream and recalling the touch of the past. However, the person at that time is no longer here. After this sweetness, Irika felt endless emptiness, as if someone had taken out his heart, leaving it empty. Irika was stunned, but Naruto took the opportunity to grab the cup of ice cream with one hand. Naruto didn't have as many thoughts as Iruka. With the idea that if he didn't eat it, Iruka would take it away, he didn't care about anything else and directly scooped a large spoonful and swallowed it up voraciously. The ice cream was originally cold, let alone this large spoonful. As soon as the ice cream entered the tongue, it exploded instantly, and the endless coldness was like a tornado, whistling and tearing in all directions. As a result, Naruto soon became tragic, and he shivered with cold. In this hot summer, it is hard to believe that someone would be so cold. But soon, the cold winter passed and the warm spring came. The gentle sweet fragrance seemed to smooth the scars of the earth. It occupied the entire tongue in an instant, and a sweetness instantly enveloped Naruto's heart. Naruto only felt that his past was living on a dog. What chewing gum, what lollipops, all go to hell. At this moment, Naruto only had ice cream in his heart, and only ice cream. Ice cream is indeed a top-notch delicacy specially provided for the daimyo and dignitaries of the snow country. At this moment, Iruka and Naruto reached a consensus unprecedentedly. Unfortunately, the portion was too small. In a few bites, the 2 balls of ice cream were eaten up by the 2 people, and even the melted liquid under the crystal cup was snatched away by Iruka and drunk up. Teacher Iruka, you are so cunning. You clearly agreed to treat me to a meal, why did you snatch my ice cream? Naruto put his hands on his waist and said with an unhappy look. Oh, well, it seems to rain today, I have to go back and collect clothes. Iruka shrugged, waved his hand, and said innocently. But when Naruto looked outside the store suspiciously, it was sunny at this time, how could it rain? Just when Naruto turned his head and wanted to question Iruka, he suddenly found that the other party's original body had already run away, leaving only a clone sitting there. At this moment, Naruto felt that something broke on the ground. Chapter 18 The Landlady's Trouble. At the door of Yang Ming's shop, Naruto waved goodbye to him and said, "Brother, your cooking is really great. I will come again next time." "Well, remember, bring enough cash next time." Yang Ming crossed his arms and said coolly. "Brother, can you not talk about money? If you don't talk about money, I will. We are still good brothers. Why is the eldest brother so obsessed with money?" Naruto burst into tears. Yang Ming looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said, "Okay, we can just be brothers and not cook." Naruto. After seeing Naruto off, it was time to close the business again after a while. Yang Ming packed up his things and went to the rented house. As for the puppet, after the Shoimu incident, Yang Ming had asked the system to take it back. After all, he now has some self-protection ability, and he doesn't want to be suspected by Konoha village because of a puppet. Walking on the street, acquaintances would greet Yang Ming from time to time. To be honest, Konoha village is really a very good place. Most of the villagers here are very simple and friendly. Unlike Yang Ming's previous life, even if they met neighbors on the road, most of them would pretend not to know each other. But it was different in Konoha. Yang Ming could clearly feel the sincerity from the enthusiastic faces of the villagers, and it was not fake at all. No wonder even Uchiha Itachi, who had a paralyzed face, worked hard for the future of Konoha all his life. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. This is Mue, a big warm family. As long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn, the shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and let new leaves sprout. Unconsciously, Yang Ming recited the most classic line of the Sandame. Perhaps, this is the real charm of Konoha. Passing through the busy market, the crowd around became sparser, and even the houses on both sides of the road showed obvious differences. The house where Yang Ming lived was actually very close to the slum. There, most of the people living there were poor people who could not find a livelihood, or orphans displaced in the war. Konoha was considered good, at least providing them with a place to shelter from the sun and rain. If it was placed in the hidden mist village, I don't know what these people would have been made of. Of course, even so, Yang Ming's residence was not much better. Dirty, noisy, and dangerous, it became the unchanging melody here. So sometimes Yang Ming also envied Naruto very much, who actually had a good father, got the secret support of the Sandame behind him, and was able to live in the villagers' living area. Even if Naruto rented a small house, it was several times safer than where Yang Ming lived. In the past, Yang Ming had encountered many thieves at night, and his memory was very vivid. Just then, a child ran over from the opposite side of Yang Ming. His clothes were shabby and many traces of patching could be seen. At this time, he lowered his head and rushed straight towards Yang Ming. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Yang Ming's mouth. This child was obviously an organized thief nearby. Sure enough, when the child ran into Yang Ming's arms, he shouted "I'm sorry" while pretending to reach out to Yang Ming's wallet. Unfortunately, this child was unlucky and met Yang Ming. Pa! Yang Ming grabbed the child's restless hand and said coldly, "Get out of here, don't let me see you again." Yang Ming was already very experienced with this kind of thief. He knew that he must not show any sign of being soft-hearted, otherwise, it would only attract the thief's helpers. So, Yang Ming grabbed the thief's hand and exerted force, leaving a red mark on the dark and thin arm. "It hurts. Let go. Let go." The thief was in so much pain that tears were about to come out, and he was anxious to pull Yang Ming's hand away. "Humph, get out of here right now, got it?" Yang Ming was an orphan who came out of the slum after all, and his heart softened, and he said in a fierce voice. "Well. Got it. Got it." The thief nodded desperately like a chicken pecking at rice, and he looked so honest. However, when he lowered his head, a hint of cruelty flashed in his small eyes. Seeing that the other party was so honest, Yang Ming let go of his hand and let him go. This was just a small episode for Yang Ming, and he soon threw it behind his mind. Soon, he came to the place he rented. This is a 3-story house. Due to years of disrepair, most of the paint on the exterior wall has fallen off, and it is covered with moss and dust, which looks very strange. Yang Ming lives in a house on the 3rd floor facing north. It is not big, only 40 square meters, and it can barely accommodate people. But to Yang Ming's surprise, someone had come here a long time ago. That was the landlord. Yang Ming prefers to call her the landlady, because she looks like the woman in the movie, and her personality is almost the same. From a distance, Yang Ming could hear the landlady's hoarse voice disturbing the neighbors. "Pay the rent. Pay the money quickly, you idiots. You. I'm talking to you. You're the one who's the boss. They. Rent for the previous month has not been paid yet, so the electricity and water supply will be cut off this month." The landlady's mercenary eyes swept over Yang Ming, and suddenly, like a pervert meeting a beautiful woman, she shot out a burst of brilliance. The landlady dragged her fat body and ran to Yang Ming in a flash. For a moment, a lot of accusations came out of her mouth as if she was going to pour into the 3 rivers and 5 seas. "Yang Ming, when will you delay the rent this month? You used to pay the rent the most diligently, but now it's good. Look at you, why don't you just move bricks every day and open a store? I've said it before, you're not cut out to be a chef. Look, now it's done, isn't it?" The landlady said this sarcastically, and her mercenary eyes revealed her contempt for Yang Ming without disguising it. It seemed that she was not a landlord trapped here, but a powerful figure. Yang Ming had expected this, so he calmly reached into his wallet. On the other side, the thief who Yang Ming had let go before looked around with his little eyes, and when he saw no one, he ran into an abandoned house. At this time, a man who had hidden his whole body in the darkness of the corner came out and said to the thief, "Is it done?" The thief nodded and bowed like a puppy facing his master, "My lord, I have completed the task perfectly." After saying that, the thief's eyes rolled around, a flattering smile appeared on his face, and he rubbed his hands obscenely, saying, "Then sir, you promised me before." "Humph." Unfortunately, the man snorted, but did not move. The thief's face was stunned, and his lips moved, wanting to say something. But in a moment, his eyes suddenly showed great fear, and then, with a puff, he fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 19 Pushing Hands in the Dark. "Yang Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. That little shop is just a dream, don't take it seriously. You, don't daydream, go and move bricks obediently, and you will definitely be able to pay the rent this month." For those cute little coins, the landlady really used up her brain cells and kept persuading Yang Ming. That look was so kind. People who didn't know would think that she had some kind of relationship with Yang Ming. Unfortunately, Yang Ming had long seen through the phenomenon to the essence. This landlady was the kind of person who only cared about money and not people. If he hadn't had a good record before and always paid the rent on time, I'm afraid what was waiting for him now would not be these words, but force. So, Yang Ming calmly took out a full 500 yuan from his wallet and said, "Here, this month's rent." Suddenly, like a card machine, the landlady stopped chattering, and a pair of mercenary eyes stared at the money in Yang Ming's hand. Then, she grabbed the money with lightning speed, and a chrysanthemum-like smile bloomed on her face. "Well," I said, "you are the most promising person here. Look, I always tell others that Xiaoming is a man who can do big things." Sure enough, he made a lot of money not long after opening the store. The landlady counted the money happily, and said something that completely slapped her in the face. For someone like her, what's the use of face? Is it useful to have small amounts of money? After paying the money, Yang Ming ignored her and went home and closed the door. Yang Ming's heart was not disturbed by such a calm slap in the face. After all, for someone like the landlady, as long as you have money, even if you hit her on the left cheek, she will flatter you and stretch out her right cheek to let you slap her again. Yang Ming is now concerned about only one thing: how to complete the task previously issued by the system. Task: Make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift. Stage Task 1: Make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift for the villagers of Konoha. Task description: As an ambitious and aspiring chef, the era of just cooking is outdated. Start with ice cream and make ice cream a myth between lovers, replacing the declaration of love. Task reward: Open Sharingan. Yang Ming supported his chin with one hand and thought, "System, please tell me the completion standard of this task. Your description is too general." Host: "No wonder you don't have a girlfriend." The system said seriously and seriously. "Can you not expose my shortcomings so seriously?" Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "Besides, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with whether you have a girlfriend or not." Host: "On Valentine's Day in the Naruto world, boys and girls usually give each other a box of chocolates. The system's task is to let ice cream replace chocolate as a Valentine's Day gift." The system always said seriously and seriously said. "Hee hee." Yang Ming's mouth twitched. "I inexplicably feel that the price you set for ice cream is full of deep malice." Host: "This system is absolutely fair, and 250 yuan for ice cream is just right." The system still said seriously and seriously. But for some reason, Yang Ming always felt that the system was trying to cover up something. Just as one person and one system were chatting, a small insect slipped out of Yang Ming's wallet. This little insect was really small, only the size of a grain of rice, and its body was dark and dull, so it was easy to ignore it. But when it appeared, it suddenly revealed a hideous face, just like a balloon being blown up, and its whole body suddenly swelled up. When its body reached a certain critical value, it swelled to the size of a fist and suddenly exploded. Bang! A green smoke suddenly spread, and the fishy and disgusting smell instantly came to the nose, making people want to vomit. All this happened too fast. When Yang Ming reacted, the whole room was filled with green smoke, covering him completely. Damn! This mist is poisonous. Yang Ming felt dizzy and his vision blurred after inhaling a little mist. "Come out, fatty!" In the midst of the crisis, Yang Ming was quick-witted. He quickly covered his nose and released the chubby puppet from the system, and gave it orders to protect him at all times. After doing all this, Yang Ming couldn't hold on. His legs were numb and soft. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Click! The door was opened by someone, and a short figure walked in. Yang Ming raised his eyelids with difficulty. To be honest, his current state was really terrible. Waves of sleepy thoughts kept coming to him like waves. When Yang Ming saw the person who came in, he was startled. Because, he had met this person not long ago. It was the thief. Yang Ming raised a smile that was uglier than crying. He thought that all this was planned by the thief for a long time. Alas, I am too soft-hearted. Yang Ming blamed himself, but he was not too worried. A tall figure had blocked his way. That was the fat man. And because his vision was blocked, Yang Ming did not realize that the thief at this time was no longer the same as before. The thief's eyes were full of dullness, like a puppet being manipulated by someone, holding a dagger tightly in his hand, and walking forward mechanically. He seemed not to see the fat man blocking him, raised his arm, and stupidly stabbed the dagger forward. Ding! The sharp dagger touched the fat man's hard shell and made a crisp sound, but did not cause any injuries, but only a white scratch on the skin. After doing all this, the thief suddenly stopped moving like a cell phone that was out of power, and fell straight forward. Bang! His forehead hit the ground heavily, and a few strands of blood flowed out. Everything was so weird. Unfortunately, Yang Ming didn't know what happened later, and fainted early. And 500 meters away from this building, on the top of a relatively tall and old building, a man in black robe stood in the wind. Damn, I thought the puppet was destroyed by Shuimu, but I didn't expect it to be still there. The parasite needs to be improved after returning, otherwise it can't even control a little ghost. The black-robed man Nan Nan said to himself. Who is your excellency? Don't you know that killing people in the village is a first-class crime? An old voice came, and an ordinary-looking old woman came not far from the black-robed man. She was the old woman that Yang Ming had met before. The black-robed man's pupil shrank, and he asked in surprise, Who are you? The old woman made seals with her hands, and with a bang, she revealed her true form and said, Sir, come with me to see the Hokage. When the black-robed man saw this man, he said nothing, and his whole body collapsed, turning into countless insects, fleeing in all directions. Chapter 20 Kakashi. Confrontation. Please recommend. Please collect. Kakashi removed his disguise and returned to his original appearance from an old woman. Seeing the black-robed man opposite him turning into insects all over the sky, his pair of sword eyebrows frowned, his expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he said, how could he be a member of the Aberme clan? Originally, Kakashi came to investigate Yang Ming in a low-key manner according to the instructions of the third Hokage. Originally, things seemed normal at the beginning. Unexpectedly, a big fish was caught. Kakashi initially thought that the opponent was a ninja from an enemy village lurking in Konoha, so he immediately took action. After all, Yang Ming is now a member of Konoha village. Without solid evidence that he is a spy, Kakashi has the obligation to help him. Who would have thought that the other party would actually use the secret technique of the Aberme clan? But no matter what, the other party has violated the laws of the village. So, he must surrender. Kakashi took off the forehead protector covering his eyes. Sharingan, open! With the help of the three Megatama, Kakashi's dynamic vision has been significantly improved, and he can see the flight direction of each insect clearly. At the same time, the real body hidden in the sky of insects cannot escape the tracking of the Sharingan. Soon, Kakashi discovered a giant chakra source in the insect swarm that was different from other insects. In the chakra that was like a sky full of stars, it was like a huge sun, and it was impossible not to pay attention. You can't escape. Kakashi whispered. Then, he exerted force on his legs on the ground, like a cheetah running fast on the grassland, leaving a shadow behind him, and approached the insect swarm at a high speed. Fast. 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 Seeing this, the black-robed man immediately felt his soul tremble, broke out in a cold sweat, and desperately urged himself to run desperately. He knew very well that he would definitely not be able to beat Kakashi. After all, he was a genius ninja who graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and became a jonin at the age of 12. Unfortunately, the weather was not good today. Great fireball technique. With a loud shout, a flame spurted out of Kakashi's throat, and then rose against the wind, turning into a half-man-high fireball, carrying a blazing high temperature, blowing a whirring wind in the air, like an arrow from a string, rushing straight towards the insect swarm. Oops! Even though he was far away, the black-robed man could feel the scorching heat in the air. According to his current position, even if he tried to dodge, most of the insect swarm would be killed instantly by the aftermath of the fireball. You forced me to do this. The black-robed man was also a ruthless person. He simply went all out and collected the insect swarm and gathered them together again. Then, the black-robed man quickly formed a seal, and a huge amount of chakra surged from all parts of his body. Secret technique, devouring sky worms. Whoosh! The gathered insect swarm suddenly burst out with amazing fighting power. A large group gathered together to form a huge mouth, flying towards the fireball tit for tat, and then swallowed the half-man-high fireball into the black hole in one gulp. Hiss! Crackling! Crackling! The fireball rushed through the huge mouth formed by the insect swarm, burning countless insects to death. Unfortunately, every time the fireball burned a space, a large group of insects would come to fill the gap. In this way, the arrogant fireball was finally eliminated under the desperate attack of the insects. But this did not make the black-robed man very happy. You know, the opponent only used a C-level ninjutsu, but it had the power comparable to B-level ninjutsu, and used the black-robed man's signature trick. Worthy of being an elite jonin. Such a strong strength. In such a moment of distraction, a voice came out from underground like a thunderbolt. I caught you. Along with this sentence, a strong palm rushed out from the ground like an eagle's iron claw, and grabbed the black-robed man's ankle tightly. The decapitation technique in my heart. The black-robed man suddenly thought of this, and the whole person was suddenly dragged into the ground, with only his head exposed on the ground, which looked extremely funny. Soon, the person who caught him appeared. As expected, it was Kakashi. It turned out that he had used the great fireball technique just to attract the enemy's attention, but the real killer move was to catch the enemy alive by surprise. After all, a living ninja is very useful. A member of the Aberame clan, and he's actually a chunin. But I don't seem to remember there is someone like you in the village. Kakashi looked at the face of the black-robed man hidden under the sunglasses, and did not dare to relax his vigilance at all. He quickly took out the sealing book and was about to seal the other party's chakra. Dream on! The black-robed man's pupils shrank into needles, and shouted sternly, even if I die, I will not be captured alive by you. Not good. Kakashi was shocked, and immediately guessed that the other party had some tricks up his sleeve. He quickly accelerated the speed at hand and aimed the sealing book at the black-robed man. Unfortunately, he was fast, and the black-robed man was faster than him. Secret technique, devouring skyworms. The black-robed man shouted with a fierce look in his eyes. The same trick, but used in a different place. This time, the ninjutsu originally used against the enemy was used on himself. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the worms hidden in the black-robed man's body became chaotic, and one by one, they ate the original host. Completely wiped out. No bones left. This is really no bones left, even the bones were devoured by the insect swarm. Without the chakra supply, the lives of these insects came to an end immediately, just like a light rain, falling to the ground one after another. Kakashi's arm holding the Book of Seals was suspended in the air, stiff. Even though he had faced countless battles, he had rarely seen such a decisive and ruthless enemy. Not to mention, Konoha village has been peaceful for so many years, such a ninja must be a veteran on the battlefield, it is impossible to be unknown. At this moment, Kakashi's face was more solemn than ever. When did a force that had never been heard of appear in the village? And it seems that it is one of the village's own people. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Kakashi did not dare to delay, and sealed all the insect swarm bodies on the ground in the Book of Seals, ready to take it back as evidence and present it to the third generation. Hokage building. Lord Hokage, this is what happened. Kakashi said. Pa. The Sandame took 2 deep puffs of the cigarette and felt a little pain in his temple. I know, you can go down. The Sandame's eyes were a little deep, and he waved his hand. Yes. After Kakashi left, the Sandame's eyes suddenly became sharp, like a long-hidden sword, shining again. It seems that there are always some people in the village who are restless. Chapter 21 Teach Naruto to pick up girls. When the darkness receded like a tide, Yang Ming gradually woke up from his slumber. In Yang Ming's ears, at this time, the sound of the system kept echoing. The antivirus function is activated, and the toxins in the host are being eliminated. The elimination progress is 20%. 100%, elimination completed. Yang Ming touched his still dizzy head, and the memory before falling asleep suddenly emerged. Yang Ming was startled, where is that thief? Regardless of his weak body, Yang Ming turned over suddenly, but saw a short figure lying in front of him, and the fat man had been guarding beside him like a door god. At this time, the blood flowing from the thief had coagulated and darkened, indicating that a long time had passed. Yang Ming did not dare to be careless, and ordered the fat man to go over and check the other party. After all, what happened today seemed too weird, and it was always better to be careful. The chubby puppet listened to the order faithfully, turned the thief's body over, and exposed his true body. But when he saw the thief's appearance, Yang Ming's scalp suddenly numbed and his whole stomach was twitching. It was really that the scene he saw was too disgusting. The thief's face alone was like a honeycomb, revealing countless dark holes, and from inside, you could see small insects as thick as rice grains wriggling. Not to mention people with trypophobia, even a normal person like Yang Ming couldn't stand it and started to vomit. Yang Ming had no choice but to ask the system for help. System, what do you think we should do with this corpse? An unknown creature with a trace of chakra was detected. The system can recover it for research. The system said seriously and seriously. Then hurry up. Yang Ming really didn't want to see this corpse for a moment. As soon as the words came, a beam of light shot out from Yang Ming's body and shone on the corpse. As if by magic, the whole corpse and the insects inside disappeared suddenly, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Even the dried blood on the ground disappeared, as if they had never existed. Host, the materials you provided are of great research value. I am sending you Lao Gan Ma hot sauce. Please go to the store to receive it. The system said seriously and earnestly. Lao Gan Ma. Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and he said, System, what's going on? The host's level is too low, so I have no right to know for the time being. The system said seriously and earnestly. Yang Ming's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, then you have to introduce this Lao Gan Ma hot sauce, right? Lao Gan Ma hot sauce has been carefully brewed using traditional craftsmanship. It has the characteristics of elegance and delicacy, outstanding spicy flavor, and long aftertaste. It is a must-have at home and a good gift for relatives and friends. The system said seriously and earnestly. After listening to the system's explanation, Yang Ming felt a little greedy. Moreover, Yang Ming was very curious whether this Lao Gan Ma hot sauce was similar to the brand on Earth in his previous life. Or, is it simply the same product? If this is the case, then what kind of connection does the system have with the Earth? Could it be the reason why Yang Ming traveled to the Naruto world? With all these thoughts in mind, Yang Ming didn't want to stay at home for a moment. He hurriedly ate and rushed to the store. At this time, it was already the next day. The sky is bright. Today is an important day for class assignment in ninja school. Naruto went there happily, but came out in a low mood. Naruto walked on the street, his hands in his trouser pockets, his head down, his face almost written I am unhappy, and the whole person exuded the aura of keeping strangers away. Tisk, what's so great about that Sasuke, isn't he just a bit more arrogant? Why does Sakura always look at that pretty boy, but refuses to look at me more? It's really a headache. And, the most damnable thing is that Sasuke, that bastard, actually took my first kiss. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will never let you go. Just wait and see. Naruto felt angry when he thought of what happened this morning. Especially, he was actually assigned to the same class with Sasuke, that annoying guy. This is simply a nightmare. In this case, why not ask my big brother for advice and see if he can help me? Suddenly, such an idea flashed through Naruto's mind. Do it as soon as you think of it. Naruto has always been vigorous and resolute. He turned around and ran all the way to Yang Ming's shop without thinking about anything else. Not long after Yang Ming opened the shop, he saw Naruto rushing in, with sweat on his face and dust, looking a little embarrassed. Yang Ming asked curiously, Naruto, are you here for dinner today? Naruto's mouth twitched, and he shook his head vigorously like a wave, saying, no. Big brother, I want to ask you a question. Please teach me how to pick up girls. Please. Hearing Naruto's words, Yang Ming was stunned instantly. Damn. I don't even have a girlfriend, how can I teach you to pick up girls? Naruto looked at Yang Ming's silent face, and his heart was beating fast. He was afraid that Yang Ming would not teach him, and he was anxious. So, Naruto looked at Yang Ming with tears in his eyes, put his hands together in front of his chest, and said in a sincere tone, brother, please. At this time, the system jumped out unwillingly. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, the request of the younger brother. Task description, as a big brother, you should act like a big brother. How can you ignore the younger brother? Please complete Naruto's wish. Task reward, meat bun making method. Well, since the system has given the task, Yang Ming has no reason to refuse. But, speaking of it, how to pick up girls is a problem. Well, this is a problem that has troubled single dogs for countless years. Yang Ming just felt a headache, and countless thoughts flew through his mind. He flipped through all the movies, TV shows, and animations he had watched in the past. Finally, he found a solution that was not a solution. Yang Ming gently patted Naruto's shoulder, with a confident expression that he believed that he was right, and said, bring the girl you like here, buy her a cup of ice cream, and she will fall in love with you. Brother, you are not joking, are you? Naruto obviously didn't believe it, and his face almost said don't bully me for not having much education. When have you ever been deceived by me? Yang Ming patted Naruto's shoulder again, looking like an elder brother who was absolutely right. However, Yang Ming complained in his heart, I just didn't have the opportunity to fool you in the past. Sure enough, the young Naruto didn't know that there were many people in the city who were good at playing, and he was soon deceived by Yang Ming's confident expression. After that, Yang Ming whispered a few words in his ear, and Naruto was as excited as a commoner meeting the Hokage, and ran to make an appointment with Sakura. Looking at Naruto's back, Yang Ming could only sigh, little brats are easy to deceive. Chapter 22 Sakura's first kiss was taken away by Naruto. Konoha Village, Park. Sakura sat on a bench alone, just like every young girl in love, holding her chin and thinking wildly. Alas, how can I attract Sasuke's attention? Even if I use beauty, I have an average figure and only my forehead is bigger than others. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sakura. Sasuke. Oh my god, it's really him. And he's looking at me with such a hot look. It seems that he has seen through my heart. A touch of blush quietly floated on Sakura's cheeks, making her look even more lovely and moving. Sakura imagined countless scenes in her mind, and she felt hot all over, her legs unconsciously clamped together, and her body twisted. The scene is in my mind. Sasuke, Sakura, your most charming part is your big forehead, which makes people want to kiss it. Sakura, my forehead was born for this. Ah. So shy. Sakura covered her cheeks with both hands, which were burning hot. Although Sakura also knew that this was only a plot in fairy tales, in reality, how could the Prince Charming fall in love with Cinderella? After all, that's Sasuke. The only heir of the Uchiha family of Konoha, the most outstanding graduating ninja of this year, and most importantly, he is so handsome. At this time, something incredible happened. Sasuke actually walked towards Sakura. At the same time, a kind voice like the sound of nature came from his mouth, Sakura, let's go eat ice cream together. What? Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief, with a confused look on her face. Then, it was the ecstasy of a fairy tale coming true. Oh yeah. I actually hooked up with Sasuke. Sakura was afraid that Sasuke would change his mind, so she nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, okay. Then let's go. Sasuke said with a smug smile on his face. Sakura didn't have any objections, and followed Sasuke obediently. Walking on the street, Sasuke pretended to ask casually, Sakura, I have something to ask you. Ah. What do you think of Naruto? Sakura said unhappily, you mean that annoying guy who loves to make trouble? He always likes to tease me. He knows nothing about me and is just annoying. He doesn't know at all. I just want to get your approval, Sasuke. Then, Sakura looked at Sasuke affectionately and said, because, I like you, Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke's face froze, his eyes became obscure, and he changed the subject, let's not talk about this, we are almost there. As he said, Sasuke pointed to the restaurant opposite Ichirura. Ah? Is it that restaurant? When Sakura saw the deserted appearance of Yang Ming's shop and the simple decoration, her beautiful eyebrows frowned immediately, and she said in her heart that she was not willing to go there at all. However, looking at Sasuke's earnest eyes beside her, Sakura's heart was drunk all of a sudden. Who cares? For Sasuke, I'll fight. Sakura yelled in her heart. Seeing that there were customers coming, the boss Yang Ming said enthusiastically, welcome, what would you like to eat? Give us a cup of ice cream. Sasuke said coldly, and his eyes met Yang Ming's for a second, as if they were sending some kind of signal to each other. Wait. Sakura stopped him at this time, pointing to the menu with one hand, and said distressedly, Sasuke, you shouldn't spend so much money for me. It's okay. Sasuke said nonchalantly, trying to bear the pain. Seeing that Sasuke had made up his mind, Sakura couldn't persuade him, but she was already ecstatic in her heart. Oh yeah. Sasuke actually spent so much money for me, Sakura, you have to take the initiative later. After a while, Yang Ming came out of the kitchen, holding a plate with a crystal glass on it. Please enjoy your ice cream. Yang Ming gently placed the crystal glass on the table, and at the same time, put down 2 golden spoons and said. Ice cream seemed to have the magic to attract girls. When Sakura saw the ice cream, she couldn't move her eyes away. To be honest, Sakura had never seen such a delicacy. Just one look at it made her want to eat it. It seemed that eating this ice cream was innate. Gurgle. Sakura swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a white jade hand had already grabbed the spoon in the palm of her hand, and then, she couldn't wait to take out a spoon, opened her cherry lips and swallowed it in one gulp. Mmm. Delicious. So delicious. How can there be such delicious food in this world? The cold air in the tongue is like a whirlwind, and a cool feeling sweeps over the whole body. It is really cool in this summer, giving people an extreme stimulation. Then, when the tip of the tongue keeps rolling, like a little snake, it rolls up the flying ice cream, and the sweet taste explodes instantly, sweeping around, and conquering Sakura's taste buds rudely. This sweet feeling is like kissing Suzuki. The next moment, Sakura looked at Suzuki affectionately. Her face has been like a peach blossom, beautiful and moving, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Perhaps it was the sweetness that the ice cream brought to Sakura that gave her the courage to close her eyes shyly, and she moved her face closer little by little. 3 inches. 2 inches. 1 inch. At this moment, the dream came true. When Sakura opened her charming eyes shyly, she suddenly found that the person opposite her had changed without knowing when. Naruto. It was actually Naruto. At this moment, Sakura felt that she was dazed in the wind. An uncontrollable anger of being deceived surged into her heart, but soon, a faint sweetness suppressed it. The sweetness of lingering, you and me and you, is the most touching. Sakura covered her lips. She didn't know why wasn't she angry, she was obviously deceived. But the sweetness left in her mouth kept reminding her that she was deeply involved. Could it be that the person I really like is Naruto? Even Sakura was frightened by the sudden thought. In the past, even a hint of this would not exist in her heart. But now, Sakura clearly felt that she was a little moved when she looked at Naruto. This scared Sakura, and she knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so she ran away without saying a word, leaving Naruto with a confused face. Brother, you lied to me. Naruto felt very hurt and said. No, how could I lie to you? Yang Ming glanced at the system calmly and said, if it is not successful, what do you think Sakura will do? This. In an instant, Naruto's face turned pale. Write the words of thanks in the author's remarks later. Chapter 23. This is Gaobuli steamed buns? After all the talk, Naruto was finally sent away, and Yang Ming looked at the system. Hidden task, the younger brother's request. Task description, as a big brother, you should act like a big brother, how can you ignore the younger brother? Please complete Naruto's wish. Task reward, how to make meat buns. Task completed, reward has been issued. In an instant, a stream of information about meat buns poured into Yang Ming's mind. Gurgle. At this time, the stomach also joined in the fun, making muffled sounds. Okay, Yang Ming admitted that he was hungry. Since coming to the Naruto world, Yang Ming has never seen such a delicacy, let alone eating buns. Thinking back to the days when he was in school, he would have 2 big and round buns every morning. Tisk tisk tisk, that deliciousness is still unforgettable. With excitement, Yang Ming said, System, please introduce the meat buns you provide. Host, the full name of the meat buns provided by the system this time is Gaobuli buns. The noodles and fillings of Gaobuli buns are carefully selected, the production process is strict, and the appearance is beautiful, especially the buns have even folds, and each bun has no less than 15 folds. The buns just out of the cage are fresh and not greasy, fragrant and delicious. It is said that when Yuan Shikai was the governor of Zhili and trained the new army in Tianjin, he brought Gaobuli buns to Beijing as tribute to Empress Dowager Cixi. After tasting it, Empress Dowager Cixi was very pleased and said, the beasts in the mountains, the geese in the clouds, the cattle and sheep on the land, and the fresh food in the sea are not as delicious as Gaobuli. Eating them will make you live longer. After the system's improvement, the meat filling of the meat buns is taken from the intermediate pig-like summoned beasts, which adds to the flavor of the buns. At the same time, long-term consumption can increase the chances of Chunin being promoted to Jonin. The system said seriously and seriously. Intermediate summoned beast. Yang Ming asked curiously. Before this, the beef used in beef ramen came from the so-called low-level summoned beasts. At that time, Yang Ming didn't care much, but now it seems that there is a lot of meaning in it. So, Yang Ming asked, System, are summoned beasts still divided into levels? Perhaps in order to make it easier for Yang Ming to understand, a piece of information was directly transmitted into Yang Ming's mind. Summoned beasts can be roughly divided into 5 types, low-level, medium-level, high-level, large, and giant. The corresponding ninja system is Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Penumbra, and cage-level strongmen. As for the tailed beasts, they are not considered. After all, the gap between the 9 tailed beasts is quite large. The weakest one-tailed beast is not even enough to kill a cage-level strongman, but the most powerful nine-tailed beast can easily kill a relatively weak cage. Then, some people will ask, aren't summoned beasts all powerful? Yang Ming can tell you responsibly that you are wrong. For example, Kakashi's summoned beasts are all scum with a combat power of 5, at most at the level of genin. A powerful summoned beast is like the big toad, who can fight with the one-tailed beast to a draw. As for the level of the toad sage, their strength is even deeper and deeper, and has long exceeded the scope of ordinary summoned beasts. Or, they are no longer summoned beasts, but a new species like sages. Just like the six-path sage, will he still be a human? Obviously, the answer is no. Humans constantly extract chakra from their bodies, but at the same time, chakra is constantly affecting humans, allowing humans to continue to evolve. It can be said that chakra is the world's gift to humans on this land. While thinking about this, Yang Ming took a big step and came to the kitchen. The flour for making meat buns is still the flour for making ramen, which exudes a faint rice fragrance and smells very comfortable. Yang Ming mixed the flour with yeast powder, mixed it with water to make dough, and began to send it to the proofing room for proofing. Proofing is also commonly known as fermentation. The temperature for proofing is usually around 35 degrees C 40 degrees C, the time is usually 30 to 60 minutes, the relative humidity is 80 to 90%, and the volume after proofing increases. It is best to double the size before proofing. During the proofing period, Yang Ming was not idle. He took the meat of the intermediate pig spirit beast out of the refrigerator. This meat is excellent, and it is taken from the pig leg, and the lines on it are clearly visible. Then, Yang Ming washed the pork, chopped it into minced meat with a kitchen knife, and put it into a basin. Then, add soy sauce, salt, cooking wine, chopped green onion and ginger, message, sesame oil, and stir clockwise. It can be seen that the minced meat gradually blends together in the stirring of many seasonings and spices, forming an indistinguishable whole, which looks chaotic. A scent of wine mixed with various aromas began to emerge, making people salivate. After stirring vigorously, Yang Ming poured in a small amount of cold water, stirring clockwise while pouring, stirring until it is very sticky, and then it becomes the filling. After becoming the filling, the various aromas no longer overflowed, all concentrated into the fine meat, and turned into part of the juice inside. Making buns is not like making ramen, the process seems more troublesome, and the strength required is higher. Yang Ming not only kneads the dough that has been proofed, but also kneads it thoroughly and divides it into evenly sized dough pieces. If kneading the dough for ramen is a combination of yang force and yin force, then kneading the dough when making buns is pure yang force, which is also to make the buns more fluffy. Obviously, Yang Ming's disadvantage is too great. In the past 10 years, as an orphan, what nutrition can he have? Moreover, before getting the system, Yang Ming suffered a lot for 3 meals a day. Therefore, until now, Yang Ming is obviously very thin, and it seems very difficult to make buns. In order not to rely solely on the strength of his arms, Yang Ming took a strange posture, which allowed him to fully mobilize the strength of his waist and legs, so that he could barely knead the dough. After finally completing this process, Yang Ming was already exhausted and panting, sweating all over as if he had just been fished out of a pool. Not only that, even his waist and back felt sore. For a man, a problem with his waist and back is a big deal. After a long rest, Yang Ming took out a rolling pin, rolled the dough into a round shape, and made it into a bun skin. Well, this is another strenuous job. In the process of making the bun skin, Yang Ming felt uncomfortable all over, and there were waves of needle-like pain from all over his body. After a lot of pain, Yang Ming finally made the bun skin and put the filling in the middle of the bun skin. Like a pastry chef with 30 or 40 years of experience, Yang Ming was skilled in making buns. He pinched the edges tightly and made the raw buns in a short while. Yang Ming put the raw buns into the steamer, added cold water to the pot, and steamed them over high heat. Well, we can eat them in about half an hour. Yang Ming wiped his sweat and said happily. Chapter 24 Imperfect Buns in a Kai. Hot steam came out of the gap in the steamer, like a white snake hovering in the air, breathing out a fragrant breath. Just like every boy dating a girl, the anxiety of waiting was written all over Yang Ming's face. Gurgle, gurgle. Yang Ming's stomach was rumbling non-stop, urging him, eat. Yang Ming covered his stomach, took a step, turned off the fire, and opened the lid of the pot. The long-suppressed steam suddenly rose up like a sleeping dragon emerging from the abyss. At the same moment, the rich aroma of the steamed buns was carried out by it and suddenly burst out, sweeping over like a raging sea wave, not only flooding the entire store, but also overflowing outside the store. The thick white smoke made people wonder if the store was on fire. Suddenly, the villagers who passed by Yang Ming's store talked about it. "Hey, it smells so good. What kind of smell is this? How come I've never smelled it before?" The villagers who had learned from the previous lesson, while holding back their saliva, pretended to be disdainful and said, "Tisk, it smells really good, but it's a pity that this boss is so black-hearted." "That's what I mean, why don't you learn from Uncle Yul? Who does he think he is? Really? Haha, you guys should also say less. Young people are always a little arrogant. They will learn to be smart after a few more setbacks." Yes, 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 the old ginger is still spicy, and the old man is still knowledgeable. At this time, a middle-aged man in a green vest smelled the fragrance, raised his thick eyebrows, and said excitedly, "Oh, this is the smell of youth." After that, the middle-aged man took a big step and walked towards the simple shop where the fragrance came from. At this moment, Yang Ming had no idea what was happening outside, but was concentrating on tasting the buns. Since the buns are made entirely according to the method of gaobuli buns provided by the system, they have all the characteristics of gaobuli buns. The characteristics of the steamed buns. The folds of the steamed buns are evenly spaced, and each bun is made up of 18 folds. In the steaming steam, it looks like a budding autumn chrysanthemum in the mist, which is pleasing to the eye. The delicate bun skin is thin and evenly spaced. Although it is not as thin as the wonton skin, you can vaguely see the full fillings from the outside, which makes people salivate. Yang Ming picked up the bun and put it to his nose. A smell of buns came to his nose, tempting the appetite hidden in the human body. He wanted to open his mouth wide and turn into a glutton, swallowing the whole bun. Unfortunately, Yang Ming couldn't do it. Because this bun is as big as an adult's fist, and his mouth hasn't grown that big yet. There was no choice, Yang Ming had to take a bite of the snow-white bun. Puff! A sudden change. When the bun skin was bitten, the rich juice inside poured out instantly like a dam bursting. Hot, hot, hot! The hot gravy splashed out, like magma spilling on the tip of Yang Ming's tongue. That kind of stimulation instantly detonated the taste buds on the tongue. The tongue that was numbed by the burning was mixed with the fillings. In an instant, Yang Ming seemed to have ascended from hell to heaven and tasted an unprecedented taste. A burst of the purest meat flavor was ignited in the mouth, but it was fragrant and not greasy. There was no disgusting feeling of fullness, but the mouth was fragrant, and the more you eat, the more you want to eat. When Yang Ming's mouth left the bun, strangely, there was not even a little bit of juice on the corner of his mouth. You know, if the fillings in the meat buns are enough, they will generally appear to be rich and oily, and it is easy to eat greasy hands and mouth. However, this meat bun is different. Although the meat is still juicy, it is not greasy at all. And this is due to the source of the filling. But after eating such delicious buns, Yang Ming was not satisfied at all. Yes, not satisfied. The buns are still not strong enough when mixing, and they are not soft enough to eat. Bad review. The pork is not minced finely, and a small part is not flavorful enough, resulting in a decline in the overall flavor. Bad review. Facing his own work, Yang Ming criticized it without leaving any room for improvement, and repeatedly thought about the areas for improvement. After all, even if he has a system, the system is not omnipotent, and in the end he still has to rely on his own efforts. In fact, after Yang Ming had the system, the dishes he made still had many shortcomings. Just like ice cream, he didn't know how to make it look good at all, and it came out in a ball. Yang Ming had already realized this, so he had always been very strict with himself and tried his best to make progress. Faced with his failed work, Yang Ming frowned and had to delay the time of putting the new product on the shelves until he was satisfied. At this moment, a tall figure walked into the store. As soon as he came in, he took a deep breath through his nose and said excitedly, "Ah, I finally found my youth." Yang Ming. Anyone who hears such strange remarks will be speechless, and Yang Ming is no exception. He turned around suddenly to see who this funny guy is. I didn't know what he was looking at, but I was shocked. It turned out to be Might Guy. The blue beast that is famous in Konoha village. Akai ignored Yang Ming's strange look, found a seat and sat down, saying, "Boss, what are you making? Give me one to try." "Oh, you mean this?" Yang Ming pointed to the bun held by chopsticks and said, "Sorry, we don't sell buns for the time being." Akai looked at the white and round buns shaking in front of him, and the rich fragrance could not stop coming to his nose. His saliva unconsciously flowed from his mouth, but he was completely unaware and just kept looking at the buns. God has pity, Akai has never seen such a delicacy as buns. In his opinion, this kind of delicacy with an attractive fragrance is simply youth. Well, Akai's brain circuits are always so different. Hearing that Yang Ming actually rejected him, Akai was stunned and said, "What? You don't sell it?" A big confused appeared on his face, full of confusion. Why is this? If we say that in the past, Kakashi had always succeeded in attracting the hatred of Kai because of Kakashi's genius and his constant neglect of Kai. Then now, Yang Ming has inadvertently replaced Kakashi and succeeded in attracting the hatred of Kai. This guy, who always speaks louder than words, directly grabbed Yang Ming's collar with both hands and shook him vigorously. But unexpectedly, Kai did not say anything bad, but said in a pleading tone, "Boss, youth is waving to me again, how can you bear to do this?" Yang Ming was shaken so violently that the bun held by his chopsticks loosened and flew into the air unexpectedly. But a figure was faster. Seeing that some readers commented on the problem of the material of the spirit beast, the author will not say much, you can guess it yourself. Chapter 25 Is Lao Gan Ma with meat buns true love? Yang Ming only felt a breeze blowing across his cheeks, and in the blink of an eye, the bun that was about to fall to the ground was caught by Akai. "I'm welcome." Akai ignored Yang Ming's strange expression and took a bite of the bun. Akai was called the Blue Beast, not only because of his combat power and style, but also because of his amazing intuition. So, don't think that Akai always has an IQ that is not online, in fact, he is very smart. When Akai smelled the fragrance of meat buns outside the store, his intuition kept reminding him that there was a great opportunity for him here. As soon as the white and soft buns entered his mouth, the thin bun skin collapsed like a wall of tofu dregs, and the tender and juicy fillings inside were instantly exposed to the tip of the tongue like a spirit snake coming out of a hole. For a moment, Akai felt that his mouth was full of fragrance, and the hot juice on the tip of his tongue brought him an unprecedented pleasure, which was simply refreshing to the heart and lungs. It was as if his soul ascended to heaven. Just one bite made Akai have endless aftertaste and unforgettable life. This is not over yet. When the rolling juice carried the fillings into the mouth, it broke through the barriers and killed into the stomach, and suddenly a pure life energy burst out. This. Akai suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling the changes in his body in disbelief. Just like streams converging into a river, this pure life energy flowed all the way and merged into the chakra system in Akai's body. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the chakra in Akai's body devoured the life energy without hesitation and quickly transformed it into chakra. What's more amazing is that this process was very smooth without any delay. Faced with this miraculous change, Akai excitedly waved his fist and shouted, "This is youth! I'm already full of passion!" Yang Ming. Yang Ming now finally understood why Kakashi always pretended not to know Akai. It was really too shameful. Akai smacked his lips, with a little unsatisfied feeling, and said slightly dissatisfied, "Alas, it would be better if it was a little spicier. You, a little thief who stole food without the owner's permission, have no right to say that." Yang Ming said expressionlessly. "Hey, boss, aren't we friends on the road of youth?" Akai's face was almost like we were good friends. "In this case, it's not stealing if I eat your buns. This is just like Kong Yuji and L. Yusun's works. For scholars, this is not called stealing, but taking, which is equally shameless." Yang Ming squinted his eyes and said speechlessly, "For the sake of food, you just throw away your moral integrity." Perhaps, Akai was a little embarrassed, laughed, and said, "Boss, then just quote a price." Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he thought of something, and said, "This store does not sell buns for the time being, so we don't charge money." Akai was stunned, he didn't expect that there are people who do business like this. Before he could think about it, Yang Ming continued, "However, since you have eaten my buns, why don't you agree to one of my conditions as payment for the buns?" Akai touched the back of his head, thought for a while, and he was indeed a little unkind, so he said, "As long as it is not something that violates the principles, I can agree to you." Hearing Akai's words, Yang Ming's mouth curled up. While the two of them were talking, Akai did not forget to look at the store. When he saw the astronomical dishes on the menu, a bowl of beef ramen cost 128 yuan, and the ice cream was even more outrageous, daring to ask for 250 yuan. Suddenly, Akai's heart was filled with tears. Fortunately, I hope the other party doesn't make any excessive demands. Akai felt relieved inexplicably. If the other party knew that he forgot to bring his wallet today, he would be embarrassed. Inadvertently, his eyes swept across the table, and a bottle of bright red appeared in his sight, with a small portrait of a woman on it, and the 3 big words Laoganma were written below. Hey, is this chili sauce? Akai's eyes lit up, like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. You know, Akai's favorite is hot and spicy food, that feeling is just like burning blood. So, Akai couldn't wait to open the bottle. No spoon? It doesn't matter. Akai proved with his actions that when a foodie encounters his favorite food, he will burst out with wisdom. He took out a sharp kunai from his bag, inserted the tip into the bottle, dipped it in chili sauce, and then smeared it on the snow-white skin of the meat bun. After a while, the skin of the bun was stained with bright red, and the white and red complemented each other, which looked a bit strange. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. He yelled in his heart, "Let go of that Lao Gan Ma, let me do it. God has mercy on him, Yang Ming only has this skin of Lao Gan Ma, and it will be gone after he finishes it. If he completes the system task in the future, he may get the method of making Lao Gan Ma, but what if he doesn't? Yang Ming will lose a lot." Akai ignored Yang Ming's inner pain, opened his mouth wide, and stuffed the half-eaten meat bun directly into his mouth. In an instant, a new taste was ignited. Akai immediately felt that his entire mouth was like a pile of blazing fire, and the intense high temperature went straight to his throat. Every grain of chili in the chili sauce was like wood under the blazing fire, crackling and burning, constantly stimulating the root of Akai's tongue. In a short moment, Akai's face turned red, spreading all the way to his ears. But the fire of the chili did not subside, but burned more and more vigorously. Akai felt as if there were thousands of tiny man-eating ants crawling and gnawing on the tip of his tongue. Hey! When Akai finally swallowed it, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. He felt as if he had experienced a fierce battle, and a sense of relief surged into Akai's heart. Akai smacked his lips with satisfaction, and there was still a trace of spicy taste in his mouth, like burnt firewood, still unwilling to make intermittent crackling sounds. This time of being free from time and space and happily filling the stomach is simply the greatest gift. It is even more said that it is the benefit of eating a whole meat bun. Akai felt that the chakra in his body actually rose a little, and stretched comfortably. Sure enough, his intuition is still so sharp. Akai thought proudly in his heart. With the joy of eating delicious food, Akai showed a row of dazzling white teeth and said, "Boss, make your request, I will definitely complete it perfectly." Like a successful little fox, Yang Ming showed a weird smile. Chapter 26, Take Might Guy as a younger brother, please recommend and collect on Monday. Yang Ming walked in front of Might Guy, stretched out his hand, and patted him on the shoulder. Inexplicably, a sense of uneasiness enveloped Might Guy. Could it be that this boss is going to make some excessive demands? Might Guy thought uneasily. No, if that's the case, I will definitely refuse him. Might Guy collected his thoughts, his eyes were determined, and he waited calmly. However, when Yang Ming said his request, Might Guy's thousands of words were instantly disintegrated. Akai, from today on, be my little brother. Yang Ming said so, completely ignoring the huge age gap between the two. Outside the store, Kakashi, who had been disguised as an ordinary villager, had been monitoring Yang Ming's store. When he heard his request, he couldn't help but laugh. The owner of this store is always so unexpected. Kakashi was happy outside the store, but Might Guy was confused inside the store. Might Guy looked at Yang Ming with a dull face and said, "Boss, are you kidding me? No. I never joke." Yang Ming said seriously, could it be that the blue beast of Konoha village is a ninja who doesn't keep his promise? Might Guy, I am so disappointed in you. Yang Ming's provocation was extremely successful, causing Might Guy millions of tons of damage. A flash of determination flashed in Might Guy's eyes, and with the awareness that the wind was whistling and the water was cold, and the warrior would never return, he said, "My youth does not allow me to break my promise." Very good, it's done. Yang Ming glanced at the system, unable to hide his pride. Congratulations to the host, completing the E.F.E. level achievement. I won't be the big brother for many years. I won't be the big brother for many years. In the Naruto world, the host becomes the big brother of an important role, and the current number of younger brothers is 2, which can be upgraded. Achievement Reward, Shadow Clone Technique. After getting the achievement reward, Yang Ming continued to work hard and said, "Akai, since you recognize me as your big brother, can you teach me physical skills?" Yang Ming learned physical skills from Might Guy just to make up for his shortcomings. After all, the system does not reward physical skills. What? Might Guy was confused again. So your purpose is just to learn physical skills? 10,000 crows flew over Might Guy's head, as if they were shouting, "Fool!" Might Guy put on a deep and resentful expression, staring straight at Yang Ming. That look, that grievance, the 3 rivers and 5 seas cannot be exhausted. Well, a middle-aged uncle put on this posture, anyone is afraid. Even Yang Ming, who thinks he is thick-skinned and black-hearted, was shivered by his stare. In order to appease Might Guy, Yang Ming said helplessly, "Akai, I still made a few meat buns and haven't eaten them yet, you can eat them all." "Oh." Might Guy's eyes flashed. Liang said, "Where is it?" Yang Ming pointed his finger, and in the blink of an eye, Might Guy disappeared, but he found that he had already reached the steamer and picked up the buns to eat as if no one was around. It is not entirely true that Might Guy has never eaten delicacies from land and sea. After all, no matter how delicious the food is, it only satisfies the appetite. However, the meat buns made by Yang Ming are different. Might Guy found that after eating these meat buns, not only did his chakra increase by a small section, but even the hidden injuries hidden in his body for many years actually showed a tendency to heal. This is incredible. You know, as a ninja specializing in physical skills, Might Guy has been doing devilish training all year round, and he has accumulated a lot of hidden injuries on his body. Moreover, ordinary medical ninjas really can't cure these hidden injuries, perhaps only Tsunade's level can do it. These hidden injuries are not a big deal when you are young, but as people reach middle age and their physical strength begins to decline, all kinds of contradictions tend to rise. For example, in the past few days, Might Guy felt that his fists were always weak, and he felt that he had the strength but couldn't use it. He knew that sooner or later he would follow the same path as his father Might Guy. But now, a turning point has appeared. Might Guy felt that as long as he insisted on coming here to eat meat buns every day, the hidden injuries in his body would be healed sooner or later. To be honest, Might Guy was also very curious about how the owner of this store made such magical food. So, he, who has always been straightforward, couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Boss, what is this bun made of? How can it have such a magical function?" "Akai, have you forgotten what you said just now? What did you want to call me?" Although Yang Ming only wanted to complete the achievement and get the reward, he didn't forget to tease Might Guy. After all, this feeling of teasing the original character is very pleasant no matter how many times it happens. Might Guy's original action of swallowing hard froze, and he almost bit his tongue, but he had already said it, and it was too late to regret it. So, he had to say embarrassedly, "Big brother. What did you say? You were too quiet, I didn't hear you clearly." Yang Ming showed a naughty smile and continued to teach. "It's so shameful." Might Guy's heart was in tears. But his body was very honest. Since he had thrown away his moral integrity once, it was nothing to do it again. Might Guy shouted, "Big brother." "Well, very good." Yang Ming's smile was about to rise to the moon, and he said pretentiously, "Well, what did you ask me just now?" "Big brother, what is this bun made of?" After the first and second times, this time, Might Guy called Yang Ming big brother really smoothly, without that dry feeling. Yang Ming felt refreshed, so he brought out the whole principle. When Might Guy finished listening to Yang Ming's narration, he became Spartan and felt that his 3 views were completely destroyed. "Brother, eating the meat of summoned beasts can definitely increase the amount of chakra?" Might Guy asked with a half-believing attitude. "No, if it were someone else, it would definitely not work. But after processing with my unique secret recipe, it can be done." Yang Ming crossed his arms and said confidently. Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things were not too beyond imagination. Otherwise, the world might have set off a wave of capturing summoned beasts. Yang Ming looked at Might Guy's appearance and knew that he believed most of it. However, he would never tell him the real truth. He could do what others could not do because of the system. When Might Guy had almost finished eating, Yang Ming found that the business hours for today were about to end, so he said, "Akai, take me to practice physical skills now." "Oh, brother, are you also interested in the passionate youth? I am here, I will definitely train you well." But in his heart, Might Guy said, "Yes, I will definitely use devilish methods to train you." Yang Ming didn't know that Might Guy was still very unhappy, and a wave of difficult training was waiting for him. Chapter 27 Invisible pretending is the most deadly. After leaving the store, Yang Ming followed Might Guy and came to an open field in the Konoha forest. This place, which Might Guy regarded as a training base, looked very simple, and there were scattered training equipment on the ground. Among several thick tree stumps, a figure was as fast as a cheetah, waving his fists, wheezing, and hitting the tree stumps heavily, making a bang 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 sound. This person has a watermelon-like hairstyle, wears a green tights, has thick eyebrows, and looks like Might Guy. Needless to say, this must be Rock Lee. Under the scorching sun, Rock Lee is still sweating and waving his fists tirelessly. Yang Ming can vaguely hear him shouting from a distance, 567, 568, 569. Seeing Rock Lee, Yang Ming is really a lot of emotion. Because Yang Ming and Xiao Li have a lot in common, that is, he has no talent for practicing chakra. If the system had not appeared, with his background, he would never have been able to become a ninja. Xiao Li was also very lucky to meet a teacher like Might Guy, so that he would not be buried. So, Yang Ming smiled to Might Guy on the side and said, "Okay, you have received a good apprentice." But who knows, Might Guy's answer is unexpected. Without the imagined pride, Might Guy just said very calmly, "No." In fact, Xiao Li is not a genius in physical skills, let alone a genius in ninjutsu or illusion. But Xiao Li has the power beyond genius. Because he is a hard-working genius. I believe that people with talent are not happy, but those who can work hard for those they trust are happy. Hearing his words, Yang Ming was shocked. Yes, most people in this world are ordinary mortals, like Rock Lee, Might Guy, and even Might Dai. In fact, they are all ordinary ninjas. They are not the wealthy families of Konoha village, they do not have the unique and powerful ninjutsu of the family, and they have not been able to lay a good foundation since childhood. They are even mediocre in their talent for learning ninjutsu. In the ninja school, they have always been in the middle and lower reaches or even the tail. What is commendable is that they have not given up. Yang Ming used to wonder why Rock Lee could persist in devilish training and eventually surpass the so-called genius Niji. Now, Yang Ming vaguely understood something. Might Guy naturally realized that Yang Ming was thinking about what he said, and his mouth curled up slightly, saying, "It is very hard to learn physical skills from me. Are you ready?" Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. He has never been a person who is afraid of challenges. His eyes are determined and he said firmly, "Of course." As they talked, they came to the stump where Rock Lee practiced. Xiao Li didn't care about practicing at this time. He quickly finished his practice and greeted Might Guy with admiration, saying enthusiastically, "Teacher Akai, are you going to shed the sweat of youth with me today?" Might Guy shook his head and said, "Not today." "Oh, that's it," Xiao Li said with a visibly depressed mood. At this time, Xiao Li cast his eyes on Yang Ming next to Might Guy, pointed his finger and asked, "Teacher Akai, who is he?" This." Might Guy's expression froze, and he saw Yang Ming open his mouth and secretly said that it was not good. But it was too late. "Hello, Xiao Li, I am Akai's elder brother, my name is Yang Ming." Yang Ming said with a sunny smile on his face. The next moment, the whole audience was silent. Xiao Li looked around stupidly and whispered, "Hey, how come they don't look like each other at all?" "Wait." Xiao Li came back to his senses and said in surprise, "What did you say? Are you the elder brother of Teacher Akai?" Xiao Li's face suddenly became serious, and he quickly distanced himself from the two of them, took a starting position for fighting, and said vigilantly, "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Teacher Akai?" "Yang Ming." "Might Guy." Yang Ming looked up at the sky speechlessly, and sighed secretly, "Alas, invisible pretense is the most deadly." Look, Xiao Li is such a good child, but he was scared. Xiao Li felt confused and looked at the two more carefully, saying, "What conspiracy do you have by pretending to be Teacher Akai?" Cough. Cough. Might Guy coughed twice heavily and was about to say something. But Xiao Li felt that he had seen through the other party's conspiracy. So, Xiao Li said excitedly, "Teacher Kai is so healthy, how could he cough? You bastard who insulted Teacher Kai, die! Look at me, Konoha whirlwind!" After that, Xiao Li blew past like a whirlwind, and in a flash he rushed in front of Might Guy, and swung out one leg like an iron whip. Snap! The imagined situation of the enemy being knocked down by one blow did not happen, but Might Guy blocked it with just one arm. Then, there was no suspense, Xiao Li was beaten up by Might Guy. Xiao Li had a big bag on his head, and said with a wronged face, "Teacher Kai, why didn't you say earlier that you actually have a big brother?" Might Guy now wanted to find a hole in the ground and bury his head in it. It seems that I will not only train Xiao Li's body, but also his brain in the future. Might Guy secretly decided in his heart, but he didn't know that this led to Xiao Li's career change and becoming a best-selling author. Might Guy was angry, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest, put on a vicious look at Xiao Li, and said, "Xiao Li, your training today must be doubled, and you can't eat dinner if you don't finish it." "Yes, Teacher Akai." Xiao Li trembled and immediately agreed. Then, Might Guy turned his gaze to Yang Ming, hesitant. It was really hard for him to call Yang Ming big brother in front of his favorite disciple. That was too shameful. Seeing that he was having a hard time speaking, Yang Ming took the lead to say, "Akai, just tell me how to train physical skills. Xiao Li is here, maybe he can keep me company." Might Guy looked at Yang Ming gratefully, and then said to Xiao Li, "Xiao Li, did you hear me? Just teach him the same set I used to train you." After that, Might Guy left quickly. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, his other two students would come and know about this. They were not as easy to fool as Xiao Li, and he would be embarrassed. Xiao Li did not think too much, but said excitedly, "Brother Yang Ming, I can already feel my blood burning, are you ready?" Well, his calling me big brother has complicated the relationship. Yang Ming sighed, "It's a pity that this doesn't count as completing the achievement." Chapter 28 I became bald and stronger. Yang Ming thought about it, since Xiao Li calling me big brother didn't activate the achievement, it would be better not to call me that. So, he said, "Xiao Li, don't be so formal, just call me Yang Ming." "That's fine." Xiao Li agreed readily, and then said, "Yang Ming, I want to ask, why do you want to learn physical skills? Is this strange?" Yang Ming asked curiously. Xiao Li smiled awkwardly and said, "Because, in the village, everyone laughed at me for being too stupid, so I had to learn physical skills." Hearing this, Yang Ming was silent for a while. "I came here to learn physical skills in order to cook more delicious food." After a moment of silence, Yang Ming said, "Cooking food?" Xiao Li said in disbelief, "So, you are actually a chef?" "It's true." Yang Ming said, "What about you, Xiao Li, why do you learn physical skills?" Xiao Li looked up at the sky and said, "Yang Ming, how big do you think the distance between heaven and earth is? I have always believed that I can defeat the so-called genius through hard work. As long as I practice 2 or 3 times more than the genius, I will definitely become stronger. But recently, I began to wonder if doing so will still not be able to defeat the real genius? Will hard work really pay off? I want to know the answer, so I keep challenging geniuses. I want to prove to everyone that even if I don't know ninjutsu or illusion, I can still defeat those geniuses through physical skills with hard work." After hearing Xiao Li's declaration, perhaps only Yang Ming, the time traveler, and Might Guy, who had high hopes for him, would believe what he said. After all, physical skills are not as good as ninjutsu and illusion. Physical skills require a very long time to grow, while ninjutsu and illusion can be mastered quickly with just talent and quickly form combat power. This is why the current ninja world generally advocates ninjutsu-type ninjas. Yang Ming, Teacher Kai once told me that if you lose your dream, you will live a more painful life than now. Now that I know your goal, please be prepared to face the pain." Xiao Li waved his fist excitedly like a middle school boy and shouted, "Today we are going to do 100 push UPS. 100 sit UPS. 100 squats. And then run 10 kilometers. "What?" Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. "Why does your words sound so familiar to me? Did I travel to the wrong world? Are you sure this is not Mr. Saitama's training method?" Seeing Yang Ming's dull face, Xiao Li thought he was scared. For this, he showed a row of shining teeth, raised his thumb, and encouraged, "Yang Ming, youth has no regrets, let's do our best." So, Xiao Li forced Yang Ming to do push UPS. This was really hard for Yang Ming. God knows, his malnourished and thin body, his arms were like bamboo poles. Have you ever seen a bamboo pole being pressed by a heavy object? It would definitely be bent at any time. Doing push UPS like this, is it funny? But both Xiao Li and Yang Ming automatically ignored this problem. At first, Yang Ming was still quite relaxed, and he did 10 push UPS easily. But as time went by, the fatigue accumulated in his arms continued to accumulate, like putting layers of chains on them, and slowly began to become stiff and heavy. Yang Ming trembled with his arms, pressing down again and again. Every time, he felt like a huge mountain was humped on his back, pressing him to the point of suffocation. That feeling was really worse than death. Many times, Yang Ming had the idea of giving up in his mind. Why do I have to work so hard with the system? Why do you have to torture yourself like this when you can have a comfortable life? Every time a thought comes up, it is a torture of Yang Ming's mind. If he can't get over it, Yang Ming's will never be firm. Even if he has the help of the system, a strong man without a strong will is destined not to reach the peak. At this point, am I going to give up? Come on, I can do it. In the past, before Yang Ming got the system, he always complained about everything, thinking that he was a time traveler after all. Why did he get along so badly? Now, since he has the system and the hope of becoming stronger, Yang Ming no longer wants to live that kind of muddle-headed life. He wants to become stronger. After becoming stronger, he can cook more delicious dishes and complete more system tasks. The sweat of beans fell down his cheeks, wetting the ground bit by bit. The strong nasal breath blew a breeze on the ground, raising some sand and dust on Yang Ming's face, mixed with sweat, and became turbid and dark yellow. Yang Ming didn't know how many times he had done it. His whole mind was blank and he just kept doing it mechanically. Stop! Yang Ming, it's done. Xiao Li's voice was like the sound of nature. When Yang Ming heard it, he let go of his arms and fell to the ground, panting and exhausted. Xiao Li ran and fetched him a bottle of water. Yang Ming, this is water specially for drinking after training. It can restore your physical strength in a short time. Yang Ming stretched out his right hand tremblingly, but suddenly found that his right hand was out of control. It was as stiff as a rock and just trembled. Xiao Li knew that Yang Ming's muscles were overstretched, so he opened the bottle, handed it to Yang Ming's mouth, and then slowly poured it in. The cool liquid poured into his mouth, flowed down his throat into his intestines, and a stream of gentle power spread, moisture rising and silently smoothing out Yang Ming's pain. After just a moment, Yang Ming felt refreshed and his physical strength recovered a lot. At least, his hands were no longer shaking and he could pick up water to drink by himself. Well, it seems that you have recovered almost. Next, let's continue with sit ups. Xiao Li didn't look tired at all, and still said passionately. Yang Ming now finally understood why teacher Saitama was so awesome. Is this exercise still done by humans? But no matter how difficult life is, we still have to keep going. For the goal in his heart, Yang Ming gritted his teeth and continued to exercise. And out of their sight, two figures quietly observed Yang Ming. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be interested in this guy. Haha, Akai, I didn't expect you to let a teenager who is a dozen years younger than you be your big brother. Kakashi really talked about everything and hit Might Guy's pain point at once. Might Guy was like a kitten with its fur standing on end. He immediately said, Kakashi, today I'm going to challenge you 2,380 times. The loser will do a handstand around the village. Kakashi sighed, covered his face and said, I don't know you. Chapter 29 The legend of my brother spreads in Konoha village. While Yang Ming was working hard to practice physical skills, he didn't know that the entire ninja school, and even Konoha village, was in a fierce storm of public opinion because of the ice cream he made. This is what happened. Because the school had just been divided into classes, the instructor of the Jonin had not come yet, and most of the graduates who had just become genin stayed in school at this time to celebrate becoming ninjas. After Naruto took Sakura's first kiss, he returned to school with an uneasy mood and happened to meet Sakura. The expected scene did not appear. Seeing Naruto, Sakura was uncharacteristically flushed and hid away with her head down. Naruto is a pure boy, how can he know what girls think? In order to understand Sakura's thoughts, Naruto found Sakura's best friend Yamanaka Ino, and then told her everything from beginning to end. Naruto, is there really such magical ice cream? Ino looked like a dragon meeting a gem, and her eyes were fascinating. Hey, I want to ask you. Before Naruto finished speaking anxiously, Ino waved her hand and said nonchalantly, don't worry, Sakura is very conflicted now. The important thing is there really a kind of food that can make the person you like fall in love with you? Facing Ino who turned into a tigress, Naruto retreated instantly and said hesitantly, of course, my brother said that if you love her, you should treat her to ice cream, and the other party will definitely understand your intentions. Very good. Sasuke, wait for me. Not to mention that Ino went to ask Sasuke out, Naruto didn't find the answer he wanted, so he asked others again, and asked almost all the classmates in his class. In the process of asking questions, Naruto inevitably leaked the store's background. The food that could increase the amount of chakra immediately caused people to exclaim. As a result, everyone spread the news, and it became more and more bizarre. A magical story about Yang Ming's shop was spread among the crowd. It is said that the owner of that shop is a master who is hidden and usually looks lonely. In order to prevent others from disturbing his life, he even deliberately sold dishes at sky-high prices. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Gold always shines, and this master who hid very deeply finally showed his true colors. Some people swore that they had witnessed that a genin went to that shop to eat and condensed chakra comparable to that of a chunin the next day. It's not that no one raised doubts, but someone immediately jumped out to provide evidence. Dare to open a shop opposite Ichiraku restaurant, that explains everything. Well, Uncle Ichiraku was shot even when he was lying down. But it was this sentence that made many people who half believed and half doubted believe it. No other reason, because Ichiraku restaurant is the best restaurant in Konoha village, and even in the Land of Fire. In the past, no peers dared to open a shop near Ichiraku restaurant because they were ashamed of themselves. The fact that Yang Ming's shop dared to open there shows that he really has real skills. So, many people went to Yang Ming's shop with inexplicable feelings. Some of them wanted to increase their chakra volume, and some wanted to date the person they liked. Even some people with ulterior motives blackmailed Yang Ming's production method. When these people came to the door of Yang Ming's shop, they were instantly confused. Why is it closed? It was like a boy secretly opened the resources at night without telling his parents, but he saw a scene full of mosaics. Only the person involved knew the pain of being confused. The diners queuing at Yule restaurant were strange. Why did so many people come to the black shop opposite? Are they here to collect protection fees? Out of curiosity, a customer from Yule restaurant walked up and said, "Did you come to the wrong place? I tell you, that restaurant is very shady and the prices are very high." Unexpectedly, the person he asked said excitedly, yes, it's this restaurant, I'm not mistaken." This time, it was the customer from Yule restaurant who was confused. He said with a dull face, "Are you going to this restaurant to eat?" "Yes, we are." "You?" The customer almost wanted to say "You are an idiot," but fortunately, he swallowed it. Originally, the customer didn't want to pay attention to this idiot, but the other party saw that he was familiar with the place and chased him, asking, "Brother, you know a lot about this restaurant, just tell me about it." As he said that, he handed over a cigarette. Seeing that the other party was so knowledgeable, the diner lit up a cigarette, squinted his eyes and took a puff, then said, "Brother, you asked the right person. Let me tell you, this store, although it looks simple, is actually full of secrets." The other party was excited and said, yes, I also heard about it from others. This store is indeed very extraordinary." The diner pretended to recall the past, thought for a while, and said, "Take the recent past for example, even the senior ninja Might Guy came to this store. Wow, now thinking back, the fragrance wafting from that store is really amazing." The other party took out another cigarette with gratitude, handed it to the diner, and said, "Thank you, brother. It's a small matter." The diner took the cigarette with a smile, returned to the Ichiraku restaurant, and said to the people around him, "I don't know where this idiot came from, he has a problem with his brain." Someone else said tactfully, "That's right. Even if that restaurant is delicious, Uncle Yule's food is better? Anyway, I don't believe it." After that, there was a burst of laughter in the restaurant. Without knowing the reason, Yang Ming dragged his exhausted body back to the village. At this moment, there was not a single spot on his body that was clean, and he looked like a mud man. His hands and face were covered with scars. Even his clothes were no exception, and they were scratched one after another. Yang Ming now regretted following Xiao Li to exercise. He was just a lunatic. Originally, Yang Ming thought that running 10 kilometers was just a simple run, but unfortunately he was still too young. Xiao Li, this crazy guy, actually poked a hornet's nest on the route he ran, attracting a large group of bees, making him run for his life all the time. Many times, if Yang Ming hadn't used the substitute technique in time to avoid it, or used the shadow clone technique to let the clone lead some of the bees away, Yang Ming would have died many times. Although he only works 2 hours a day at noon and in the evening, Yang Ming is really tired now. He plans to go back to the store to post a notice and take a day off tomorrow. But when Yang Ming arrived at the door of his store, he saw more than a dozen people waiting at the door and queuing up. Am I tired and went to the wrong place? Yang Ming glanced across the street with a guilty conscience, and Yule restaurant was there. Very good, nothing wrong. So, Yang Ming opened the store as if no one was around, walked in, and wrote calmly, "He, the owner will be here tomorrow. Out to collect materials, suspend business for 1 day." Chapter 30 You stupid mortals. Looking at the words he had written, Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. He took the note and was about to paste it outside the store, but the customers who had been waiting hard were not happy. The uncle who had asked about Yule restaurant before was even more angry. He walked in front of Yang Ming and said, "Boss, give me a bowl of beef ramen quickly." The tone was so aggressive, as if someone owed him 100,000 or 1,000,000. Yang Ming glanced at him coldly, raised his hand, and said, "See, we will suspend business tomorrow, including now." The uncle rolled up his sleeves, frowned, and said with an unhappy face, "Oh my God, you boss, do you know how to do business?" Someone took the lead in making trouble, and other customers with a purpose started to make a fuss. "Well said, we have waited so long, why don't you let us eat?" "Haha." Yang Ming snorted coldly and said, "If you want to eat, go to the other side." As soon as these words came out, the conflict between the two sides was like a drawn crossbow, ready to explode. Some people with ulterior motives said sarcastically, "Could it be that the boss is guilty? You don't have any food that can increase chakra here." "Oh?" Yang Ming looked at the noisy crowd in front of him coldly, his mind racing. He had just opened the shop not long ago, and there were not many customers. How could so many people know about this? Even if the customers who had eaten here spread the word, they would not come now. For some reason, Yang Ming felt a strong sense of conspiracy. Among these people, there were ordinary people and ninjas. The uncle who led the trouble just now was a genin. Looking at his appearance, he probably wanted to become a chunin. After all, the salary of genin was very low, just barely enough to make ends meet. At this time, the system was also unwilling to be lonely and jumped out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, guests with ulterior motives. Task description: for those guests who ignore the taste of the food itself, they are challenging the dignity of the chef. As the future chef god of the Naruto world, use the food you cook to teach them to be human again. Task reward: shop decoration level 1. Very good, no problem. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said to these people, "Are you sure you want to eat? Have you read the menu carefully? Don't say I'm cheating you." Seeing Yang Ming's tone soften, these people said, "We already knew it." Yang Ming nodded, and unexpectedly found that these people almost all came for beef ramen. Only a pregnant woman with a lonely look ordered ice cream. While Yang Ming was busy in the kitchen, someone said sarcastically, "The owner of this store is just a name, it turns out he is just a teenager. Tisk tisk tisk, if the dishes he makes are not so good later, he will be in trouble." Others echoed, "Haha, then drag me in too." For a moment, the two guests with ulterior motives looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. With these troublemakers around, even those guests who were originally neutral could not stand the test and began to waver in their positions. Yang Ming naturally heard the conversations of those people outside, but he didn't care. Because after renting this shop, it was automatically decorated by the system. Next to the kitchen, a small toilet was built very considerately with a water heater, providing Yang Ming with a place to take a shower. After all, the chef's job, especially in summer, always makes you sweat profusely, so Yang Ming usually keeps a few sets of spare clothes in it. He required himself with a harsh condition. First, he washed his body, then changed into a set of spare clean clothes, and then checked himself several times before he went to cook. For soldiers, obeying orders is their first duty. For chefs, concentrating on cooking is their first duty. Despite the unfavorable comments in the store, Yang Ming did not waver at all and made ramen meticulously. During the production process, the fragrance wafted out and lingered around the customers, making them salivate. A neutral customer took a deep breath and said intoxicatedly like a poem, "This fragrance should only exist in heaven, how many times can we smell it in the world?" Well said. Another equally neutral customer applauded and said, "It's really appropriate. This fragrance, I'm so old, it's really the first time I've smelled it, just for this reason." After the two of them said this, the atmosphere that was unfavorable to Yang Ming was immediately diluted. Some guests who originally came here just out of curiosity also calmed down and began to look forward to Yang Ming's beef ramen. When the guests' patience was worn out, Yang Ming brought out bowls of hot beef ramen. The hot air hovered over the ramen, like a dream, and the mellow and rich aroma came to the nose, which was the most appetizing. When the uncle who led the trouble looking at the beef ramen in front of him, he was 7 points nervous and 3 points excited. The uncle's name is Miyamoto Musashi, which is a common name. Similarly, his life is also common. He is just an ordinary ninja. He has no background, no talent, no money. He has worked hard for most of his life, but he is still a ninja. Although the salary of a ninja is higher than that of an ordinary profession, it is also very expensive. Whether it is buying ninja tools or practicing ninjutsu, money is needed in all aspects. Miyamoto Musashi has had a dream since he was a child, which is to become the shadow of this country. But the reality is so skinny that his dream is as fragile as a balloon. However, he has never given up. When he heard that Yang Ming's shop had food that could increase the amount of chakra, Miyamoto Musashi didn't care whether it was true or not. With the attitude of trying everything, he came. God bless, it must be successful. Miyamoto Musashi picked up the chopsticks and clamped them in his palm, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and prayed secretly in his heart. I'm going to eat. Slurp. He took a big mouthful of ramen, along with 2 slices of beef, and swallowed it down in one gulp. This taste. Delicious. So delicious. Miyamoto Musashi had never eaten such delicious food before, and he accidentally choked. He quickly pounded his chest a few times, and then drank a few mouthfuls of noodle soup before he recovered. When the warm noodle soup carried the beef ramen into the stomach, the thin beef quickly decomposed and turned into pure life energy, which spread along the meridians. Miyamoto Musashi stood up suddenly, and his tears had already silently soaked his face. And Miyamoto Musashi's performance was just one of the more normal ones among the dozen people. Some people actually knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and shouted incomprehensible words. Facing all this, Yang Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his face without any joy, and he only complained in his heart, "You stupid mortals." Chapter 31 I am actually very low-key, really. Miyamoto Musashi's lifelong dream is to become a Hokage, but his own conditions are too poor, which makes him feel desperate. He lived for most of his life before he cultivated to the level of Genin Chakra. Originally, he thought that this life would be like this, after all, he was used to it. But now, when Yang Ming's beef ramen really has a magical effect, Miyamoto Musashi, the first person to cause trouble, actually walked in front of Yang Ming. Puff! He actually knelt down on his knees. As the saying goes, there is gold under a man's knees, and a man's dignity is more important than anything else. Miyamoto Musashi is naturally a person with great self-esteem, otherwise he would have followed the crowd and spent the money he earned on buying alcohol and gambling every day. But he actually knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Ming 3 times. This is incredible. This is also a very important etiquette in the world of Naruto. Generally, only the younger generation will perform such a great ceremony to the respected elders. Yang Ming was also startled by him, and quickly helped him up and said, "Let's talk it over. Get up first." Unexpectedly, Miyamoto Musashi stubbornly refused to get up, tears streaming down his face, and said excitedly, "Boss, I was wrong, I shouldn't question you. Your great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten. If you need me in the future, I will do it even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire." As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Miyamoto Musashi in surprise, but his face was calm, indicating that this was really from the heart. This is incredible. Even if Miyamoto Musashi is just a cannon fodder level ninja, he is still a ninja. In this era when samurai have long since fallen, a genin is equivalent to a small leader of a large national army. At this moment, the guests who originally had bad intentions fell silent. They didn't know how many people like Miyamoto Musashi would be present. They didn't dare to anger the public. At this time, the system jumped out to show its presence. Hidden task, guests with ulterior motives. Task description, for those guests who ignore the taste of the food itself, they are challenging the dignity of the chef. As the future chef god of the Naruto world, use the food you cook to teach them to be a new person. Task reward, shop decoration level 1. Task completed, reward has been issued. Wait. Yang Ming said to the system in his heart, "Don't rush, wait until the guests leave before decorating the shop." Understood. The system said seriously and seriously. The task was completed. Yang Ming was in a good mood, and his eyes looking at Miyamoto Musashi became more appreciative. So, Yang Ming said to Miyamoto Musashi, who refused to get up, "I am very touched by your kindness. Please get up quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for putting you on the blacklist and not allowing you to eat in the restaurant in the future." As expected, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Miyamoto Musashi shuddered, his face full of panic, and he quickly stood up and apologized. As for the other guests, they finished their ramen one after another and prepared to leave. At this time, Yang Ming called them and said, "Everyone, I hope that after you leave, you will not tell others about what happened today." Miyamoto Musashi was the first to jump out, with a puzzled look on his face, and asked, "Boss, the food you make is like a masterpiece of nature, and it has great merit. Why don't you let more people know about it?" "Why?" Yang Ming raised his mouth, looked into the distance with loneliness, and said lightly, "Because I like to keep a low profile." At this moment, everyone remembered the rumors circulating in the village. The figure of Dugakaubai in front of him, he really lived in seclusion here just to avoid the hustle and bustle of the world. Suddenly, endless respect was like the waves of the river, continuous and endless. Yang Ming's image instantly rose higher and higher in their hearts, like a towering mountain that broke through the sky, and could only be looked up at. In fact, Yang Ming didn't think so much. He just remembered that when he was weak, he should be careful to enter the village, not to shoot, and low-key development is the kingly way. But Yang Ming never expected that he was pretending to be cool. After all the guests left, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, took out the ice cream, and served it to the last guest. This is a very ordinary woman. Also a very ordinary pregnant woman. From beginning to end, she didn't say a word, her eyes were as silent as a dead lake, and she just lowered her head and covered her bulging belly lonely. This is a woman with a story. Thinking so, Yang Ming gently put down the crystal cup and placed the golden spoon on the woman's right hand. "Thank you." The woman's voice was very soft, as gentle as the spring breeze, giving people a very comfortable feeling. The woman's slender white fingers picked up the spoon, and her originally calm eyes finally flashed a ripple, revealing a look of nostalgia. She gently opened her red lips, and a small spoonful of ice cream passed through her white jade teeth and entered her dark mouth. When the sexy tongue wrapped around it, the cold pleasure instantly surged into her heart. She closed her eyes and ate very slowly, as if she wanted to taste every inch of the ice cream. It seemed like a moment had passed, and it seemed like a century had passed. The woman licked her lips with enjoyment, feeling that she had not finished. After a while, the woman left. From beginning to end, she may not have said 10 words. She came quietly, tasted quietly, and left quietly. After everyone left, Yang Ming said to the system, "System, you can start decorating. Host, please draw the decoration style of the store." "Oh." Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "Let me see it." A virtual disc appeared in front of Yang Ming, and only he could see it. The disc is divided into many grids, each with a small circle. When Yang Ming focuses his attention there, a three-dimensional image of the shop after decoration will automatically pop up. But after Yang Ming looked at them one by one, he said that his stomach hurt. The so-called shop decoration level 1 is to make the shop theme-based. The following are the themes that make Yang Ming's balls break. The horror theme shop is mainly dark and thrilling black, supplemented by scarlet color to render blood. The love theme shop is mainly ambiguous and cute pink. The middle school disease theme shop uses two-dimensional characters as the wall, supplemented by exaggerated colors. Yang Ming covered his face with one hand in pain and said, "System, can I refuse the decoration? I think it's good now." "No, the host is a man who wants to become a chef god. How can he stay in such a simple shop?" The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming wanted to complain, who made the shop like this in the first place? The world is big, and the system is the biggest. Yang Ming's little arms were obviously no match for his big legs. There was nothing he could do. Yang Ming could only pray that his luck would not be so bad and he would get some weird shop theme. After signing the contract, the bookstore had my book. In just 2 days, the performance was better than that on Kidian. But I sincerely hope that friends who read books in the bookstore will give me your recommendation tickets and rewards on qidian.com, because this book is first released on qidian.com, especially during the period of new books, it is most important for a book. At the same time, the author cannot receive the rewards from the bookstore. Chapter 32 I want to have a small shop with full style. Yang Ming closed his eyes and ordered the system to spin the roulette wheel in front of him. 3, 2, 1, open your eyes. The roulette wheel spun slower and slower, and Yang Ming's breathing became more and more rapid. When he saw that the pointer was about to stop at the dark style decoration, Yang Ming was anxious. Fuck, don't stop, keep going. Perhaps Yang Ming's shouting had an effect. Like a snail, the roulette wheel moved forward with difficulty. Ding, host, extraction is complete, now we are going to decorate the shop. The system said seriously and earnestly. As soon as the voice fell, a white light that was difficult for ordinary people to detect shone out, covering the entire shop. When the light faded, a brand new shop appeared in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked around and his jaw dropped. The simple decoration has not changed, there are still 2 tables and stools, and the walls are bare except for the menu. But. Important things should be said 3 times. Why does the shop look even more simple? No, it should be said that it is even more shabby. The original roof was made of cement and could block wind and rain, but now. Damn, it is actually covered with yellow thatch. Perhaps, the only bright spot is the door of the shop. There is a couplet on both sides, the right side reads this is a humble room and the left side reads only my virtue is fragrant. Moreover, the products produced by the system must be high quality, and the fonts are vigorous and powerful, like sand scratches, giving people a thick and ancient feeling. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh to the sky, raised his middle finger high, and said, System, I surrender. Thank you for the compliment, the host. This decoration adopts the most primitive farmhouse style and shows the most authentic farmhouse flavor. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he laughed, saying, I find that your serious nonsense level is getting higher and higher. Host, as long as you work hard to complete the task, the store can continue to upgrade and beautify. The system said seriously and seriously. Haha. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, I really don't want this kind of store. After talking, Yang Ming took out the note he had written before, posted it on the door, and then went home. As for those guests who had left long ago, naturally some people would not take Yang Ming's words to heart, and after returning home, they would show off their experience today to familiar or unfamiliar people. Especially when it was mentioned that Miyamoto Musashi actually knelt down in emotion, it caused a sensation among people. Hokage Building. Kakashi handed a report to the Sandame and said solemnly, Hokage-sama, the recent unusual movements in the village seem to be targeting this small shop. Puff puff. The Sandame took a deep puff of cigarette, but it was difficult to hide the fatigue in his eyes. He carefully read the report, his brows were locked, and wrinkles appeared, making him look unusually old. Kakashi, you have worked hard during this period. The Sandame took out a file from the drawer, handed it to the other party, and said, I will naturally send someone to handle this matter. Now, there is another thing that needs to be handed over to you. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi took the file and saw that it was the list of the 7th class assigned by the ninja school this year. He was on the list and was the instructor. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. There are actually 2 problem children in one class, this is really... Kakashi thought about it and felt deeply annoyed. It seems that he will not be able to watch the Intimate Paradise for a while. Seeing Kakashi silent, the Sandame thought he was unwilling, so he comforted him, Kakashi, I also know that this task is a bit difficult for you who have always been lazy. But, whether it is Naruto or Sasuke, I am always worried about handing it over to others. Although the Sandame did not say it explicitly, Kakashi, who is as smart as he is, already knew what he meant. Naruto is needless to say, he is the son of the 4th Hokage and is born to be a member of the Hokage family, and Kakashi is the 4th Hokage's student, so it is best to hand it over to him. As for Sasuke, it is because the generations of Hokage have the habit of accepting a child of the Uchiha family, one is to win over the Uchiha family, and the other is to bury a time bomb in the Uchiha family. Now that the Sandame is old and has no energy, Kakashi, who is also a member of the Hokage family, can shut up many people. Of course, there are only 2 people left in the Uchiha family now. In view of the great sacrifice made by Uchiha Itachi for the village, this quota must be given to Sasuke. As for the last quota, that is, Haruno Sakura, it is purely politically correct, and the people in the village need to feel that the Hokage is still on the side of the common people. In short, This class division is a secret operation from beginning to end, and there is no fairness at all. For example, the Inoshikacho trio is a typical representative. As for those real common people? Haha, unless they are particularly outstanding, who would care about their life or death? I understand, Hokage-sama. Kakashi took the documents and was about to leave. The Sandaime suddenly ordered, by the way, I hope you can give Sasuke the right training. The subtext of this sentence is to teach Sasuke the correct outlook on life and the world, so that he can feel a sense of belonging to Konoha. This is also what it should mean. Regardless whether it was Uchiha Kagami or Uchiha Obito in the past, they all became true Konoha ninjas under such education, rather than ninjas of the Uchiha clan. After Kakashi left, a masked Anbu appeared and half knelt on the ground. The Sandaime was uncharacteristically cold, his eyes as deep as the abyss revealed endless coldness, and he said, "Have you found out?" Suddenly, the Anbu ninja felt a strong pressure on him, like a mountain pressing down on his head, and he couldn't help but tremble all over, saying, "Yes, I am incompetent and haven't found out yet." Suddenly, the pressure that originally enveloped the Anbu ninja suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. I only heard the Sandaime sigh imperceptibly, and said in a deep voice, "It's not your fault, go down and have a rest." The Anbu ninja didn't dare to stay any longer, and couldn't wait to leave the office. When he touched his back, it was all cold. It turned out that he had been sweating profusely and soaking his clothes without knowing when. This Anbu ninja is also an elite jonin, with strong strength and has completed many dangerous missions. In the past, he often thought that he was very close to the level of Kage, or that he might be able to do it if he was given 2 or 3 years. But now he knows that he may never reach this distance in his life. Even now, when he thinks back to the feeling of facing the Sandaime, it is just like a baby facing an adult, as if it is an invincible power. The Sandaime stood on the windowsill, looking at the prosperous village from afar, and said quietly, "No matter who it is, don't think about destroying Konoha." Chapter 33, You don't need to be present to show off. The next day, the sky was clear and the village, which had been silent for a night, became noisy again. The streets were crowded with people, full of vitality. What's interesting is that when some villagers who know each other meet, they often talk about the rumored shop in Konoha after asking, "Have you eaten there?" If the person being asked also happens to have heard of Yang Ming's shop, the two will talk about it to each other. The scene is full of pride, as if they have witnessed it with their own eyes. And if the other party has not heard of it, it doesn't matter. The villager who asked the question must be secretly happy in his heart, and he will brag to the other party like a sky high to satisfy his little vanity. For a time, the popularity of Yang Ming's shop spread to the village at an unimaginable speed. In this process of promoting it intentionally or deliberately, the reputation of Yang Ming's shop actually has a tendency to overshadow Ichiraku restaurant. Of course, there are also quite a few people who don't believe it. They always think that Ichiraku restaurant is the best. Among these people, with the mentality of watching a good show, some villagers who came here because of its reputation came to the door of Yang Ming's shop early. But when they saw Yang Ming's shop for the first time, their hearts were filled with endless disappointment. In fact, the decoration of this shop was too shabby. Compared with Ichiraku restaurant, which was full of Japanese style, Yang Ming's shop had neither any external decoration nor any unique style. Maybe the thatched roof could be considered a feature? Damn, what era is this? Didn't you see that even the common people live in cement houses? What kind of rubbish are these? It's not their fault. After all, in this era where people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold, whether or not you have a good appearance determines the upper and lower limits of your career to a certain extent. Undoubtedly, they had imagined Yang Ming's shop too beautiful before. After being ruthlessly hit by reality, the disappointment caused by the gap was simply chilling. However, some people noticed the couplets on both sides of the door of the shop. An old man wearing gold-rimmed reading glasses walked up to the painting and read it carefully, "This is a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant." After reading it, the old man's face, as old as tree bark, suddenly flushed. He clapped his hands excitedly and said, good words, and even better meaning. Anyone who sees an old man in his 70s or 80s so excited will be curious and come forward. A young man walked up and asked, "Uncle, what's so exciting?" "It's just a few words. I can write it, too." Unexpectedly, the old man looked at the young man coldly, snorted, and said rudely, "You young man! How can you know so much?" The young man felt embarrassed by what the old man said, and said angrily, "Who do you think you are?" The old man did not give in at all, and proudly puffed out his chest and said, "I am not talented, but the word fire on the Hokage building was written by me. What is pretentious? This old man is it? That posture, that tone, a lonely master style." Hearing that he had written for the Hokage building, the young man knew that he had kicked the iron plate. But how many young people are there in life? If you are not frivolous when you are young, you are not a young man. The young man was a young man who was not afraid of tigers. He said, "Cut it out. If that's the case, then tell me, what's so great about this couplet?" Although the old man was old, but he is still as hot-tempered as before, like a volcano being triggered. He raised his head high and looked at the young man with contempt. "Young man, listen carefully. Let's talk about this character first. The author has reached a realm that is difficult for future generations to reach. The font is majestic and varied, like a dragon that can only be seen from the head but not the tail, with the vicissitudes of time. What is more admirable is the author's mind. Look at what this couplet means. This is just a simple house, but I have a good character." It shows the author's generous and confident style, which can be regarded as a model for our generation. After listening to the old man's words, except for the young man, everyone else blushed for their previous behavior. Yes, we ordinary people only see its simple appearance, but not its connotation. At this moment, the image of Yang Ming in the rumor is more deeply rooted in people's hearts. This is a master who is alone and seeks to defeat others. He just lives in this small shop to avoid the hustle and bustle of the world. The young man was very upset. "Damn it, do you need to slap me in the face in front of so many people?" The young man was unhappy. He glanced around and suddenly found that there was a note posted at the door of the shop. Like Columbus discovering the New World, the young man immediately swept away the previous haze and said to the old man proudly, "Uncle, then tell me, what is the word on this paper like?" Under the young man's playful eyes, the old man carefully examined the note. He, the owner of this shop will go out to collect materials tomorrow and suspend business for one day." The old man felt a sense of depression in his heart and almost vomited blood. "Damn, don't cheat me like this. Where is the master style you promised?" Although Yang Ming used regular script and wrote neatly. But in this world, people are not afraid of poor quality, but they are afraid of comparing goods. With the previous comparison, this word is simply unbearable. Moreover, what the hell is written on this note? The old man felt that the world was full of deep malice towards him. I was supposed to show off, but why was I slapped in the face? I am old and can't stand it. But after thinking about it, the old man seemed to have an epiphany and coughed calmly. "Young man, since ancient times, geniuses have always had some strange hobbies, which can only mean." The old man considered the sentence and blurted out, "The owner is very willful." "Very good, this is very powerful." The old man secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, secretly saying that he was lucky, which neither offended the owner nor made sense. The old man glanced at the young man with a proud look in his eyes, only to see him standing there, with a confused face, and even more proud in his heart. "Little guy, you know that old ginger is still spicy." The young man was hit on the left side of his face, and then his right side came up and was hit by a combination of punches from the old man. He felt terrible. Mom is right, this world is too dangerous. The young man thought to himself, and said goodbye to this sad place with a heavy heart. Like a victorious rooster, the old man raised his head proudly, feeling that he was still as vigorous as before, which was really gratifying. He would go to Yang Ming's shop for a good meal later. Wait. It seems that something is wrong. The old man turned his head and saw that the words on the note were so dazzling. He, the owner of this shop will go out to collect materials tomorrow and will suspend business for one day. Not only the old man, but other guests who came here for the sake of fame, after seeing this note, felt an inexplicable pain in their hearts and were sad. Chapter 34 Class 7 Ninja School. Naruto sneakily clamped the blackboard eraser between the door and the door frame. The blackboard eraser had not been cleaned and was full of chalk dust. Seeing this, Sakura said impatiently, "Naruto, can't you stay quiet for a while?" "No. It's been so long, and only we, the instructor of Class 7, hasn't come yet. The others have gone to who knows where with the new teacher. Aren't you anxious?" Naruto turned his head away awkwardly, thinking to himself, Teacher Iruka has also gone back. I don't know if the new teacher will discriminate against me like others. Then you don't have to do this. Sakura said angrily. It's his fault. Who told him to be late? Naruto was not ashamed of his prank, but said it with pride. I'm really defeated by you. On the surface, Sakura sighed and held her forehead in silence, but she was very happy in her heart. Alas, if it weren't for maintaining the demeanor of a lady, I would have wanted to do this a long time ago. Sasuke looked at all this with a cold face and said disdainfully, boring. After a while, the door opened. To Sasuke's surprise, the teacher who came in was completely unprepared and was hit by the blackboard eraser 100%, and his head was covered with white ash. Sasuke was speechless and thought to himself, is this a Jonin? It can't be fake, it's very unreliable. Although Sakura was very happy in her heart, she pretended to be pitiful on the surface. Naruto was the only one who laughed without hesitation, saying, I actually hit it, ha ha ha. Kakashi. Is this the son of the fourth generation? How disappointing, is it really a son of a tiger father? Kakashi half squinted his eyes, supported his chin with his hand, and said, to be honest, the first impression you gave me was. Kakashi looked around, and under the expectant eyes of the three people, he continued, it's pretty annoying. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. If it weren't for the huge gap in strength, I'm afraid Naruto would have rushed forward and punched Kakashi. Then, let's introduce ourselves first. Kakashi looked at the cold scene and changed the subject. Seeing that none of the three had the intention to speak, Kakashi shrugged and said, don't be shy, just tell me what you like, what you hate, what dreams you have, etc. Teacher, wait a minute. Naruto seized the opportunity and said loudly, Teacher, please introduce yourself first. Kakashi looked at Naruto speechlessly and said, my name is Hokage Kakashi, and the rest is confidential. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. After the silence, Naruto took the lead and said, I'll do it. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like the dishes cooked by brother Yang Ming the most. I hate waiting for instant noodles for 3 minutes. My favorite person is Sakura. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and let everyone in the village recognize my existence. What a thoughtful person, you are worthy of being the child of the fourth Hokage. Kakashi said secretly. Sakura blushed when she heard Naruto's declaration, and buried her head deeply, but did not refute. As a result, she didn't even notice Kakashi calling her and skipped her introduction directly. When he got to Sasuke, he said coldly, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like and dislike a lot of people. I don't have the kind of dream that I talk about. If I have to say anything, I only have ambitions. I want to revive the Uchiha family, and kill that man. Oh, this is troublesome. Kakashi shook his head imperceptibly and thought to himself, it seems that the Hokage has given me an incredible task. Kakashi felt a headache. There were actually 2 problem children in the same class, and each one was more difficult than the other. It's really worrying. Wait, I have that. Thinking of something, Kakashi's eyes lit up and said, let's stop here for the self-introduction. The mission will start from tomorrow. Teacher, what is the mission? Naruto was the first to speak first. Kakashi showed a strange smile under his mask and said, first, let's carry out a field survival exercise. This is not an ordinary exercise. Kakashi looked at the 3 people who didn't care, and his heart was full of the pleasure of mischief, and said, your opponent is me. What? The 3 said in unison. Naruto was confused and said, Teacher, what kind of exercise is that? Hee. Kakashi laughed creepily and said, this test is extremely difficult, and the elimination rate is over 66%. Among the 27 graduates, only 9 can be recognized as genin, and the rest will be sent back for further training. What? This time, the 3 were not surprised, but horrified. Kakashi looked at the confused look of the 3 people, and his heart was full of the pleasure of revenge. Thinking back to the time when he was under the 4th Hokage, it was also like this. Perhaps, this is the special treatment of the Hokage family? Kakashi thought wildly. After Kakashi left, Naruto stayed alone in the park, his face full of panic. Because of Yang Ming's intervention, Naruto at this time did not learn the signature ninjutsu multiple shadow clone as in the original book. It can be said that the situation Naruto is facing now is even worse. What should I do? I don't want to go back to the ninja school. Naruto held his head with both hands in distress, squatted on the ground, and pulled his hair hard. Finally, he thought of a solution that was not a solution. Yeah, I am so stupid, how could I forget brother Yang Ming? Thinking of the seemingly omnipotent figure, Naruto felt excited, and his heart was more determined that only Yang Ming could help him get out of trouble. Do it when you think of it, which has always been Naruto's principle. Soon, Naruto came to Yang Ming's shop. However, what was waiting for him was the closed shop. How could it be? Brother Yang Ming doesn't close the shop so early. Naruto looked at the sky. The sun was about to set. Normally, Yang Ming would open the shop at this time. He approached with reluctance and suddenly found the note on the door. A sudden feeling surged in his heart. A ray of hope. He, the owner of this shop will go out to collect materials tomorrow, and will suspend business for one day. For a moment, Naruto was confused and felt bad. He was like a pillar, standing in the dusk. A breeze blew and rolled up a few leaves. Under its background, he looked even more lonely and desolate. The people around him were not surprised, because they had seen this kind of thing many times today. So, they could only sigh, this shop owner is so willful. But Naruto had already regarded Yang Ming as a drowning straw. He secretly decided that he must come early tomorrow. Chapter 35 Brother, please teach me ninjutsu. Konoha Village. It was just dawn, and two figures had already run around the village. Huff, puff. Yang Ming tiredly supported his knees, exhaled heavily, and his whole face was almost pale with exhaustion. Xiao Li, who also ran a lap, seemed fine, breathing steadily. This was because Xiao Li deliberately added a few more lead blocks to himself to take care of Yang Ming and slowed down. Otherwise, with his previous speed, he would have run 3 laps around the village. Here, your water. Xiao Li waited until Yang Ming had rested enough and handed him a drink specially designed to replenish energy for practicing physical skills. Yang Ming took the drink unceremoniously, glanced at Xiao Li's ankle inadvertently, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. I saw that several palm-sized lead blocks were tied to the ankle, which looked scary. This weight is not ordinary, adding up to 50 kilograms, equivalent to dragging a half-person high sandbag. And this is just what is exposed outside, not including the lead blocks under his clothes. But Xiao Li, who is so hard-working and diligent, was still just a supporting role in the early stage and was beaten by various geniuses. It can only be said that this world is too partial to ninjutsu. As long as you have some talent, it takes 1 or 2 years to learn ninjutsu, which is equivalent to 3 or 4 years of practicing taijutsu. Moreover, it is not only talent, but also resources are needed to practice taijutsu. Take the drink in Yang Ming's hand for example. It was developed by the secret department of the village and can replenish energy in a very short time. But the output is very small, and only a small amount is distributed to the senior ninjas in need. As for the junior ninjas, they don't have this blessing. This bottle of drink is the material that Might Guy gave to Xiao Li for training. It's just that Yang Ming's physique is too weak now, so he gave it to him. Otherwise, such intense exercise will not only fail to improve physical fitness, but will leave the root of disease. Seeing that Yang Ming had almost recovered, Xiao Li said, "Today's training ends here. See you tomorrow at the same place." Yang Ming nodded. He knew that Xiao Li would have more training tasks to do later, so he said, "Thank you for your hard work. See you tomorrow." It was rare that no one mocked him for practicing physical skills. Xiao Li also felt that Yang Ming was very pleasing to the eye. He smiled and said, "If you want to be polite, please treat me to meat buns next time." Yang Ming nodded heavily and said, "Okay, I will definitely make sure you are full." Then it's settled. Xiao Li showed his gleaming teeth, stretched out his fist, and said excitedly, "No regrets in youth." Yang Ming smiled, stretched out his fist, and bumped it with him, "No regrets in youth." Sometimes, friendship between men is actually that simple. After the two said goodbye, Yang Ming walked towards the store. From a distance, Yang Ming found a small man standing at the door of the store. The temperature was low in the early morning, and the man was shivering and looked very pitiful. With a little light, the short man's blonde hair was so eye-catching in the dim street. "Is that Naruto?" Yang Ming finally saw it clearly and quickened his pace to walk over. When he got closer, Yang Ming found that Naruto's hair was stained with many dewdrops. If Naruto had not been transformed by the Nine Tails chakra since he was a child, his physical fitness would be far superior to that of ordinary people. I'm afraid he would have to lie in bed for several days. "Naruto, why are you here so early?" Yang Ming asked curiously. Naruto waited for a long time, until the flowers withered, and then he waited for Yang Ming. That mood was called excitement. Naruto suddenly threw himself into Yang Ming's arms and shouted, "Brother, I miss you so much." Yang Ming wanted to complain, "Be careful of your snot, your clothes are getting dirty." But when the words came to his mouth, Yang Ming didn't say it for some reason, seeing Naruto like this for the first time, and let his snot get on his clothes. After Naruto calmed down, Yang Ming pulled him away and said, "Tell me, why did you come so early?" Naruto's face was slightly red. He didn't know why he was always so close to Yang Ming. He felt embarrassed now because of his true feelings just now. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he was just a mischievous devil who didn't do his job. However, thinking of the survival drill that was about to start today, Naruto didn't care so much and said anxiously, "Brother, please teach me ninjutsu." "What?" Yang Ming after a pause, he said, "Didn't you get assigned to a different class? The teacher won't teach you." So, Naruto spilled the beans and told him the whole story. Yang Ming suddenly realized and remembered that there was such a thing in the plot. However, Yang Ming didn't intend to tell Naruto the truth. Some things will be unforgettable only after experiencing them. This survival exercise is also the cornerstone of the bond between Team 7. If he intervenes rashly, the consequences will be unpredictable. Although in Naruto's eyes, Yang Ming is omnipotent, but family members know their own business. Yang Ming only knows a few ninjutsu, which is difficult to show off. Wait. Speaking of ninjutsu that can be shown off, Yang Ming really has it. Shadow clone technique. Speaking of this, Yang Ming is also embarrassed. Because of his appearance, a butterfly effect occurred, causing Naruto to miss the opportunity to obtain the shadow clone technique. Now he is asked to teach Naruto, which makes him feel like he slept with someone else's girlfriend and then went back to ask her to get married. However, Yang Ming's shadow clone technique was directly instilled into him by the system, and he really didn't know the principle. So, Yang Ming asked the system in his heart, "System, what should I do to teach Naruto ninjutsu?" Host, as long as you put your hand on Naruto's head and silently recite the teaching of ninjutsu in your heart, the system will automatically transmit the information to Naruto's mind. The system said seriously and seriously. Should we say that the system is really born with black technology? It's so simple and convenient. So, Yang Ming said to Naruto, "I will teach you ninjutsu later, but no matter what happens, you must remember not to move or talk. Do you understand?" Although Naruto didn't know that Yang Ming was just pretending to be so serious, he still said seriously, "Brother, I understand." "Very good." Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction, secretly sighing that the young man was teachable, and then did what the system said. As a result, a second passed, a minute passed, and Naruto didn't move at all. Is it because my posture was wrong? So, Yang Ming changed to a golden rooster stand posture, with one leg bent and supported by only one leg. Naruto was still wondering, how could I have shadow clone, why did the elder brother still press my head and put on such a strange posture? Suddenly, Naruto seemed to have an epiphany. Since the elder brother has such a magical way of passing on skills, there must be some kind of limitation, right? Naruto thought he had found the truth, and he also imitated Yang Ming and did the golden rooster stand. Then, a strange scene appeared on the street, two roosters, one big and one small, stared at each other. Fortunately, there was no one on the street. Chapter 36, I want to act like Lu Moxing Xiao Dejia. Yang Ming sent Naruto away, tore off the paper on the door of the store, opened the door, entered the store, and lay on the table to sleep. God knows, he got up before 5 in the morning, and trained crazily with Xiao Li, and he was almost exhausted. Thinking back to the hardest time in high school, he didn't do this. Yang Ming felt that if he traveled back to Earth with his spirit and took the college entrance examination again, he would beat all the academic masters and become the unparalleled academic god. In this kind of fantasy, he soon fell asleep. At noon, a slightly old voice sounded in Yang Ming's ears, "Boss, get up. Don't bother me, I'm going to get a pentakill, and I'm almost super god." Yang Ming muttered in his dream, and suddenly woke up from his dream with a start. "Fuck, who electrocuted me? Host, it's time to work. As the future god of cooking, you can't be lazy," the system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming. Then, he saw an old man with a confused face, and said, "Sorry, I scared you, what do you want to eat?" This old man, who claimed to have written the inscription for the Hokage building yesterday, calmed down and said, "Boss, give me a bowl of beef ramen." "Okay, wait a minute." When Yang Ming entered the kitchen to work, the old man stroked his long white beard and looked at the decoration of the small shop. Everything he saw was simple and shabby. However, facing this terrible environment that ordinary people would complain about, the old man had an admiring expression. It is indeed worthy of being the shop that has been talked about recently. The shop is simple but not simple. This simple style can only be found when the village was first established. Then, the old man said in a tone of hatred, "Alas, it's a pity that the young people in the village have long forgotten the past and have started to live a luxurious life. If the clan leader were still alive, wouldn't he be angry to death?" "Old man, you are wrong to say that." Outside, Miyamoto Musashi walked in and said, "Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. The village was first established because of frequent wars. Now it is a peaceful era. What's wrong with us improving our quality of life?" "Nonsense." The old man frowned and said sternly, "That's why I always say that you young people have no sense of crisis. Do you really think that the war is over? Isn't it?" Miyamoto Musashi said in a confrontational tone. Seeing that the two were on the verge of a fight, Yang Ming came out with a bowl of beef ramen and said, "Old man, are you here to eat or to quarrel? If you want to quarrel, please go outside." "Okay, okay." Although the old man has a bad temper, he dare not offend the boy in front of him. You know, according to rumors, this boy is a hidden master. Seeing this, Miyamoto Musashi also knew what to do and did not argue. He also ordered a bowl of beef ramen. Since eating beef ramen last time, Miyamoto Musashi has felt that his chakra state, which has troubled him for a long time, has finally shown signs of loosening. Miyamoto Musashi was so excited. This is an opportunity to be promoted to Chunin. So, even though a bowl of beef ramen is expensive, Miyamoto Musashi gritted his teeth and decided not to buy ninja tools this month at most, saving money to come to Yang Ming's shop. On the other side, the old man looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Several slices of beef overlapped and branched in 4 directions, like a blooming wildflower, with lush green onions scattered on it, embellishing the ramen very well. Just now, the old man was arguing with Miyamoto Musashi, and he didn't notice that the aroma of this bowl of ramen was very strong. You can smell it without putting your nose close to it. This strong aroma not only did not make people feel full, but instead aroused the old man's infinite reverie. There was an impulse deep in his heart that made him want to taste it. The old man picked up the chopsticks and was suddenly stunned. This pair of chopsticks made him feel inexplicably familiar. Isn't it the kind of chopsticks that the clan leader used in the past? It is said that the trees from which this kind of chopsticks come are extinct. Even if there are some left in the world, aren't they kept in safes by the daimyo of major countries as treasures? With inexplicable excitement, the old man's hands trembled. Although their clan has gradually become unknown in Konoha after so many years of development. But as a witness who witnessed the family's rise to the top, the old man knew very well how powerful the clan leader was back then. And now, he actually has the opportunity to use the chopsticks specially used by the clan leader? Just thinking about it, the old man could hardly hide his excitement. The old man picked up the ramen with trembling hands, opened his big mouth without teeth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Slurp. As soon as the elastic ramen entered his mouth, the old man felt that he had swallowed a lobster alive. The lobster jumped around in his mouth, as if it was going to overturn the river and the sea. This feeling is really great. The old man has lived for so many years, and he can pull out all the ramen he has eaten and circle the Naruto world 10 or 8 times. When he was young, it was okay, he could taste the elasticity of ramen. But as time passed, his teeth fell out, and eating was just a means of survival. Eating ramen was like chewing wax for the old man, and it was tasteless. But the ramen made by Yang Ming was different. Although it was very elastic, it was not hard. It didn't need to be chewed much, and the ramen was easily chewed by the old man. And when a piece of beef went down his stomach, the old man was surprised to find that his old body suddenly emerged with a vigorous vitality. The emergence of this vitality gave the old man an illusion, as if he was 10 years younger, his waist and legs no longer hurt, and he walked with more energy. When Yang Ming came out with a bowl of ramen again, the old man came to Yang Ming tremblingly and said, "Boss, your ramen is so delicious. It is a blessing for the village that you can live in Konoha." After that, the old man bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "I thank you on behalf of the village and the villagers." No, old man. Yang Ming quickly helped the old man up and said, I'm not as great as you say. I just want to cook quietly and make more delicious food that brings happiness to people. After saying that, even Yang Ming felt embarrassed. This plagiarism of Lu Moxing's famous saying, even he himself didn't believe that he was such a person. Unfortunately, the old man didn't know, and was immediately moved by Yang Ming's words. The old man took Yang Ming's hand and said excitedly, You are indeed the boss in the rumors. You are really worthy of your reputation. In my life, besides the clan leader, you are the second person I admire. Yang Ming has been listening to the old man always mentioning the clan leader, and he was curious about what kind of person could convince this arrogant old man. So Yang Ming asked, Old man, I would like to ask, who is the clan leader you are talking about? Chapter 37 The Senjo clan comes to my store. The old man closed his eyes slightly, full of memories, with a proud smile on his face. He raised his head slightly, stroked his long beard, and said, My name is Senjo Tongjian, and the clan leader is naturally Lord Hashirama. Click. At another table, Miyamoto Musashi was frightened and his hand loosened, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. Miyamoto Musashi asked with a trembling voice, Master, are you telling the truth? It's no wonder that Miyamoto Musashi lost face, because Senjo Hashirama was a legend in the village. It was because of Senjo Hashirama's sudden appearance, turning the tide, and working together with Uchiha Madara that he created a paradise on earth in the endless warring states, which is now Konoha village. Miyamoto Musashi grew up listening to the stories of this great man, how could he not be surprised? The old man Tongjian widened his eyes and glared, How could I lie? Thinking back then, I witnessed with my own eyes that the clan leader was so heroic and majestic that he could easily turn countless powerful enemies into ashes. Although it has been several decades, every time I think about it, my blood still boils. Miyamoto Musashi was attracted by what the old man said, and a picture suddenly emerged in his mind. In front of thousands of troops, the first generation faced one person alone, and with just one punch and one kick, the earth was shaken, the sound was shocked in all directions, and the power was amazing. Miyamoto Musashi said in an ode-like tone, The most extraordinary person in the history, the hero of the world, is only Lord Hashirama. When old man Tongjian heard that outsiders praised the clan leader so much, his heart was filled with joy. The wrinkles on his face relaxed, like a blooming chrysanthemum. He said happily, Young man, you have good taste. You are very much to my taste. Today, you can eat as much as you want. I will treat you. Miyamoto Musashi was immediately terrified and waved his hands desperately, saying, How dare I let you treat me? If anyone wants to treat me, it should be me. After saying that, he covered his wallet with a distressed look and secretly rejoiced, Fortunately, I just completed a mission not long ago, otherwise I would be embarrassed today. After a lot of mutual refusals, Miyamoto Musashi finally treated the guests. Anyone would feel happy if they were treated to a meal. After being happy, Mr. Tongjian hesitated for a moment. He couldn't help his curiosity, so he picked up the chopsticks and asked Yang Ming, Boss, can you tell me the origin of these chopsticks? Oh. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows, What's so strange about this? What's so strange about this? It's so strange. Mr. Tongjian roared in his heart, but then he thought, this boss is so willful, maybe this pair of precious chopsticks is just an ordinary chopstick. So, with 7 parts of calmness and 3 parts of anger, Mr. Tongjian said, Boss, do you know that Master Zujian used this kind of chopsticks to eat? What's the matter, isn't it used for eating? It would have been better if Yang Ming didn't speak, but when he spoke, he was really shocking, and immediately shook Mr. Tongjian. The old man in Tongjian looked at Yang Ming with the eyes of a prodigal son, and said with regret, Boss, do you know that the raw materials for making this kind of chopsticks have long been extinct? The chopsticks that remain in the world are mostly collections of daimyo and nobles, and they are still the kind that are priceless. Oh, I know. Yang Ming said calmly. But in his heart, Yang Ming was mad, and asked the system in his heart, System, are these chopsticks really that valuable? Host, the chopsticks provided by this system are made of lazong wood that has been extinct for 200 years. The color is dark and the charm is retained. If converted into currency, it is worth about 1 million. The system said seriously and seriously. Fuck. Yang Ming felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, and said, System, can I sell it? No. In a word, the effect was obvious, and Yang Ming felt so distressed. He worked hard to open a store, but he didn't even see 10,000 yuan. But now, he actually uses chopsticks worth millions, and more than one pair. This feeling is like when he finally bought a house and a car, and married a wife, only to find out that she is a transvestite from Thailand. It's really, congratulations, congratulations. And seeing Yang Ming's calm and composed look, as if he would not change his expression even if the sky fell, the old man in Tongjian could not help but sigh, "Boss, you really have the style of a patriarch, I admire you, I admire you." As for Miyamoto Musashi at the other table, his face was full of fear. He didn't expect that the chopsticks he used before were so important. Just now, what did he do? Let the chopsticks fall to the ground. Before, he didn't care much, just wiped them casually with his clothes. But now it's different. Miyamoto Musashi carefully checked the chopsticks with a pilgrimage mentality, worried that they would be knocked out. Not to mention that his salary was not enough to compensate, the fact that even a big shot like Senju Hashirama used these chopsticks alone made Miyamoto Musashi feel guilty. "I'm so stupid, really. I know that the boss is a hermit master, and even the ramen he makes is amazing, so how can the tableware provided by the small shop be bad?" Thinking of this, Miyamoto Musashi ate noodles with fear. Even when he looked at the bowl of ramen, his eyes were different, for fear that he would accidentally break the bowl with his rough hands and feet. His mentality changed. Miyamoto Musashi wanted to finish his ramen quickly, pay the bill and leave. As a low-level ninja, facing such a gorgeous lineup, he felt extremely inferior, and wished he could have a pair of wings on his back and leave quickly. Miyamoto Musashi glanced and suddenly found that the old man Tongjian was also so anxious, and suddenly, a sense of intimacy with the same kind of people arose spontaneously. Soon, the two finished eating, paid the bill and left. After they left, the small shop rarely welcomed another wave of customers. From a distance, Yang Ming heard Naruto's loudspeaker, "Teacher Kakashi, this is what you said, don't regret it." A slightly helpless voice sounded, "I know, Naruto, you don't know how many times you said it along the way, the teacher said to treat you to a meal, and he will definitely treat you." With the sound of footsteps approaching, 4 figures appeared in front of Yang Ming. A picture of Naruto who was sloppy, Sasuke with a cold face, and Sakura as the background wall. And Kakashi, who looked like a good gentleman with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. "Hey, big brother, are there new dishes?" Naruto glanced at the menu, his eyes rolling, and glanced at Kakashi, with a smug smile on his face after a prank. "Big brother, give me one of each on the menu." "Okay, what about the others?" Sasuke and Sakura didn't care, and they followed Naruto and ordered one of each. When Kakashi saw the menu on the wall, a thought suddenly came to his mind, this is really a dog. Chapter 38 Never seen such a black-hearted shop. The words on the menu hanging on the wall made Kakashi feel extremely dazzling. A bowl of beef ramen is 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream is 250 yuan. A meat bun is 666 yuan. Before coming, Kakashi had monitored Yang Ming's shop for a period of time under the order of the 3rd generation. Kakashi already knew the price of ramen and ice cream. Originally, he thought he could afford to treat the students of class 7. Who would have thought that this small shop would actually have a new product? Moreover, it was priced at 666 yuan. Let's calculate how much Kakashi has to pay, and you will know how distressed Kakashi is. Naruto and the other two want one of each dish, which adds up to 3,132 yuan. As an elite jonin, although Kakashi earns tens of thousands of yuan a month and lives a comfortable life, it does not mean that he will not feel distressed. "Teacher Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Do you want to break your promise?" Well, at this time, Naruto jumped out and gave Kakashi a fatal blow, forcing him to treat him to a meal. Otherwise, if it gets out, his reputation will be ruined. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Ming, thinking, shouldn't you say he is worthy of being the son of the 4th Hokage? He sells out his teammates. This reminded Kakashi of the past. It seemed that the 4th Hokage was afraid of his wife, so he often didn't bring money with him. When he went out to eat, it was usually the students who paid for him. This is full of blood and tears. In order to maintain his glorious image in the eyes of the students, Kakashi resolutely said, "Boss, serve the dishes as they said." At this time, Naruto jumped out again. "Kakashi teacher, don't you want to eat?" Kakashi's face twitched under the mask, and he said, "No, I'm full after watching the Intimate Paradise." He didn't even believe what he said. But Naruto actually believed it. Naruto said with a dejected look, "Oh, what a pity, I thought I could see the true face of Kakashi teacher." Kakashi's mind was full of black lines, and he decided to ignore this student with a little problem in his brain circuit. He took out a yellow book from his pocket. No, it was Intimate Paradise, squinted his eyes, and read it with relish. Kakashi thought to himself, these days, there are so many things to eat, how can it be more important to cultivate sentiment? While thinking, Kakashi turned to the latest chapter of the novel. The chapter title is A Red Apricot Out of the Wall, and he was immediately excited. Has it finally reached this plot again? At this time, by chance, a faint fragrance wafted out of the kitchen, tempting people's strong appetite. Gurgle, gurgle. Kakashi's stomach made a series of strange noises. Fortunately the sound was not loud, otherwise it would be embarrassing. There is a golden house in the book, and there is a gourmet hall in the book. Kakashi resisted the hunger. He just said that reading Intimate Paradise can make you full, but he can't be exposed so quickly. Yes, he is so arrogant. Please enjoy your beef ramen. Yang Ming brought out 3 bowls of steaming ramen, and the steaming mist hovered in the air. Yang Ming walked along, dragging a white mist road in the air, making the air filled with a pleasant aroma. Gurgle gurgle. Kakashi swallowed his saliva and ate with difficulty. He turned his face away and thought to himself, no matter how delicious the food is, it can't shake my determination to watch the Intimate Paradise. In order to divert his attention, Kakashi had to desperately find some exciting plots in the book, such as 6 goals in ice and fire, which made Kakashi's blood boil. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The sound of eating with relish, like a round of tailed beast cannon, bombarded Kakashi's mind. Suddenly, Kakashi fell into a situation of struggle between gods and humans. I want to eat so much. No, I want to read a book. I'm so hungry, just eat a bite. No, I must not go back on my word. On the other side, Sasuke looked at the ramen with disdain, thinking, how dare you sell this kind of ramen for 128 yuan? If it weren't for the fact that the outdoor survival exercise today touched him a lot, Sasuke would never have followed the others in the past. Sasuke picked up a piece of beef first, frowning, and his dissatisfaction became stronger. The beef slice was very thin and a little transparent, which made Sasuke feel that it was not enough to fill his teeth. But just when he was hesitating whether to eat it or not, a pair of chopsticks suddenly stretched out from the side and took away his beef at lightning speed. Haha, I'll eat this beef. Naruto said with a smug look on his face, opening his mouth wide and about to put the beef slice into his mouth. You dare to hold me back? Sasuke was so angry. Even if he didn't eat it, he definitely didn't want to see his share being taken away. Not to mention, this was the last one he had always looked down on. Suddenly, Sasuke moved, from extremely quiet to extremely active, very quickly. Others only saw a flash before their eyes, and Sasuke's chopsticks snatched the beef back, and in Naruto's angry eyes, he ate it in one bite. Asshole! You actually snatched my beef. Naruto stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and put one foot on the stool, looking aggressive. You are holding me back, how dare you say this is yours? Sasuke was not afraid at all and fought back. Sakura, who had been the background wall, covered her face with one hand and said unhappily, please, can't you just have a good meal? No. No. Sasuke and Naruto said in unison, then glared at each other and said at the same time, why are you imitating me? Yang Ming was making buns in the kitchen, while looking through the door at Naruto and Sasuke who were like fighting cocks. He felt a little funny and a little envious, and said, is this the bond between them? At this time, Yang Ming noticed that a figure took advantage of the gap between Naruto and Sasuke's bickering and quickly swept across the bowls of their noodles at a speed as fast as thunder. When he saw that person, Yang Ming was speechless for a moment. It was Kakashi. After eating the beef slices of the two, Kakashi licked his lips and said with lingering satisfaction, not bad, but the amount is too small. If Naruto and Sasuke hadn't discovered that their beef was eaten by Kakashi, they would have lived in vain. The two people who were originally confronting each other actually stood up together tacitly and protested to Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, give us back our beef. Kakashi touched the back of his head awkwardly and said to himself, oh, I was greedy by mistake. But in order to maintain his glorious image in the eyes of his students, Kakashi said seriously, look at you, you have no vigilance at all, and I succeeded so easily. Have you forgotten the knowledge taught by the ninja school? Sure enough, the most shameless thing in the world is to talk nonsense seriously. For a moment, Naruto and Sasuke were stunned and said to themselves, what he said seems to make sense, but why do I feel something is wrong? Chapter 39, Nothing is more fun than sister-in-law, and nothing is more delicious than buns. Please collect and recommend on Monday. After a farce. Naruto and Sasuke were afraid that Kakashi would come to steal food again, and they ate faster than each other and soon finished a bowl of ramen. Seeing their starving faces, Kakashi was sweating and thought to himself, what did I do wrong? I just ate a few slices of your beef. However, soon, their attention was attracted by the delicious food that Yang Ming brought out. 3 crystal cups were placed on the plate in a triangle shape, and the light shone through the exquisite outer layer, reflecting the tempting food inside. Just this appearance alone has made Naruto and Sasuke, who were sweating profusely, have an appetite again. Not to mention, as the ice cream was brought out, a fragrance mixed with cool air rushed over, just like turning on the air conditioner, giving people a cold feeling. Naruto and Sasuke gave Kakashi a fierce look with a thief's eyes, and then looked at each other warily for a second, regardless of the fact that the ice cream was still cold, picked up the spoon and ate it. Gulp, gulp. Watching their students eat, Kakashi's stomach was rumbling with relish, echoing throughout the store. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes looked at Kakashi in unison, revealing surprise and amusement, making Kakashi want to dig a hole in the ground and bury his head in it. It was so embarrassing. Naruto, the heartless guy, laughed without hesitation. Teacher Kakashi, didn't you say that reading can make you full? Why are you hungry now? Sasuke still had a cold look and didn't say anything, but his eyes had already betrayed him deeply, and it was just written on his face, this teacher is so stupid, so unreliable. Perhaps, the only thing that comforted Kakashi was that he still had a female student. Sakura's face showed a concerned look, and said, Teacher, you are hungry, do you want to eat? As she said that, Sakura scooped a spoonful of ice cream and gestured to Kakashi, as if she was going to give it to him. Kakashi was so touched. Although there were 2 problem children in the class, at least there was one normal one, right? So, Kakashi came up to them with excitement. However, the next moment, something strange happened. Sakura opened her mouth and took a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth. While eating, Sakura showed a pair of dimples and smiled, Teacher, I'm sorry, I was just teasing you. In her heart, Sakura was very proud. Who told you to show me so many illusions of Sasuke's death during the survival exercise today? You deserve it. For a moment, Kakashi was stunned. He only felt the bleak autumn wind, loneliness and a chill in his heart. What kind of students did I accept? Kakashi asked the heavens in silence, feeling that there was no place for him in such a big world. Seeing the students indulge in the food one by one, with intoxicated and happy expressions on their faces, Kakashi was so angry. By the way, I paid for this meal. In order to divert his attention, Kakashi cast his eyes towards the paradise of intimacy. This time, I will not be captured by food again. Kakashi secretly determined in his heart. To show his determination, Kakashi turned to his favorite chapter. Chapter name My Lonely Sister-in-Law. Very good, this is powerful. Soon, Kakashi fell into the vast ocean of cultivating sentiments and was unable to extricate himself. He also blocked the influence of Naruto and the other 2 eating, reaching the state of being deaf to the outside world and reading the books of saints with one heart. However, reality soon told Kakashi what it means that there is a mountain higher than a mountain, and the devil is 1 foot higher than the way. There is a saying, what is it? The funniest is the sister-in-law, and the tastiest is the buns. When the unique fragrance of buns wafted from the kitchen, Kakashi could no longer maintain the saintly posture, and instantly broke away from the great cause of cultivating sentiments. In the world of Naruto, there has never been such a delicacy as steamed buns. Therefore, steamed buns can be said to be unique, and this fragrance is also unique. Even an elite jonin like Kakashi, who has been to daimyo banquets, eaten at the homes of ordinary people, traveled across the country, and eaten the cuisine of the 5 major countries, can hardly resist the temptation of the smell of steamed buns. You can imagine how fragrant the steamed buns are. Kakashi took a hard look at the novel and thought to himself, no matter how good my sister-in-law is, she is not as good as steamed buns. So, when Yang Ming brought out 3 baskets of steamed buns, Kakashi moved. A flash of lightning that was difficult for ordinary people to detect flashed across Kakashi's legs. In an instant, it seemed to outsiders that Kakashi was still in the same place, but in fact he had already rushed out. Kakashi actually used the lightning release. Yang Ming only felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if something appeared in front of him, and thought he was tired and dizzy. But the next moment, Yang Ming felt his hand lighten, and the 3 cages stacked high had disappeared. Damn! When Yang Ming came to his senses, he looked around and saw that Kakashi had come to eat from him. Kakashi looked at Yang Ming apologetically, and regardless of the steaming buns, he pulled down his mask, opened his bloody mouth, and stuffed 3 fist-sized buns into his mouth at once. For a moment, Kakashi's originally handsome face instantly swelled into a bun face, and his 2 cheeks bulged high, which was actually a kind of cute feeling. Delicious, so delicious. Kakashi ate the food in a hurry, and said provocative words in the eyes of Naruto and the other 2. Naruto jumped out with a look of grief and indignation, and said angrily, "Teacher Kakashi, give me back my buns." Sasuke looked at Kakashi coldly, without saying anything, but took out a sharp kunai from his tactical bag with one hand, staring at Kakashi with deep hatred, as if he was ready to fight without saying a word. However, Sakura was the most ruthless. Sakura looked like she was abandoned by a scumbag, sobbing, "Teacher Kakashi is so bad, he actually, woo. If there are viewers who don't understand what's going on here, will definitely look at Kakashi with bad eyes, thinking that this is not a teacher, but a master. How can such a scum continue to teach students?" But Kakashi can no longer care about so much, because he has been conquered by the supreme deliciousness of the buns. The smooth and white skin is very soft and loose when bitten. Biting deep, a thick juice sprayed out in an instant, and the warm juice instantly filled Kakashi's tongue. The deliciousness contained in the gravy exploded instantly as the tip of the tongue rolled, and waves of pleasure swept across Kakashi's body, as if he was soaking in a hot spring, and every cell in his body trembled because of this supreme delicacy. When Kakashi finally swallowed the 3 buns, he touched his slightly swollen stomach and said with emotion, "I really want to eat another bun. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, that's our bun." The author knows that dumplings are not as delicious, please don't complain, it's just for show effect. This week is very important, please collect and recommend. Chapter 40 Uncle Ichiraku's daughter was kidnapped, please collect and recommend on Monday. Compared with the laughter and joy in Yang Ming's shop, Ichiraku's restaurant is not good at this time. Early in the morning, Uncle Ichiraku closed the restaurant. He sat quietly on the stool alone, with his head down, holding a photo tightly in his hand. In the photo, there is a beautiful woman with long brown hair, giving people a sense of shrewdness and ability. But such a beautiful woman, but her limbs are tied up, her body is wet, and you can glimpse the moving scenery through the thin clothes. Perhaps the binder had some strange talent. He used thick and strong hemp rope to wrap around the sensitive parts of the beauty, making her already curvy figure more prominent. Don't get me wrong, Uncle Ichiraku is not what you think. Because this is his daughter, Icarus. This morning, Icarus went out early to buy vegetables as usual. Originally, if it was normal, Icarus would have come back long ago, but Uncle Ichiraku waited for more than an hour and still didn't see her. Uncle Ichiraku was anxious and hurried out to look for her, but he didn't find anyone after walking around the whole village. He went to find Zisha and Izumo, who were the gatekeepers of the village, to see if his daughter had gone outside the village. To Uncle Ichiraku's surprise, the 2 10,000-year-old ninjas didn't see his daughter either. So, where did Icarus go? Uncle Ichiraku fell into deep anxiety. Since his wife passed away, he has been the one who brought up Ayam, and the two have a deep relationship. And at work, Ayam is very smart and has helped him a lot. Now that Uncle Ichiraku has lost Ayam, he feels like something is missing, as if the whole world is dim. It seems that we can only go to the Hokage building to issue the task of finding Ayam. Uncle Ichiraku said in a deep voice. Originally, Uncle Ichiraku didn't want to do this, after all, it was a high price to pay ninjas to work. Even though his restaurant was doing good business every day, he also saved a sum of money. But Uncle Ichiraku didn't want to touch that money, because he left it for Ayam as a dowry, hoping that she could marry a good family and live a happy life different from her own. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded unexpectedly. Haha, I advise you not to do this. Who? Uncle Yul was shocked, raised his head suddenly, opened his eyes, and swept his sharp eyes around. It doesn't matter who I am. It was that eerie voice again, but it came from all directions at this time, and it seemed so strange and terrifying in this closed little shop. The important thing is, if you still want your daughter to live, he. The mysterious man said, and let out a meaningless laugh, like two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. The laughter was hoarse and harsh, making people feel uncomfortable. Uncle Yule is also an old man, thinking of the photo of his daughter left in his hand before, the veins on his forehead suddenly popped up. So, Uncle Ichiraku suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "You should be a powerful ninja, why do you come to embarrass me and my daughter?" He. A laugh that made it hard to hear the real voice sounded, "Do you want your daughter back? It's very simple, as long as you grab the cooking secret recipe of the small shop opposite you. No matter what method you use, as long as you get the cooking secret recipe of the small shop, I will send your daughter back intact. Otherwise..." Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura swept over like 1,000 miles of waves, drowning Uncle Ichiraku in it. "Not only will you die, but your daughter will also live a life worse than death. You." Uncle Ichiraku opened his eyes in horror, and his whole body was shocked by the terrifying murderous aura. His body stiffened and unable to move. "Remember, don't go to the Hokage building, otherwise the conditions will be invalid." With a rampant laugh, the mysterious man gradually went away. After a long time, Ichiraku the uncle finally broke free from the murderous aura that was like an abyss, sweating all over, as if he had been fished out of a pool. Puff, puff. Uncle Ichiraku sat limply on the ground, breathing heavily, his legs trembling constantly, as if he was still reminding him that all this was not a dream. "What should I do? Why did they catch Icarus? It would be great if they caught me. Icarus is still young and has a long way to go. I must not let her make any mistakes." As if he had made a great determination, Uncle Ichiraku's eyes burst out with a terrible edge. Outside the house, on the roof of a building not far from Ichiraku restaurant, a masked man in a black robe stood quietly. He raised his arm, felt the cool breeze blowing in his face, and said in a very coquettish way, "Today's wind is very noisy." He is the mysterious man who made the sound in Ichiraku restaurant. If the Sandame were here, he would be surprised to find that he actually knew this person. This mysterious man was the leader of the Anbu who was sent by the Sandame to investigate who was creating public opinion in Konoha and building momentum for Yang Ming's shop. No matter how the Sandame thought, his most trusted subordinate actually betrayed him. The Anbu leader looked at Yang Ming's shop from afar and laughed strangely, "I did so much work before just to praise you highly. When Ichiraku comes out, according to his character, he will definitely issue a challenge." The Anbu leader's face hidden under the mask raised a cruel smile and said, "And you who are praised to the sky will definitely not dare to refuse this challenge. With Ichiraku's many years of superb cooking skills, I will definitely win and get the mysterious cooking secret recipe. When the time comes, as long as I present it to the adults, I will definitely be able to get the secret of becoming a Hokage." At this moment, the Anbu leader finally showed his ultimate goal. Become a Hokage-level strongman. As mentioned before, the class structure of Konoha village is solidified. It is not only difficult for ordinary people to become strong, but there are also many constraints. Take this Anbu leader for example. He has worked hard for Konoha village for most of his life. With his position and the resources he has obtained, his chakra has long been upgraded to the level of Hokage. But the problem is that he does not have a strong blood limit, nor does he have the talent to create his own ninjutsu. His combat power is still at the level of elite jonin. It's not that he doesn't want to get S-level ninjutsu, but these ninjutsu are generally sealed in the sealed book. Only the direct lineage of the Hokage has the opportunity to learn. Otherwise, he will join those families with S-level ninjutsu, work like a cow and a horse for them, flatter them, and beg them to teach him ninjutsu. Before, the Anbu leader had provoked Mizuki, hoping that this guy with a low IQ could steal the sealed book, and then he would pick peaches from behind to achieve the purpose of killing people, seizing treasures, and destroying corpses. Unfortunately, everything was messed up because of Yang Ming's appearance. Please collect and recommend, moi. Chapter 41 Kakashi kneels down and sings Conquer, please collect and click. Turn your eyes back to Yang Ming's shop. When the mellow and rich buns went down his throat, Kakashi felt like he was going to heaven. He had followed the fourth generation to travel all over the world and eaten all kinds of food, but he had never eaten such delicious buns. Kakashi closed his eyes slightly and quietly enjoyed the happiness brought by the food. This kind of pleasure of not being bound by time and space, but simply enjoying the food, made Kakashi, who had been fighting endlessly all his life, experience a moment of tranquility. War, killing, betrayal, are the unchanging theme of the ninja world. Whether in the 5 major countries or small countries, as long as there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there is killing. Ninjas are born to kill. Kakashi remembered that this was what Orochimaru had said to him when he was still in the village. As a veteran who had participated in the Ninja World War, Kakashi once believed this. But now, he was shaken. Such a carefree life may be the ideal of the first generation to establish Konoha. Kakashi said secretly. When the buns entered the stomach and the life energy contained in the meat fillings burst out, Kakashi was completely shocked. This! How incredible! Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes and felt the chakra flowing in his body in disbelief. If the chakra of the genin is the waterline and the chunin is the stream, then the jonin is the river. The chakra river that had remained unchanged for many years actually had an upward trend after being injected with the gurgling life energy. This is incredible. God knows, Kakashi became a jonin at the age of 12, and now more than 10 years have passed, and he is at most an elite jonin. Why? It's not that he has no talent, nor that he has no background and resources, it's just because chakra training is a long process. It's easy to go from the waterline to the stream and then to the river, but the shadow level chakra is a big river, endless, the number is not comparable to 1 or 2 small rivers. This is like a natural moat. Throughout the ages, countless young geniuses have been blocked from entering the world, missing the best age and wasting their time. After all, when people reach middle age, the strength of ninjas will decline rapidly, and the amount of chakra will also decrease. Just like the 3rd generation, the difference between the strength of middle-aged and old age is very large. And there is more. Kakashi could feel that a trace of that life energy actually flowed into his Sharingan. In an instant, a cold feeling began to spread. So comfortable. Kakashi couldn't help stretching to cover up his abnormality. For many years, since Kakashi changed his Sharingan, he was like carrying a huge burden on his back, which brought a great burden to his body. But now, this burden has been reduced. Although it is only a little, it also gives Kakashi hope. A hope to use the Sharingan for a long time. At this moment, Kakashi wanted to kneel down to Yang Ming like Might Guy and sing, "I am conquered by you." So, Kakashi forgot that he had said before that reading books can make you full, and said to Yang Ming with a licking face, "Boss, give me 10 more buns." "Sorry." Yang Ming shrugged and said, "This store only allows 1 order per person." "Boss, I'm not short of money." Kakashi took out hundreds of large bills from his wallet and said heroically. Yang Ming looked at the cute little money and his saliva was about to flow out. "With so much money, I can buy a suite in the slums, right?" Yang Ming couldn't help but be tempted. After all, no one wants to live in a rented house and always be bullied by the landlord. But it's just a thought. Yang Ming sighed imperceptibly and said expressionlessly, "Sorry, you can only order 1. "Boss, how can you do this?" Kakashi was speechless. He felt that as long as he ate more meat buns, his chakra would be able to reach a new level. But now, this boss didn't even sell him that much. Kakashi's brain was spinning. In his ninja career for so many years, he had done assassinations, spying, and disguises. He understood a truth. There are transactions everywhere in this world. It just depends on whether the chips of the transaction are heavy enough. So, Kakashi secretly made up his mind, took out the seal scroll from the tactical bag, and opened it. Bang! A puff of green smoke came out, and a broken short knife appeared in front of everyone. Kakashi looked at the short knife with complicated eyes, and said to Yang Ming, "Boss, I want to use this knife to exchange for all the buns you have here in the future." At this time, Naruto, the fool, jumped out and said with a smile, "Teacher Kakashi, this broken knife is broken, is it worth the money?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke and Sakura did not speak, and they also looked at Kakashi with strange eyes. Yang Ming gave Naruto a thumbs up in his heart, what a great assist. He himself clasped his hands in front of his chest, with a calm look, as if saying that brother had already seen through everything, revealing a faint sense of prestige. Sure enough, even Kakashi was deceived by Yang Ming's acting skills. Kakashi showed a look of reminiscence and said leisurely, "This knife is my father's sword. There are at least thousands of souls under the knife. It was once famous throughout the ninja world. It can stop children from crying and demons from retreating. Boss, look, does this knife match the buns you make?" Although Yang Ming looked the same on the surface, he was already in a state of shock. It's actually Konoha White Fang's sword. There was something he didn't understand, so he asked the system. Yang Ming said in his heart, "System, if this sword is converted into currency, how much is it worth?" "It's inestimable." "Why?" Yang Ming was also interested in seeing that the system didn't know something for the first time. "There is no strongest sword, only the strongest ninja," the system said seriously and seriously. Then, the system said, "The system can recycle this sword and make a kitchen knife suitable for the host." "What?" Yang Ming was shocked this time. He didn't expect that the knife of Konoha White Fang was so valuable. However, it didn't matter. The system stipulates that each person can only order one dish in the store. If Yang Ming violates the rules, he will be punished unpredictably. Yang Ming can't damage the future for the sake of immediate interests. So, Yang Ming just nodded expressionlessly, and when Kakashi thought he was going to agree, he said, "You make a lot of sense, I'm speechless." "Sorry, I refuse." The first half of the sentence made Kakashi's heart surge with beautiful expectations for the future. The second half of the sentence instantly kicked Kakashi from heaven to hell. The huge gap was about to drive Kakashi crazy. Watch looking at Yang Ming, who looked calm, Kakashi felt for the first time that he was facing his father, and the huge pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him. Chapter 42 Asking about pretentiousness, who else? Please click and collect. Although the sword of Konoha White Fang is broken, it is very famous. This sword is a short sword, only half the length of an adult's arm. After so many years, it still exudes a chill, like the cold wind in the cold winter, freezing the heart. It can be seen that Kakashi usually maintains it very well, the blade is clean, and there is no trace of rust. On the side, when Sasuke saw this broken sword, his whole heart was immediately moved. Sasuke's intuition told him that the sword is very suitable for him to use. A good sword is not easy to make, and it is even harder to find. Although this sword that Konoha White Fang used before is broken, it can still kill people. Sasuke could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart and said, "Teacher Kakashi, I am willing to exchange an S-level ninjutsu and 3A-level ninjutsu for your sword." A word of shock. Everyone looked at Sasuke in shock, only to see that his face was calm and he did not seem to be trying to attract attention. "You know, once you learn an S-level ninjutsu, you will have the combat power of the Kage level. Perhaps only the Uchiha family has such a big mouth and dares to take it out. However, this is a temptation that is difficult to resist for others, but it is of no use to Kakashi. Because he has the Sharingan. The ninja who is called a ninja who has copied thousands of ninjutsu is not in vain." With Sasuke looking forward to it, Kakashi shook his head and said, "Sorry, Sasuke, this is my father's sword, and he won't easily move it." "Why?" Sasuke was puzzled, pointed at Yang Ming, and said, "Teacher Kakashi would rather change buns to eat than ninjutsu." This made Kakashi look like a foodie. Sure enough, geniuses don't need emotional intelligence. Before Kakashi opened his mouth, Yang Ming sneered and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Sasuke, who was always arrogant, was immediately unhappy, with a pair of sword eyebrows raised, looking at Yang Ming coldly. Yang Ming was not afraid, stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "You are still young, you don't understand." That posture and tone were full of pretense. It was like Sasuke usually looked at others with a contemptuous look, like a top student looking at a scumbag. It has always been Sasuke who despised others, but no one has ever despised Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke was so angry that his lungs exploded, and he shouted angrily, "Say it again if you dare." "Shut up!" Kakashi felt overwhelmed and hurriedly stopped him. But Sasuke ignored Kakashi's dissuasion and said, "Teacher Kakashi, don't stop me. The Uchiha clan is not allowed to be insulted by outsiders." Seeing this, Yang Ming smiled lightly. No wonder Sasuke followed Orochimaru to leave the village in the original book. Now Sasuke, after his family was destroyed, is like a wounded little beast, unable to withstand any external stimulation. "What are you laughing at?" Sure enough, Sasuke was immediately enraged, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Yang Ming. "What am I laughing at?" Yang Ming looked at Sasuke with amusement and said something that made him angry and shocked, "Itaki is right, you are just his stupid brother. You are not allowed to say that person's name." Sasuke roared, exerted force with his legs, and shot towards Yang Ming like an arrow from a bow, holding a sharp kunai in his hand and wiping Yang Ming's neck. It happened in a split second. No one thought that Sasuke would be so extreme. It's a pity that Yang Ming can release puppets to protect himself at will, and there is an elite jonin here. You idiot, stop it. Sasuke is fast, Kakashi is faster. It's like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi came behind Sasuke, and his palm turned into an iron claw, grabbed Sasuke and then pressed him heavily to the ground. Bang! Sasuke's handsome face came into close contact with the ground in an instant, and was hit red. Damn it! Even so, Sasuke still opened his eyes wide and glared at Yang Ming. In his pupils, a megatama appeared faintly. Alas! Kakashi sighed, knowing that if he let it go, Sasuke would be in trouble sooner or later. In desperation, Kakashi had to cast an illusion on Sasuke to let him sleep well. Not to mention that Naruto and Sakura were in a hurry because of Sasuke, Kakashi looked at Yang Ming with a meaningful look and said, "Boss, can you tell me your true identity?" Yang Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 40-degree angle, and said pretentiously, "I'm just a chef who does it out of interest. I'm not asking you that." Kakashi felt a headache and asked in a tentative tone, "Since the boss knows Itaki, he must be someone who is not unknown. How come I have never heard of such a person as you?" Yang Ming is very. I want to tell Kakashi that I not only know Itaki, but I also know your father. Of course, only Yang Ming knows them, but they don't know Yang Ming. However, pretending is a state of mind. Since you have been pretending from the beginning, you can't stop. Yang Ming looked into the distance, his eyes revealed the most lonely expression of invincibility, and said lightly, "The world is so big, you should go and see it." In an instant, Kakashi was shocked. This sentence is concise and profound, with a profound artistic conception, full of infinite ambitions. Kakashi felt that in comparison, he was like a frog in the well, and could only be arrogant, which was really ridiculous. It seemed that Kakashi found that his father, Konoha White Fang, was standing in front of him, as if waving and saying, "True heroes should be bold and conquer the world." In short, Yang Ming was saying that there are so many masters in the world, but you are just ignorant. Kakashi choked in his throat and felt bitter in his heart. Suddenly, Kakashi bowed to Yang Ming, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Yang Ming waved his hand shamelessly, and said, "You're welcome, it's my duty." "Brother, what are you talking about?" Naruto blinked and said blankly. "You're still young, you don't understand." This time, it was Kakashi's turn to teach Naruto this. "Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. What's the big deal, hum?" Naruto turned his head away awkwardly, and the words "I'm very unhappy" were almost written all over his face. Kakashi had to persuade Naruto and the other two away. After they left, other customers came one after another. It was the first time that Yang Ming's shop was so popular, which made him busy for a while. After the working hours were over, Yang Ming said to the customers who were still queuing, "Our store is only open for 2 hours at noon and in the evening. The business at noon has ended. Please come back in the evening." Although many people know that the owner of Yang Ming's store is very willful, many people are unhappy when they really face it. Before leaving, they said carelessly that they would not come again next time. Originally, they thought that Yang Ming would persuade them kindly. Who knew that Yang Ming said lightly, "If you like to eat, come, if you don't like it, leave." This sentence was like a bomb blasting into the sea, causing an uproar. And with the help of some people, the bad news about Yang Ming's store flew around the village like wings. Chapter 43 Uncle Yul challenges brother, please click and collect. Dusk is coming, and darkness gradually spreads. The Leaf Village was bustling and prosperous on the surface, but there were undercurrents underneath. Ever since Yang Ming said "Come if you like to eat, leave if you don't like to," the news spread quickly, and the entire public opinion, under the control of someone with ulterior motives, gradually began to be unfavorable to Yang Ming. In an ordinary restaurant, two acquaintances were chatting with each other. "Have you heard about what happened in the rumored small shop? If I had known earlier, I would have told you that the boss was so arrogant that he actually said that you mortals are not qualified to come to my shop." "What? How come I heard that the shop had a sign at the door that said dogs and villagers are not allowed to enter?" Hearing the conversation between the two, a wretched-looking uncle stood up suddenly, "Humph, he is too arrogant and too arrogant." Immediately, someone next to him echoed, "Alas, why can't anyone teach him a lesson and teach him a lesson?" The two sang in unison, immediately attracting the guests eating in the restaurant. Seeing the unhappy look in the eyes of these guests, the two smiled at each other. It was the wretched man who started the conversation and said, "Who said there is no such thing? Don't forget, we still have Uncle Ichiraku here. Yes, Uncle Ichiraku is very powerful. Uncle Ichiraku will definitely teach him to be a new man. At this time, a man ran in from outside and shouted, "Oh no, something big has happened." After saying that, the man seemed to have run too hard and kept coughing. "What big thing is it? Tell me." The crowd was enthusiastic about watching the excitement and asked the man immediately. "Uncle Ichiraku, he is about to challenge the rumored shop." A word caused 1,000 waves. The same thing, spread by different people. Everyone knows that at 8 o'clock tonight, in front of the Hokage building, a unique cooking competition will be held here with the referee of the third generation and thousands of people on the same stage. The winner will get the other party's cooking secrets. The loser will have no face to stay in Konoha village. At the same time, for the sake of fairness, the theme of the cooking competition will be decided by the Hokage, and all the ingredients will be provided by the village. Everything fully proves that this competition will go down in history and become a major event for future generations to comment on. Since the Nine Tails riot, the Uchiha family since the extermination of the clan, Konoha has been peaceful for a long time, and there has not been such a large-scale event for a long time. For a time, the hearts of the Konoha villagers were moved. After having dinner with their families early, they came to the Hokage building to get a seat in advance. However, to the villagers' surprise, the scenery in front of the Hokage building changed drastically. The earth suddenly rose, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the ground. A huge arena rose from the ground and half hung in the air. It took only 3 seconds for the arena to appear and take shape. It can be said to be a masterpiece of nature. This arena is oval in shape, similar to a bird's nest. The audience seats are surrounded by it and arranged in a ladder shape. It can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. It was hard for the villagers not to pay attention to such a huge building. They came to the bottom one after another and looked up with fear. Soon, the villagers found that there were dozens of walkways around the arena, from top to bottom, which were very spacious and could allow dozens of people to walk side by side at the same time. At this time, teams of ninjas appeared to guide the villagers to enter in an orderly manner. Click, click. The Sandame smoked his pipe leisurely. The formation of the ring and the transfer of personnel were naturally his work. Earth escape, there is a change. A very practical high-level earth escape. After the caster seals, he bites his finger and covers his hand on the design. Soon the terrain will change according to the content of the design. The Sandame looked at the ring after it was formed, and his turbid eyes shot out a terrible brilliance. "I will never allow anyone to destroy the rare piece. This time, let's see if we can catch a big fish." Unfortunately, the Sandame would never have thought that the leader of the Anbu, whom he promoted and cultivated, played an important role in this. Otherwise, he would not be so leisurely. Ichiraku Restaurant. The restaurant was closed tightly, and it was pitch black inside, like a terrible beast opening its black hole mouth, exuding a palpitating breath. Uncle Ichiraku still held his daughter's photo tightly in his hand, as if he had aged 10 years, with several more wrinkles on his face. But his eyes sparkled, like a long-hidden sword, suddenly unsheathed, revealing the light of a blade. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. "Ichiraku, you are looking for death. Don't you want your daughter?" Uncle Ichiraku did not look at the owner of the voice, because this time, like the last time, he only heard the voice but did not see the person. Uncle Ichiraku's face was stiff, and he said, "You should know that I did not go to the Hokage building to issue the task of saving my daughter." The Anbu leader hiding in the dark had an extremely ugly face and roared, "But you shouldn't ask the Hokage to be the referee." Uncle Ichiraku raised a sarcastic smile, "If I don't do this, I'm afraid that after completing the task, I and Ayam may not survive for more than 3 days. The Anbu leader was stunned. He couldn't help but sigh secretly, "The old ones are still the best, Uncle Ichiraku is indeed a veteran." That's right, no matter whether the mission is successful or not, in the end, the leader of the Anbu didn't intend to let Uncle Ichiraku and his daughter go. As a result, Uncle Ichiraku has made a move now. No matter whether the game is won or lost, if Uncle Ichiraku dies, it will definitely attract the attention of the Sandame. At that time, if the Sandame really gets serious, let alone he is the leader of the Anbu, even if Danzo comes, he will still have to kneel. Don't underestimate the Sandame just because he is old now. From the fact that the village reveres him as the strongest Hokage in history, it can be seen how powerful the Sandame is, and he can even say that white is black. You know, the strongest Hokage at present is the first generation of Senju Hashirama. But what about now? Everyone seems to have lost their memory, and only knows how strong the Sandame is. In the village, the Sandame's reputation is at its peak. To exaggerate, if he moves his feet, the whole Konoha will tremble. Only the leader of the Anbu dares to hide it from him and do it secretly because he is the confidant of the Hokage. If he really faces the Sandame, he will not dare to do it in private, knowing how terrible the Sandame is. Uncle Ichiraku also knows that he is weak, so he doesn't want to further stimulate the Anbu leader and cause his daughter to get into trouble. So, he softened his tone and said, "Don't worry, I will give it to you when I get the other party's cooking secrets." Now, the hidden Anbu leader looked much better and said, "Are you sure?" "Humph." Uncle Ichiraku crossed his arms and said confidently, "If Yang Ming was born 10 years earlier, I might lose, but now." Uncle Ichiraku raised the corners of his mouth, and an aura of years of precipitation was revealed. "I will win." Chapter 44. All the people present are losers, please click and collect. At 7:30 in the evening, in front of the Hokage building, the much anticipated cooking competition ushered in the countdown. Early in the morning, the arena like a bird's nest was already crowded with people, and it was very lively. This is a rare grand occasion except for the Chunin exam. Teams of ninjas have been busy, scattered around, guiding the crowd and maintaining law and order. And in the unnoticed place on the other side, a masked and black-robed member of the Anbu looked around with sharp eyes, extremely alert. Above the center of the ring, there was a row of empty seats, and no one could approach them. This was reserved for the Hokage and other famous ninjas. In order to allow the audience to watch the game better, the organizer was very considerate and hung 4 huge screens in the sky, so that everything happening in the ring could be clearly seen. On the upper right side of the screen, there was a countdown time. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked onto the ring. He held a microphone in his hand and said, "I am the host K. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the God of Cooking contest." The middle-aged man paused, and for a moment, the audience applauded like thunder. Everyone must be wondering why it is called the God of Cooking contest. The host K pointed to his face and said, "Because it is very face-saving." SHH. The audience booed. The host K saw that he had stirred up the atmosphere of the audience, and then said, "Today, we will welcome 2 legendary chefs here. On one side, it is Uncle Ichiraku who is famous in the village. He has been studying cooking for decades. He has already reached the realm of perfection. His every move reveals the style of a master. On the other side, it is Yang Ming, a new star who has suddenly risen recently. He seemed to have jumped out of a stone. He was unknown before, but now his reputation is far-reaching, catching up with Uncle Ichiraku. It is said that the dishes made by Yang Ming's shop have incredible effects. They can help condense chakra and promote ninjas without talent. And tonight, in what form will these 2 chefs appear? Let us wait and see." As soon as the voice fell, the lights of the entire arena went out. In an instant, it fell into darkness. Suddenly, a light appeared, like the light of dawn, covering a tall figure. On the stage, Uncle Yul was wearing a white chef's uniform, looking calm, as if no matter how big the difficulties were, they were nothing but clouds. Even though they were far away, the audience felt a strong pressure like a mountain, rushing towards them through the screen. At this time, a microphone was handed to Uncle Yul, and the voice of Host K sounded again. "Uncle Yul, please tell me, what do you want to say to your opponent?" Uncle Yul crossed his arms and folded his chest, his posture was straight, like a sword piercing the sky, and he said calmly, "Sorry, I am the winner, you should go back and practice." For a while, there was a wave of applause and cheers. The audience, especially the villagers who often went to Yul restaurant, supported Uncle Yul with their own practical actions. The applause, like a rolling wave, resounded through the sky and could not stop for a long time. Facing all this, Uncle Yul was like a clay cast, without any movement, as if it was just a drizzle, which further highlighted his master style. When the applause died down, the host K's high-pitched voice came up. "Uncle Yul has finished speaking, what about our other contestant?" However, the host K's words were like a stone falling into the abyss, and there was no response for a long time. Suddenly, the audience mocked him with a simple sentence. Host K was also very embarrassed, his eyes rolled around, and he said, "Well, everyone says that Boss Yang Ming is very willful, it's really better to see it than to hear about it. As the name suggests, he is really willful." After that, the audience booed again. The boos of tens of thousands of people were like thunder, echoing thousands of miles away. If Yang Ming really didn't come, his reputation would be stinking, and no one would be willing to go to Yang Ming's store in the future. Amidst the boos, a figure ran out of the toilet, holding his stomach. Soon, he dived into the dark arena and snatched the microphone from the host. Suddenly, a young voice sounded in the noisy environment. You don't need to be late to show off. I, Yang Ming, am here. The voices in the whole venue stopped abruptly. A belated flash of light finally came to life and enveloped Yang Ming. Compared with the tall and majestic figure of Uncle Yul, Yang Ming was obviously at a disadvantage. He was thin and frail, and looked as if he could be blown away by the wind at any time. This made the audience very pessimistic about Yang Ming. After all, it is difficult to do well in the profession of chef without a strong physique. Host K took the microphone and said in a sensational tone, Boss Yang Ming, Uncle Yi was full of confidence just now, what do you want to say to him? Yang Ming smiled calmly, not at all timid, looked directly at Uncle Yi, and said, the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. Uncle Yi, you are old, this era belongs to the young. This sentence is too arrogant and too arrogant. Although many people don't know what the Yangtze River is, it doesn't prevent them from knowing what Yang Ming means. Nima, is this going to start a map attack? You know, half of the audience present are middle-aged people, and this sentence can be said to have offended all of them. For a while, a burst of abuse rang out in the ring, what a brat, arrogant person, all kinds of things are endless. Uncle Yul raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Ming, his eyes as cold and sharp as a sword, and said, young man, I admit that you have the capital to be arrogant. Maybe, if I give you another 10 years, I will lose to you. But now, like a sleeping tiger suddenly awakened, Uncle Yul's momentum surged and said, I have the awareness of winning, you have no chance of winning. Who can't talk nonsense? Yang Ming raised his head pretentiously, 10 years is too long, seize the day. You don't even understand this, you are really old. How many teenagers are there in life? As the saying goes, if a young man is not frivolous, his life will be in vain. Amidst the scolding and booing, Yang Ming looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, raised his middle finger to everyone present, and spoke calmly. Excuse me for telling you the truth, everyone present is a loser. He is like the sun surrounded by stars. No matter how many people there are, he is not as bright as you. In contrast, the tens of thousands of people present are like chicks pecking at rice, not knowing the real mountain, and mistaking the phoenix for a drowned chicken. As soon as he said it, the whole audience was silent. Whether it was the audience, the host K, or even Uncle Yul, they were so angry that their chests rose and fell violently, and they had the urge to draw their swords and kill people. If the eyes could kill, Yang Ming would have been a dead body at this time. Chapter 45 Egg fried rice is the theme of the competition? What is arrogance? What is arrogant? Now, Yang Ming uses his actions to tell the people of this world. It turns out that the middle finger can not only do shameful things, but also despise people. Just as everyone was furious, like a drawn crossbow, ready to explode, a calm and neutral voice sounded. Okay, let's end the farce here. Following the old voice, an old man who was old but still dignified suddenly appeared in the seat directly above the ring in full view of everyone. The third-generation Hokage. As soon as he suddenly appeared, almost everyone forgot the unhappiness just now and burst into cheers like a tsunami. The third generation. The third generation. The third generation. The third generation stretched out his hand and made a pressing motion, and suddenly all the sounds disappeared. His prestige was so terrifying. The host K walked up, asked for a moment, then picked up the microphone and said, Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for the game to start, and it's time for us to reveal the mystery. What is the theme of this game? The answer is, please look at the big screen. As soon as the voice fell, a picture appeared on the big screen. An ordinary housewife is cooking in the kitchen. Perhaps because her family is not rich, the things she stir-fries in the pot are very simple and plain. That is, fried rice with egg. At this time, the host K is also the narrator. In those long-lasting memories, there is a woman behind every successful man. They are ordinary and unknown. For the family, they have paid a lot, including their proud career. As men, we always take it for granted and often ignore them. Only when we lose it, will we cherish what we once had. Today, the theme of our competition is fried rice with egg. Just like those women who work for their families, although it is ordinary, almost everyone has eaten it. It is the most testable delicacy for chefs. Suddenly, the two sides of the center of the ring suddenly cracked, and a stone platform rose from it. Then, as if by magic, the middle of the stone platform sank inward and suddenly became a stove. At this time, a group of staff appeared and brought the pot, firewood, and the materials needed for cooking one by one. Trouble! Looking at such a primitive tool, Yang Ming broke out in a cold sweat. People who are used to using gas or natural gas suddenly switch to firewood. No matter who it is, they will be at a loss. It's like taking a geek who is used to using a mobile phone and suddenly throwing him into the mountains and forests and letting him live without a mobile phone for a week to see if he will collapse. At this moment, Yang Ming was in such a mood of collapse. Not to mention this life, he had never used firewood to cook in his previous life. In this moment, the difficulty was raised to the level of hell, right? On the other side, Uncle Yul had no expression from beginning to end, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. For him, an old man, cooking with firewood is extremely simple. Compared with Yang Ming's hell difficulty, for Uncle Yul, this is as simple as a cheat. The situation suddenly became unfavorable to Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming doesn't know how to make fried rice with egg. In his heart, Yang Ming said to the system, "System, can you directly transmit my fried rice recipe?" According to the host's situation, the system is detecting the response plan. The system said seriously and seriously. After the detection, the system will pay the host the reward in advance according to the hidden task that should be triggered by the host this time. However, the next time the host triggers the hidden task again, the reward will be cancelled. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming used the rewards of two hidden tasks to exchange for a hidden task reward in advance to cope with the current situation. The gains and losses depend on everyone's views. System, I want to exchange. Yang Ming knew very well that if he couldn't overcome this hurdle today, it would be difficult to continue to operate in Konoha in the future. Instead of doing this, it's better to give it a try. It's just a hidden task reward. As soon as the voice fell, a stream of information flowed into Yang Ming's brain. To outsiders, Yang Ming seemed to be in a state of confusion, and he was completely stunned and at a loss. This made the audience who originally did not like him even more pessimistic about him. Some people even started to make bets, betting on Uncle Yul and Yang Ming respectively. The vast majority of the audience preferred Uncle Yul, betting on him to win, which made Uncle Yul's odds drop all the way, even reaching the lowest level in history of 1.2 to 1, which was almost equivalent to the audience preferring not to make money, rather than betting on Yang Ming to win. As for Yang Ming's odds, haha, it was actually 6 to 1. In other words, if you bet 100 yuan on Yang Ming to win, if Yang Ming wins, you will make 600 yuan. However, even with such high odds, not many people are willing to bet on Yang Ming. As for those customers who have been to Yang Ming's shop, they are very calm. Once you have seen the sea, you will never be impressed. After eating Yang Ming's dishes, how can you not know his skills? Therefore, even in the face of doubts and ridicule from the people around him, the customers of Yang Ming's shop also opened their wallets and bet on Yang Ming to win. Among them, Miyamoto Musashi and Senju Tongjian placed the most bets. Miyamoto Musashi sat in the audience, looking at Yang Ming who was thinking with his head down from a distance, and said to himself, "Boss Yang Ming, I believe in you, you will definitely win. I've put all my wealth on you, you must win." Senju Tongjian chatted and laughed with his family, occasionally glancing at Yang Ming in the field, and said to himself, "Today may be the opportunity for Boss Yang Ming to make a big splash. Then the village will be lively, it's really exciting." The third generation sat high on the rostrum, slightly closed his eyes and sat firmly on the Diao Yute, scanning the two people in the field, and occasionally a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. As the referee and the theme of this competition, the fried rice with egg was something that the third generation thought about for a long time before coming up with it. Perhaps only he himself knew the meaning of it. However, he did not believe that a dish of fried rice could be so delicious. After all, as the shadow of a village, he could be described as brushing his teeth with bird's nest and having abalone for breakfast. He had long been tired of eating delicacies from land and sea. As the two chefs currently known in the Fire Country, could they make delicious food that would surprise him? To be honest, the Sandame was more or less looking forward to it. At this time, compared to Yang Ming's thinking, Uncle Yul took action. The process of making fried rice with egg only passed through his mind, and Uncle Yul took action, first putting the firewood under the stove and starting the fire. Chapter 46 Uncle Yul's Fried Rice with Egg. Please click and collect. People who have never used a stove will never think about how troublesome cooking is. Just burning firewood, if you are not careful, you will be smoked black all over your face, and a group of powder will enter your eyes, making you unable to open your eyes. But these are really child's play for Uncle Yul, and such things will never happen. Whether it is putting firewood into the stove under the stove, or burning firewood to heat the pot, Uncle Yul moves like flowing water, very smoothly, and it seems that he is not doing low-level things, giving people a pleasing enjoyment. Just like dancing. Yes, just like dancing, if you break down every movement of Uncle Yul one by one, you will find that one more is too much, and one less is too little. Uncle Yul actually eliminated all unnecessary movements and left only the most essential parts. Refined and convenient. This is one of the secrets that Uncle Yul has relied on for many years to become famous. 10 years of sharpening a sword, the frosty blade has never been tested. At this moment, Uncle Yul is like a sword that has been sharpened for many years, and at this moment he finally shows his edge. Hiss, snap. When the iron pan was burned black and red, golden cooking oil and a few finely chopped garlic cloves were immediately put into the pan, making a loud noise. There was a strange sound, and then a mellow fragrance wafted out. Uncle Yul skillfully scalded the oil, so that a little oil was applied to the periphery of the iron pan to prevent the food from sticking to the pan when frying, and also to quickly heat up the cold cooking oil and become boiling hot. It's time. Uncle Yul picked up a pot of steamed rice and poured it into the iron pan with a splash. In an instant, a flame rose up, passed over the rice, and covered it. If it were a novice, he would have panicked at this time and would definitely plan to put out the flame on the iron pan first. But Uncle Yul was different. He grabbed the handle of the pan with his left hand and suddenly exerted force to stir-fry the rice. Like a big wave hitting a reef, the white and tender rice flew in the air, drawing a beautiful arc, like a swallow returning to its nest, and suddenly returned to the bottom of the pot. At this time, just like young people entering society, they will definitely change their appearance. The round rice grains suddenly changed, dyed with a thin layer of golden color, emitting a brilliant light under the light, which was very beautiful. After each grain of rice was stained with a layer of cooking oil, Uncle Yul turned his palm over, and the egg white and yolk inside flowed out when the two eggs collided. In this process, Uncle Yul also did not waste any time and did not give the rice a chance to burn. As the spatula flew, the rice was tumbling, the eggs were blending, and the aroma was fragrant. Soon, the rice was cooked, and Uncle Yul poured the fried rice on the white plate like a hill. Between the golden rice grains, the finely chopped eggs were evenly mixed in, giving people a neat sense of layering. Finally, Uncle Yul sprinkled the chopped green onions on it, and suddenly, Uncle Yul's unique egg fried rice was ready. I really want to eat the egg fried rice made by Uncle Ichiraku. An audience watching on the big screen wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve while staring at the screen, as if this would satisfy his wish. Oh my god, Uncle Ichiraku not only makes delicious ramen, but also makes egg fried rice so tempting. An old customer of Ichiraku restaurant said that he would also go to the restaurant to eat Uncle Ichiraku's egg fried rice in the future. When Uncle Ichiraku came to the sandame with a plate. From a distance, the sandame smelled a garlic smell mixed with the fragrance of eggs, which was very strong and very nice. Unfortunately, this is not enough. The sandame said in his heart with a blank expression. For him, what kind of egg fried rice has he not eaten? Whether it is the egg fried rice made by enthusiastic villagers when he went to the grassroots to understand the people's sentiments, or the egg fried rice cooked by the country's top chef at the dinner hosted by the daimyo, the sandame has eaten it before. As the saying goes, once you have seen the sea, you will never be satisfied with anything else. Having seen the sea and the mountains, and seeing the fish and shrimp in the lake again, only he knows the taste. Hokage-sama, please enjoy. Uncle Ichiraku brought the plate to the table in front of the sandame. Even he did not dare to move in front of the sandame, and said softly. Thank you for your hard work. The sandame looked at Uncle Ichiraku with a grateful look, then picked up the spoon and scraped a corner off the plate. Swallowed it in one mouthful. The sandame closed his eyes slightly, chewed it fully, and tasted the food cooked by Uncle Ichiraku with his heart. The sandame frowned from time to time, and sometimes relaxed his brows, which also made Uncle Ichiraku, who was nervous beside him, startled by him. He felt that this short wait was like a long war of separatism, and he felt anxious for a while. Well, the fried rice is not burnt, and the eggs are broken but not mushy. It can be said that the word frying has been fully mastered, and the true meaning of it has been deeply understood. The Sandame put down the spoon, as if he was still savoring it, and said slowly in a long tone. Ichiraku, you made a very good fried rice. The Sandame commented. Thank you, Hokage. Uncle Ichiraku said excitedly. This excitement, like a man dying for his confidant, made Uncle Ichiraku finally find a gourmet who can truly understand his skills. But the Sandame changed his tone and looked at Yang Ming. Ichiraku, don't take it lightly, there is a mysterious friend over there. Hokage-sama, I don't think it's necessary. Uncle Ichiraku looked at the Sandame with certainty and said, the reason why he can cook the so-called delicious food is probably because he used some mysterious ingredients. Now in this unfamiliar environment, I don't believe he can make anything. Really? The Sandame looked mysterious, then let's wait and see. How could he not have thought of this? As the organizer and referee, why would the Sandame mobilize so many people and specially stipulate that the ingredients provided by the village should be used for cooking? Everything is just a calculation. And Yang Ming's cooking secret is just one part of this calculation. The Sandame also wants to know whether Yang Ming can really use any ingredients to cook food that increases chakra. If it is true, the Sandame will have to personally take action, bring Yang Ming into the Hokage building and place him under heavy surveillance, and squeeze out all his cooking secrets. Don't underestimate the cage of any village, especially the cage of the 5 major countries. Sometimes their moral integrity is really like that, and they can be broken at will. Back then, the first generation of Hokage dominated the entire Hokage world, and the entire Konoha knew everything. But what about now? Under the deliberate guidance of the Sandame, the villagers of Konoha now only know that the Sandame is the strongest Hokage in history, but have forgotten the first and second generations who once dominated the ninja world. Chapter 47, To be defeated by Uncle Ichiraku? It's Yang Ming's turn. He twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and put the firewood into the stove. His movements were very unfamiliar, and he obviously had no experience. Anyone who has burned firewood knows that you should not throw too big or too small firewood into the stove, because too big firewood is not easy to burn, and too small firewood is easy to burn into ash, which will affect the temperature when cooking. The dishes cooked in this way will either burn easily or be half-cooked. Fortunately, Yang Ming had a system reminder and changed a pile of firewood of appropriate size. Then, he lit the fire and heated the pot, just like Uncle Ichiraku. But seeing Yang Ming's novice appearance, almost everyone was disappointed. In a corner of the audience, a couple whispered. What? A chef of this level dares to shout. That's right. I get angry when I think of his arrogant look just now. Miyamoto Musashi was sitting next to them. Hearing their sarcastic tone, he felt a suffocation in his heart and couldn't help but vent. You two, shut up. Who are you? The thin-lipped woman in the couple glanced at Miyamoto Musashi unhappily. I'm just telling you what's wrong, come and bite me if you can. Her partner looked up and down at Miyamoto Musashi's outfit, showing a look of contempt. Uncle, do you know what a dish is? Haha, I'm afraid you don't even have a place to cook. Miyamoto Musashi, an honest man, was so angry that his face turned red after being sung by the two of them, and said bitterly, just open your eyes and watch Boss Yang Ming win the game. Haha. The man shrugged, with a look of disgust, hugged his girlfriend and chatted, and ignored Miyamoto Musashi. On the other side, Qian Shao Tongjian's grandson hung on his neck, and a stammering voice sounded, Grandpa, let me ask you a question. Old man Tongjian was not as arrogant as usual. His face was peaceful. He touched his grandson's head and said with a smile, well, you have grown up and you know how to test your grandpa. Of course, don't you see who I am? After receiving his grandfather's praise, the little grandson raised his head high, looking like a dragon arrogant. Grandpa, guess, will the big brother win? Well. Old man Tongjian stroked his white beard, looking like he knew but would not tell you, and said, the secret cannot be revealed. Humph. The little grandson turned his head awkwardly. Grandpa must not know, that's why he said that. Yes, 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 Grandpa is wrong. Old man Tongjian looked like he was afraid, and immediately coaxed the little grandson to smile. During the busy period, old man Tongjian looked at Yang Ming, his eyes full of worry. He really liked the dishes cooked by this young man. Yang Ming's dishes made him, an old man from Konoha village, feel a bit like the feeling when the village was first founded. The same warmth, the same tranquility. But now, the situation is very unfavorable to Yang Ming. Can he win? Countless people are looking forward to it, holding the mentality of watching Yang Ming laugh, pointing and talking at Yang Ming on the screen. It seems that in this way, they can become Yang Ming and compete with Uncle Ichiraku on the same stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, in the eyes full of malice, Yang Ming is calm and unhurried, like flowing water, showing the style of a master of a generation. Soon, a dish of fried rice with eggs was ready. Yang Ming personally brought the dish to the sandame. For the first time, he saw the sandame so close. The sandame is old, and the wrinkles on his face are like knife carvings, leaving deep marks, and age spots have also climbed up his face. If it were someone who didn't know, he would think he was an ordinary old man. What makes the sandame different from others is his eyes. Deep and dark, like a black hole, it can suck everything in the world. When Yang Ming looked at the sandame, he felt as if he had taken off all his clothes, without any secrets. Hey! Yang Ming took a deep breath, barely came back to his senses from his daze, and placed the plate on the sandame's table. Hokage, please enjoy. Thank you for your hard work. Just like he did to Uncle Ichiraku, the sandame looked at him with a grateful look. Yang Ming took a look, and then looked at Yang Ming's egg fried rice. Compared with Uncle Ichiraku's egg fried rice, Yang Ming's egg fried rice had no fragrance at all, as if it had never appeared. On the white plate, the egg fried rice, like a small mountain, was extremely beautiful. Each grain of rice was plump and full, like gold, emitting a faint golden color. Under the light, this egg fried rice seemed to be glowing. The third generation looked at it for a long time, and a question came to his mind. Where are the eggs? That's right, in Yang Ming's egg fried rice, the third generation didn't see even a little bit of eggs. But he clearly saw that Yang Ming laid 4 eggs. With a little curiosity, the third generation picked up the spoon and scraped a corner from the edge. The third generation didn't remember to eat it, but put it under his nose first. Sniffed it, but still couldn't smell any fragrance. The sandame looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Could it be that the other party is just a name in name only? But looking at the rice in the spoon, it was like gold washed away by the waves, emitting a charming brilliance, and the sandame swallowed the doubts that were about to come to his mouth. Why think so much, just eat it first. Swallow it in one gulp. Like a wheel rolling forward, under the chewing of the sandame, the rice grains were instantly crushed. This is... The sandame suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. On the side, Uncle Ichiraku came up nervously and said, Hokage-sama, is it too unpalatable? No. The sandame shook his head and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was savoring the taste just now. He had eaten the most expensive dishes in the world and tasted weird dark delicacies. But in his life, the sandame only liked the dishes cooked by one person. When the egg fried rice entered his mouth, the fragrance inside exploded in an instant, as if a grenade was stuffed into his mouth, and the entire tongue was suddenly occupied by the fragrance. That was the fragrance of eggs. It turned out that the egg fried rice did not release the fragrance because all the fragrance was accumulated in each grain of rice. When this fragrance exploded, the third generation seemed to see a rooster in front of him, suddenly raised his neck and made a cluck-cluck sound. The third generation looked at Yang Ming with a complicated expression and said, "Excuse me, why can you make such egg fried rice?" Originally, the third generation thought that Yang Ming would not reveal this cooking secret. Who knew that Yang Ming just said calmly, "If you work hard, you can make dishes that make people happy." This is like a poor student asking a top student why his academic performance is so good, and the top student replied, "Just study hard." Sure enough, invisible pretense is the most deadly. Chapter 48 Heart-touching egg fried rice. Ah! The sandame sighed, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed like a blooming chrysanthemum. After eating Yang Ming's egg fried rice, he felt that this competition was no longer necessary. The sandame scooped up another spoonful of fried rice, closed his eyes, and chewed slowly, his thoughts drifting away without knowing when. A long time ago, when he was still a student of the second generation. Among the 4 students of the second generation, the sandame's talent was not the best, but he was the most hard-working. At that time, he often trained alone, accompanied by loneliness and made a living by practicing. Originally, all this would continue. But that day, when a girl appeared in front of him and asked him curiously, "Why do you always practice alone? Aren't you afraid of loneliness?" Everything changed. The Sandame turned his head arrogantly and replied, "What do you care?" Since then, the girl often came over, carrying a basket with egg fried rice in it. Although the Sandame said no every time, his body was very honest and he finished the fried rice brought by the girl. The fried rice had very little oil and no chopped green onions, so it didn't taste fragrant and had a bad taste. But at that time, in that short time, the Sandame felt that this was the happiest thing in his life. The girl was very ordinary, and her family was also very ordinary. But the fried rice she made was not ordinary. The girl never said that she liked the Sandame. She just accompanied him through that lonely practice time as a friend. The Sandame was also happy with this, and the two maintained an unspeakable relationship. But all this changed. The war broke out suddenly, and the Sandame enlisted to go to the front line. Before leaving, she still sent the Sandame a plate of fried rice as a farewell. The Sandame hurried away and didn't eat, but he didn't expect that this was a farewell forever. The war brought killing and took the girl's life. From then on, that plate of egg fried rice became a swan song. How many people loved each other silently in the name of friends, but from then on they became strangers. There was a true love in front of the Sandame, but he didn't cherish it, and regretted it when he lost it. Tears welled up in the Sandame's mouth with fried rice. When people are the most lonely, they are the most loyal to themselves. At this moment, the Sandame thought of what the girl once said, "People who eat while crying can go on." At that time, the Sandame didn't know what this meant. But when the salty tears flowed into his mouth and mixed with the fragrant fried rice, the Sandame understood. The ups and downs of life came to his heart. Back then, I said that life is as brilliant as summer flowers, but now I understand that ordinary is the only answer. A plate of fried rice, choked with sobs. What the Sandame ate was not fried rice, but loneliness. The Sandame slowly opened his eyes, and for the first time there was a sense of relief in his tired eyes. It turns out that even if he wants to conquer the world, he is not as good as a plate of fried rice from the girl back then. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Yang Ming, thank you for letting me eat such delicious fried rice. The Sandame looked at Yang Ming with unprecedented seriousness, as if this was not enough, he suddenly stood up. Then, the Sandame did something that no one present expected. The Sandame actually took off the Hokage hat, put it in front of him with a pious attitude, lowered his head slightly, and posed in a respectful posture. Boom! At this moment, the scene was out of control. Countless audiences stood up in an instant, their faces unbelievable. Is the Sandame crazy? This is what almost everyone present thought. Screams, wolf howls, one after another. People vented their confusion in their own ways. You know, this is the respect of a big village shadow. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the village, such as the fourth Hokage who died in battle, can receive such high standard treatment. And today, Yang Ming, as a chef, won such an honor. Nothing could be crazier than this. Back then, the Sandame had never done this at the memorial service for the death of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Could it be that Yang Ming's value was higher than that of the daimyo? At this moment, countless people who had previously looked down on Yang Ming were ashamed, while those who had always supported Yang Ming were celebrating. I knew it. Miyamoto Musashi clenched his fists and waved them to the sky. Boss, Yang Ming is the best. Senju Tongjian looked at Yang Ming with an indifferent expression and sighed, from now on, who in the world will not recognize you? Compared to the others, Uncle Ichiraku's face turned pale and he sat down on the ground in dejection. Uncle Ichiraku looked at the Sandame in despair, his lips trembled, but he couldn't help but said, Hokage-sama, I already know that I will lose, but can you tell me why I lost? The Sandame looked at Uncle Ichiraku with pity and sighed, because the dishes you cook have no soul. In an instant, Uncle Ichiraku's body shook, as if struck by lightning. Just like those songs that can be passed down from generation to generation, they can be sung for thousands of years because they can move people. Uncle Ichiraku's dishes are delicious, but they are like gorgeous articles, lacking the core of the finishing touch. It seems that I didn't lose unjustly. Uncle Ichiraku smiled miserably. Not only did his daughter die because of losing the game, but even the food concept he had always adhered to was broken. At this time, Yang Ming came to Uncle Ichiraku. Are you here to mock me? Uncle Yul sat on the ground, looking up at Yang Ming, his expression was unusually calm, as if he had foreseen it. That's right, you are the winner, you have the qualifications. No. Yang Ming shook his head. He looked at Uncle Yul very seriously, suddenly stretched out his hand, and said, I always think that friendship comes first, competition comes second. It is because of the good competition between chefs that more rich food is born. At this moment, in Uncle Yul's eyes, Yang Ming's figure is like the shining sun. I didn't expect that I would lose so thoroughly. Uncle Yul laughed at himself, stretched out his hand to grab Yang Ming, and stood up from the ground. The two looked at each other, and the heroic spirit of heroes meeting heroes arose in their hearts, and they met too late. Oh! Host K picked up the microphone and shouted, what a sincere feeling, this is a real competition. Thank you to the two chefs for letting us witness an unparalleled competition. Let's give them a warm applause and congratulate them. At this moment, whether it was the audience who had previously despised Yang Ming or others, they all stood up very tacitly. Tens of thousands of people stood up at the same time. The applause was like thunder, roaring and resounding through the sky. This day is destined to be recorded in history. Many years later, when the parties today suddenly look back first, he would proudly say to others, I watched this competition. Chapter 49 Saving Uncle Ichiraku. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. After Yang Ming won the competition, the system ding sounded. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully activated your talent by cooking dishes that have touched important plot characters many times. The system said seriously and seriously. Talent. Yang Ming thought that this thing could only be obtained by completing tasks, but he didn't expect that he had to rely on his own efforts to activate it. Then, Yang Ming glanced at the system. System goal, to help the host become the supreme chef in the Naruto world. Host, Yang Ming. Gender, male. Age, 12. Chakra cultivation, Genin, as the god of cooking in the Naruto world, future food will definitely require chakra, young man, work hard. Cooking talent, heart of cooking. Skills, disguise, clone, substitute, shadow clone. Tool, fatty, Chunin combat puppet. Overall rating of god of cooking, beginner, the road to god of cooking has just begun, follow the footsteps of the system and become the man at the top of the food chain in the Naruto world. The originally blank talent column now has a talent called heart of cooking. System, can you explain this talent? Host, the so-called chef's heart runs through the entire cooking process, allowing you to concentrate on your work, not only to present the deliciousness of the ingredients themselves to the greatest extent, but also to touch the softest part of the customer's heart. The system said seriously and seriously. Is that so? Yang Ming lowered his head and pondered. Don't think that it's easy to concentrate on doing one thing. On the contrary, the simpler things look, the harder it is to do. If a student tries to concentrate on studying all day long, will he be driven crazy? It has long been scientifically proven that in a class, only the first 15 minutes can students concentrate on listening better. It can be seen that this alone can make Yang Ming not distracted during cooking from now on, and he will make a lot of money. At this time, Uncle Yul held Yang Ming's hand and said with emotion, I used to think that as long as I choose good ingredients and use the right cooking methods, I can make satisfying food. Young man, you gave me a vivid lesson today, which made me understand what real cooking is. Although Uncle Yul lost, he admired Yang Ming very much, and he was worthy of the title of famous chef. No. Yang Ming said politely, let's learn together and make progress together. Seeing that Yang Ming was young and won the game, but he was not impetuous or proud, Uncle Yul gave him countless praises in his heart. Uncle Yul was in a trance, thinking about what he was doing when he was Yang Ming's age. It seems that he was just a little follower of the chef who taught him cooking. Every day, except serving dishes and washing dishes, there is nothing to do. Really, the young are awesome. Uncle Yul said with emotion, if I had a son like you, how great it would be. Puff. Yang Ming suddenly spit out the water he had just drunk. You said you would give me the compliments, I am being modest. I should not have pretended to be so arrogant. Sure enough, being a good student is not something I can do. Uncle Yul knew he was being abrupt as soon as he said this. As the saying goes, don't talk about deep friendships, he said this. Uncle Yul smiled apologetically, I was just joking with you, don't mind it. From now on, the village's food industry depends on you. After saying that, Uncle Yul left, leaving behind a lonely and tragic figure. Because, if he loses this game, his daughter will also die. Uncle Yul's wife died early, and his daughter is his life. If his daughter dies, what hope does he have to survive? What's more, Uncle Yul believes that even if he wants to survive, the mastermind behind the scenes will probably not let him go. Rather than dying after all kinds of torture, it is better to go back and die. At this time, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, Save Uncle Yul. Task description: because of some unknown reasons, Uncle Yul is going to commit suicide. As a colleague, how can you just stand by and watch? Task reward: Lao Gan Ma production method. When Yang Ming saw the system's tasks, he was almost pissed off. You know, he had overdrawn 2 hidden tasks in order to win the game. In other words, Yang Ming would not get the reward for this hidden task. I'm so stupid, really. Yang Ming said painfully, I shouldn't have pretended earlier. Pretending to be cool will get you struck by lightning. Perhaps others would be confused, isn't it just Lao Gan Ma hot sauce, what's the big deal? But for a spicy food lover, without spicy food, I always feel that life is missing something, imperfect. However, this mission is to save Uncle Ichiraku? This is troublesome. Yang Ming was about to catch up and stop Uncle Ichiraku from committing suicide, but who knew that the Sandame came up with a warm face. Friend Yang Ming, you have worked hard today, why don't you come to my house and sit down? I am an old man, but I have a lot of things to ask you. The Sandame lowered his posture very low, which was not easy for a big man who had always been high and mighty. Whether he called Yang Ming young friend or used the word ask for advice, it showed that in the Sandame's heart, Yang Ming's status was already very high. Can you imagine that a country's top leader asked you questions? That picture was so beautiful, it was simply amazing. If it were an ordinary villager, he would probably be moved to pieces at this time, and would directly speak from the heart. Unfortunately, who is Yang Ming? He is a 21st century youth with 4 qualities: ideals, ambitions, and what else? I can't make it up anymore. Yang Ming said seriously, sorry, I still have to research new dishes tonight. This kind of serious nonsense is almost like the system. It's like a scumbag classmate said to the teacher seriously, I have to study all night tonight. Would you believe it? It's totally unbelievable. But the Sandame believed it. In the Sandame's mind, Yang Ming's image was so great and glorious, and he never thought that things were not what he thought. He patted Yang Ming on the shoulder and said, no wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age. It's really admirable, admirable. Then, he said earnestly with the attitude of a grandfather to his grandson, don't work so hard, and pay attention to rest in your spare time. In his heart, the Sandame secretly said, it seems that after I go back, I will be more strict with Konohamaru. Well, let's not talk about Konohamaru's miserable remedial experience. After Yang Ming pretended to be cool, he said goodbye to the Sandame. Then, in the eyes of countless admirers, Yang Ming left calmly, leaving everyone with an unfathomable back. Chapter 50, Learn to Pretend Like Conan. It was late at night. The cool breeze blew, like a dagger scraping on the face, stinging painfully. Uncle Ichiraku came to the sculptures of the successive Hokage with a cold heart, quietly looking at the village in the dim lights. In the mottled lights, people walked home in groups of 2 or 3, talking and laughing, chatting, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the village. This is the place he loves deeply. Unfortunately, today, he is about to say goodbye to it forever. Uncle Ichiraku looked calm, stepped forward, and was about to jump off the sculpture, ending his life from then on. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Wait! Like a flash of lightning in the darkness, the voice immediately stopped Uncle Yul. He turned around in surprise and saw the familiar figure, wondering, why are you here? Hey! That was close. Yang Ming wiped his sweat and made up a story, Uncle Yul, I found out that something was wrong with you early on, so I followed you. Oh, what's wrong with me? Uncle Yul looked at this junior whom even he admired, with an unprecedentedly kind expression. It's wrong from the beginning to the end. Yang Ming looked directly at Uncle Yul, I felt it from the beginning when you challenged me inexplicably. If Yang Ming was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses at this time, he would definitely be like Detective Conan, with his eyes revealing inexplicable colors, and he would almost say, there is only one truth. This powerful aura also shocked Uncle Yul, and he shook his body and said, you are really worthy of it, you actually have such a detailed insight. Yang Ming would never tell him that what he said just now was all made up. If it weren't for the system task, no one would know that he was going to commit suicide. However, as a person, you must learn to pretend to know when you don't, which is the only way to show off. Yang Ming looked calm. Uncle Yul, life is long, why bother to commit suicide? Alas! Uncle Yul said with a sad face, now that things have come to this, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. So, Uncle Yul told him all about his daughter Icarus being kidnapped and the mysterious man asking him to take away Yang Ming's cooking secrets. At first, the development of the matter started according to the mysterious man's script. Uncle Yul's personality determined his way of doing things, and he challenged Yang Ming. Unfortunately, the development of the matter was completely out of the control of the mysterious man. First, Uncle Yul did not follow the routine and directly invited the third generation to be the referee. Then Yang Ming actually turned the tables, shocking the eyes, and winning the final victory. So that's what happened. Yang Ming held his chin and thought, it seemed that things were getting complicated. Whether it was the Shuimu incident before, or the attack in the rental house, plus the mysterious man behind the scenes now, Yang Ming always felt that there seemed to be a trace of connection between them. But Yang Ming was in the game, feeling foggy, with a lot of things in his mind, but because there was no more information, he couldn't deduce it. That's what happened. Uncle Yul smiled bitterly, I'm afraid that Changpu has probably met with an accident now. I only have this one daughter. If she dies, I don't want to live anymore. After that, Uncle Yul walked towards the edge of the cliff again. Wait. Yang Ming hurriedly stopped him. Are you kidding? Uncle Yul, your life is valuable. It's related to my mission. How can I let you commit suicide successfully? In order to convince Uncle Yul, Yang Ming's brain raced. Suddenly, Yang Ming thought of it. Uncle Yul, aren't you surprised that the mysterious man didn't just capture me, but took so much trouble to achieve his goal? With just one sentence, Uncle Yul took back his feet that had been lifted into the air. He turned around and looked at Yang Ming expectantly. Yes, why didn't he think of it? Since the mysterious man could kidnap Icarus silently, then he should also be able to kidnap Yang Ming. But why didn't he do it? For a moment, Uncle Yul felt hopeful. The answer is very simple. Yang Ming stroked his nose, as if there were invisible glasses, the mysterious man is not as powerful as you think. A word awakened the dreamer. Uncle Yul didn't think of this because he was too anxious and afraid as a parent. Don't forget, this is Konoha village, the strongest village in the world. The public security here is also the best in the world. If the mysterious man is really that strong, he would have kidnapped Yang Ming long ago. Why would he do it so secretly? In other words, the mysterious man is afraid of the Hokage and the village's Anbu. The two people's thoughts are not far from the truth. After all, as the leader of the Anbu, it is not that his power is overwhelming. Under him, there are several deputy leaders and unruly captains. At most, the Anbu leader will do some small things within his power. Uncle Ichiraku grabbed Yang Ming's shoulders with both hands and asked loudly, Yang Ming, then tell me, where is my daughter Ayam now? There is only one truth. Yang Ming's eyes revealed a confident light, in Konoha village. What? Uncle Ichiraku looked at Yang Ming in disbelief, trying to see something from his face, thinking that he was teasing him. Don't look at me like that, I never tell jokes. Yang Ming looked at Uncle Ichiraku calmly, if you don't believe it, we can ask Kakashi for help. It just so happens that his summoning beast is very convenient for finding people. Uncle Ichiraku's eyes flashed with a firm look, and he said solemnly, okay, then I will believe you this time. At this time, the system dinged. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, save Uncle Ichiraku. Task description, because of some unknown reasons, Uncle Ichiraku is going to commit suicide. As a colleague, how can you just sit back and watch? Task reward, Lao Gan Ma production method. I'm sorry to tell the host that due to special reasons, the reward has been confiscated. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Although he had expected this scene to happen, Yang Ming still felt that his heart was so painful. Oh my god, when can I make Lao Gan Ma myself? As a foodie, this is unbearable. As if knowing Yang Ming's thoughts, the system continued. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, rescue Uncle Ichiraku's daughter Icarus. Mission description, after knowing the truth, you can still watch a beautiful girl die. Mission reward, how to make Lao Gan Ma. At this moment, Yang Ming had the urge to pull out the system and then beat it hard. Damn, I still can't get this mission reward. It seems that getting Lao Gan Ma is a distant goal. In order to divert attention, Yang Ming took Uncle Ichiraku to find Kakashi's way.